today, and whatever you guys want to talk about as well. Texas Democrats running around trying to keep the Republicans from gerrymandering Texas and maybe helping out New York and Illinois gerrymander for the Democrats. Meanwhile, President Trump's firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics lady is having major repercussions, bigger than we might have expected. We thought this was kind of a chuckle on Friday, but it's still going. It's still funny. The chuckle, I maintain the chuckle. Over in Gaza, the Trump administration's chief envoy, Steve Witkoff, is pushing an all-or-nothing deal. We'll explain what that means. MTG dropping truth bombs. She says the GOP hates women. My favorite story of the day, the New York Post is going west, young man, or 200-year-old man. They're starting a California version of the paper. We'll get into that. They smell blood in the water, I think, as the LA Times. 6. I'm so sad about that. 15, that might cost you 15 grand to visit the United States, or at least you might have to post 15 grand and you might get it back or you might not. The main story of the day, I think, is going to be this revelation that is not being talked about anywhere else, that when you talk to ChatGPT, that's indexed on Google. So that means if you ask ChatGPT, my wife is whatever, I'm thinking of should I divorce her? Yes, she could find that on Google. All of your friends and coworkers could too. For real, it's indexed on Google. And finally, there's the CIA director is pushing this narrative that Hillary Clinton came up with a scheme to basically set up Donald Trump as a Russian patsy for Vladimir Putin.
And let me add something to that. Let me add something to that last point. In just the last hour, the Office of the Attorney General announced that a grand jury already exists.
Oh, wow.
And it is hearing testimony aimed at prosecuting Hillary Clinton, Jim Comey, John Brennan, and what's Clapper's first name? Clapper. James Clapper, thank you, as part of the whole Russiagate hoax. So
would that make you sad, John? Would that make you sad? Would you cry?
I promised myself I wouldn't gloat. I put something on Facebook last week when there were these rumors that this was going to happen. And people put laugh emojis and they put, angry emojis and whatever. And a lot of people made fun of me. I didn't even say anything. I just posted the article. And then in the comments, somebody said, "You don't really think this is going to happen, do you?" And I said, probably not with Hillary anyway. But I'm very hopeful that John Brennan is prosecuted. And if I were John Brennan, I'd be in the market for an A-list criminal defense attorney right now. Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Clapper has some answering to do as well.
Indeed. Yes, he does.
And so I mean, yes, it's partisan. Yes, it's political. It wouldn't happen any other way. It doesn't mean it's wrong. I always like to say that. A lot of Democrats, a lot of my friends, most of whom are Democrats, don't see it that way. John, where should we talk? Where should we start? Should we start with that?
Well, let's start with Texas.
All right, let's do Texas.
Because this is breaking, and it's not unprecedented. This has happened before in the recent past.
That's right.
So all the Democrats in the Texas legislature have fled the state of Texas, lest they be rounded up by the legislative police or whoever the police force is, and
Austin's Capitol Police.
Yeah, the Capitol Police, and dragged to the floor of the legislature and forced to vote on this Republican plan to redraw the congressional district boundaries. So if they leave Texas, they can't be arrested, and it's a civil arrest.
Well, and let's not forget the reason they're leaving Texas is to show that the Texas State House can't conduct business, because under parliamentary procedure, which goes back for centuries, you have to have a quorum. You have to have a minimum number of people in order to conduct business.
That's right. Now, to the best of my recollection, Ted, this happened in Oregon a few years ago.
It happened in Texas too.
And it happened in Texas, but not over congressional boundaries. It was over the, and in the end, one side's going to have to give. I mean, if if you live in Texas, you work in Texas, and you're an elected representative in the Texas legislature, you're probably going to have to end up going back to Texas at some point.
Right.
But you made a good point in the intro, Ted, that both, well, not even both, New York, Illinois, and California, thank you, Marble, all said, go ahead, Texas. Go ahead and redraw the boundaries and throw out 5 elected Democrats, because then we're going to redraw our boundaries and we'll throw out 10 to 12 Republicans. So go ahead and do it. I'm not sure why the Texans are doubling down on this. And when I say Texans, I mean Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's actually not going to be Attorney General for too much longer because he's running in the Republican primary against Senator, what's his face? Not Ted Cruz, John Cornyn.
Right.
Because Cornyn's not MAGA enough. So there's this battle royale among Republicans
now,
there.
Wasn't Paxton almost ensnared in a scandal at one point?
It's funny too. There was a move to impeach him that failed. Now, interestingly enough, it was his wife, who is a Texas senator, who helped to stop the impeachment. Mm-hmm. And then last week, his wife left him.
Yeah, it was a sex scandal, yeah?
It was a sex scandal, announced that she's divorcing him because he has been leading a non-biblical life.
Right. In other words, he's been balls deep where it's not supposed to be. I just wish people would say that. Hey, my husband's been balls deep. Be awesome. Putting it where it's not supposed to be. That's non-biblical life. I love these euphemisms. So great. So basically, the politics of it are fascinating, right? So first of all, I'd like to say that the runaway state Democrats do kind of point a direction to the national Democrats. It's not quite the same rules, but when Hakeem Jeffries says they have the majority, there's nothing we can do. There are plenty of things that a legislative minority can do and should do to gum up the works.
That's right. I like Hakeem Jeffries less and less every single day. And I will admit my own biases. When he was first elected Democratic leader of the House, I thought, oh, you know what? A black guy from an urban area, that is awesome. Things are going to change. Things didn't change. He's as DNC as any of
Barack Obama.
As Barack Obama. This guy is not, and you know what? He's not as smart. And he's not as politically savvy.
For sure.
What you just said. Oh, well, we have such a small minority in Texas. There's nothing we can do. No, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do, you lazy shithead.
So they're on the lam.
And he doesn't want
redistricting normally doesn't take place at this time of the decade. It takes place, years that end with 0.
That's right.
And so John, this brought to mind a big meta point for me about what is wrong in our system or the things that people are complaining. We're told, and we teach our kids that the system relies on checks and balances. But the truth, that's not really true. It relies a lot more on tradition. And so like when the system was written by, English gentlemen for whom tradition was important. George Washington set up a tradition, 2 terms, and that held for over a century. And it's, in fact, even when it was broken, we went back to codifying it in the law. We had a tradition, like who's going to jail a rogue president? Well, even Richard Nixon was like, I'm still an English gentleman, sort of. I get it. You got me.
Yeah.
I'll step aside. The thing is, when traditions break down, that's, a system based on tradition breaks down if the traditions are no longer respected and are disrupted. Right. And that could be for good reason or for bad reason. Think about the Democrats with the filibuster, the judicial filibuster and the other filibusters. These traditions existed in the Senate. They went away, and now all bets are off. This is an anything goes situation. So we're seeing that now. Republicans are like, we don't have to wait 10 years for a redistricting. We'll do it whenever we feel like it and get 5 seats. Then the Democrats are like, oh, well, maybe we can do the same shit in New York and Illinois and maybe in California, pick up a few seats that way. we'll gerrymander too. Everybody gets a gerrymander.
And if the Supreme Court keeps coming out with these rulings in Alabama, in Texas, in North Carolina, that gerrymandering is A-OK, well, then it's A-OK for everybody. And, the Republicans think that they're untouchable here because they have so focused over the years on state legislatures. And it's in most states, it's the state legislatures that draw these boundaries. Well, not in all states. And the Republicans don't control the legislatures in all states. And so they're going to end up getting burned. And can I comment on Marble's comment there in 2008? Who would have guessed that Obama would turn out to be a neocon? Obama guessed. And I'll tell you where. John Heilemann and Mark Halperin wrote a book about the 2012 election called Double Down.
I read it.
And I did too. It was brilliant. Mm-hmm. And they were able to find 2 Obama quotes that made my hair stand up. And the quotes were about himself. In one of them, he said very matter-of-factly, I never said I was a liberal.
That's right.
Like, why would anybody think I was a liberal?
I remember that very well. I think I know your other quote, but please.
And the other one was, I never thought I would be so good at killing people. He was talking about the drone program. And he loved the drone program. Yeah, he killed literally 10 times the number of people that George W. Bush killed.
He would watch on the tube as that was happening, and and when the victim's head would explode, he nicknamed them, look at the squirters. Nick, Obama, I kind of guessed, I'll tell you that. I was in the convention hall in 2004 when Obama gave his big barn burner speech that set him up for 2008. And at the time, I was super impressed that he was campaigning against the Iraq war, the stupid war. But then I heard him talking about the good war in Afghanistan, and I started to get suspicious. So I did a dive in the 2007, 2008 cycle into Obama's voting record. Now, he wasn't in the Senate when we went to war against Iraq. Correct. But he had the opportunity to vote for or against the funding repeatedly. And he voted 6 out of 6 times for the funding. And I remember at the time, I was screaming this all over the place, but nobody's listening to Ted Rall. I was like, this guy, he votes for all the wars. And then his apologists would tell me, yeah, but Ted, once the soldiers are committed, you can't leave them there in the trenches and no bullets to fire back. They'll be overrun. I'm like, they have planes. They can go to the planes and go home. And besides which, that's how the Vietnam War ended. Congress cut off the appropriations. That's why we're not in Vietnam anymore. Mm-hmm. That's how it would end. It's like we've forgotten how to do that.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And Marble should be on the show today because he's making all these good comments that Obama is a neocon and Bush is a liberal now when you hear him talk.
That is true.
And that's why Bush is not welcome in the White House these days. But then when you see him at people's funerals, he and Obama are just yucking it up like old friends.
Yeah, well, I guess Bush is an affable dude. My favorite Bush quote is still he overheard walking out of the 2016 Trump inauguration and telling someone, well, that was some weird shit. That's awesome. I wish I just wish his politics weren't so shitty.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Oh my God. So, all right. So we'll watch this Texas thing. One thought I had was they're hanging out with J.B. Pritzker in Chicago. And I was like, well, they're being fined. These Texas legislators are being fined $500 a day. JB's got plenty of cash. Maybe he's just going to bankroll them and say, don't worry, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a well-known billionaire. He's a scion of the famed Pritzker family of drug company fame. And he's got plenty of money. He can pay all these fines. No big deal.
All right. Should we talk about the California Post? I'm excited about that.
I actually am too. Although how much more page 6 could page 6 be?
Well, that's true. So I think I smell death of the LA Times all over this decision.
Yeah.
Dr. Pat Soon-Shiong, who has owned the Times since 2017, has decided that he's tried to sell it to everybody, including my cat, and nobody wants it. So he's going to try to launch an IPO, which will probably be as successful as the WeWork IPO. And it's, who's going to buy it? I mean, he overpaid. He paid $500. It was worth $200 million at the time, but he paid $500 million for it. Now it's probably worth $10 with all the debt that he's saddled onto it. So Murdoch, I'm sure, is looking at that and saying, okay, fourth largest newspaper market in the country. There's some money to be made. I can do, if you look at the mock-ups that appear in today's New York Post, it basically looks like it's the same exact format. It's a tabloid, it's the same typeset, it's the same kind of rhetoric, same kind of headlines, a little more California focused, but a bunch of questions here. First of all, why California, not LA? LA Post rolls a lot off the tongue a lot better than California. I mean, obviously it's a play for San Francisco as well, but I don't think it's going to work. The other thing is, I think the LA Times fucked up by not becoming the national paper of the entertainment business.
Yes, exactly.
That's what the LA Post could be easily. Celebrity. Full disclosure, I'm going to apply to be their celebrity cartoonist, like TMZ type stuff.
In all seriousness, I was going to suggest that to you if you hadn't already thought of it.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw the announcement, I was like, oh my God.
They won't take me because I'm a leftist, but I mean, I don't have to do political stuff for them at all. I mean, I'd be happy to do, like right now, like why is everyone so excited about Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson? That's a cartoon. I could do 5 cartoons about that. So it's, but anyway, but it's still exciting. It's going to be a print edition. It's going to be, distribution's always a challenge because Southern California is so big and disparate, but I suspect they have 2 or 3 major challenges here. First of all, the politics of LA are not Murdochian.
No,
and then although there's conservatives there, there's also the aesthetics of the paper. LA is a very specific place. The culture is very specific politically, aesthetically, and otherwise.
Yeah.
That is a New York looking paper. It's the oldest in the country. And it's a great looking New York paper, but it is not, it doesn't fit in. This reminds me when I started in the alt weeklies, the Phoenix New Times was the main flagship paper of the New Times chain that ultimately owned a lot of weeklies around the country, like the Village Voice, SF Weekly. And at one point, to save money, they decided to cut and paste to get synergies, a lot of their content across, like, we'll just use the same stories across all our brands. Then we'll save money. We'll make them all look exactly the same in every city. It's not the only thing that brought them down. They had a lot of other issues, but it hastened their demise. I don't think aesthetically that's a good idea. And I don't think you can repurpose New York content for California.
No, it's going to have to be original and specific to California. Is there a timeline on this? Do we know when this publication is going to actually appear on the newsstands?
Not really. It's sort of like it's going to be soon. I'm guessing we're probably looking at the end of this year, early next year.
I'm actually a little excited about it. I think
it's a new paper. Plus, look, the New York Post is it's an essential read. I have a test called the New Yorker test, which is a publication essential? The New Yorker, I hate the New Yorker. I hate everything about it. I hate the cartoons. I hate the way it looks. I hate the snooty tone. I hate all the Tiffany's ads. I hate it. I have to read it because there's always essential stuff in there. So if someone who hates a publication finds themselves compelled to read it, you've got a successful formula.
That's
New York
right.
Post is if you're not reading the New York Post, you should be reading the New York Post.
Yeah, you should. I disagree with almost every word that is printed in the New York Post, but I read it every single day. I do the crossword every day, which is like a crossword for stupid people. And it is, I admit it. I do it every day. And I especially enjoy the real estate section.
Oh, God. Yeah. The real estate section is great, actually.
It's really great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to know what billionaires are buying what houses and where.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to know.
And they have great photos. And I mean, it must be the easiest story in the world to source. They just go on to like realtor.com and find like, what's the most expensive house for sale? Done.
That is it. That is it.
Oh my God. So, all right. Well, we'll see. I mean, do you think this paper stands a chance? I mean, obviously it has the ownership has deep pockets. News Corp based in Australia.
And, we shouldn't trick ourselves into thinking that there are no Republicans and no conservatives in California.
Good point.
And I think that California is big enough and populous enough that yes, there are going to be enough readers to keep this thing in business.
I think that's right. And, I think also the smart play would be to do what the LA Times did not do. Focus on Hollywood and, to a lesser extent, gaming. Gaming still isn't taken seriously in the mainstream media, but is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it feeds into movies and everything else. I don't game, so I'm not saying this at all out of self-interest. I'm just saying, look, that's there. It's been part of the economy for a long time. Whoever picks this up is going to, it needs real reporting.
As an aside, I have she's not really a friend so much as she's a friendly acquaintance. And honest to God, I don't have any idea how she makes money because she doesn't really do anything. She just lays in bed until 3:00 in the afternoon. And then somebody said, "Oh no, she's a Twitch gamer." And I said, "What the heck does that mean? I don't even know what that means." And my friend explained that there's this Twitch, this website where people go to watch other people play video games.
Yes, my son does that.
That would make my brain melt.
Yeah, it's
And
literally,
this woman
it's the gaming equivalent, John, of like, when you walk by someone who's watching a sporting event on TV, you're not watching it, and they're like, yeah, throw the ball, what are you doing? Okay, so if you had a camera on that guy on the sofa, that would be the Twitch gaming thing.
It's like YouTube videos of people opening toys and playing with the toys and then reviewing them as they're playing with them. I don't understand it, but she has 500,000 people that watch her stupid videos of her playing World of Warcraft, of all things. And she makes a living like that.
Right. Well,
I don't know, man.
I know there are people who probably are like, look at these two derps on TV talking about politics, and like, we have 500,000 followers. What are they doing? It's like,
true.
Who's the fool?
Oh my God.
Yeah, but yeah.
I will admit that one of my kids watches people open packs of baseball cards. And he's like, "Oh my God, he got a 1-of-1 autographed by so-and-so. Oh my God." It's like, well, you didn't get it. What do you care if this complete stranger?
Right. Well, I guess that's kind of like if Al Capone's vault had something in it, or like, Storage Wars, right? Storage Wars is somewhat compelling.
Yeah, somewhat.
I mean, I admit I've watched like 3. I like reality TV. I watched like 3 of them, and I was like, I get it. Okay, I'm done here.
I will admit that a former girlfriend got me hooked on 90 Day Fiance, one of the most brainless shows on television, and I never, ever miss an episode.
Tom says, "I like watching Twitch streamers play games that they are bad at. It's funnier."
Oh, now that would be more fun.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I should do it then, because I'd be horrible.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Interesting. Here, I think View Galaxy is referring to the same thing. They have to be hot as well, though. Okay. I'm not going to argue. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this genre. I mean, I know that it exists. I walk behind my son, and I'm like, "What are you doing? Why are you watching that? I don't even understand." But I'm sure he feels the same way when he sees me watching the Sunday morning talkies.
That I go to Salt Lake City every once in a while to film episodes of this TV show that I'm on. Well, I had the chance to meet this billionaire the other day. He's not just a billionaire property developer, like legitimate billionaire. He's also the owner of the Skinwalker Ranch that you probably may have heard of.
Uh-huh.
And I said, "Oh my God, the Skinwalker Ranch, I've heard all about it. I watched these 2 documentaries, and it has flying saucers and has this weird magnetic field, and something came out of the sky and sucked all the blood out of the cows that were there. And it's, whatever, it's a big mystery." "Oh," he says, you have to fly out next time you're in Salt Lake. I'll send my helicopter and we can fly you to the ranch and you can check it out." I said, "Oh my God, I'd love to do it." So we're talking about it. Well, I noticed on the History Channel that there's this show called, whatever, about the Skinwalker Ranch. So I DVR it. Brandon Fugel, that's his name. So I DVR it, and this kid I debated months and months ago, Andrew Bustamante, who falsely claims to have been a CIA operations officer with hair that goes like, talk about not drawing attention to yourself. Everybody in the world would notice Andrew Bustamante in a surveillance situation. But anyway, Andrew's
he looks
on
like
this
Sideshow
show.
Bob.
He looks exactly like Sideshow Bob. Yes.
Okay. All right.
So he's on this show. Like, he's been hired by Brandon Fugel to be on this show. And he's trying to be really dramatic. We've detected a new magnetic force coming from the side of the mesa. And then the next 8 episodes, they're digging with this backhoe on the side of the mesa, and then they don't find anything. They never find anything. They never show you the actual flying saucer. They never show you the body of the cow that. No, I want to see the body of the cow that had all the blood drained out of it during the night. Yeah. Don't just tell me, oh, there was this cow and it has no blood anymore. Yeah, okay, show me.
Maybe it's a chupacabra.
Yes.
All right, John, this is the question. They're asking you. They're not asking me, so I don't have to answer. Yeah, Right's asking, do you believe in aliens?
I actually do. Because I saw this crazy thing that one time that I've talked about it a couple times.
You have.
Yeah, there's no beef between Andrew and me. We're friendly to each other, but Andrew is not what he purports to be. Yeah, he's not. He purports to be, Joe CIA ops guy, and he was never an operations officer.
Well,
he was not a covert special activities officer. No, he was not.
So here's a business idea.
Wait, Jordan Johnson. You don't think Bustamante was an ops officer? He told me he was not an ops officer. He was what's called a special ops officer, which means that before my operation as an ops officer, I'd say, Andrew, put together a surveillance team and make sure I'm safe. Andrew, do my paperwork, my finance paperwork. I'm too busy to do it. That's what a special ops officer does. And before he became a special ops officer, he was a targeting analyst on the analytics side of the house. So no, he was never a CIA operations officer. Never.
Some of the chatters are saying that there's breaking news about President Bolsonaro. Not seeing it yet. All right. I guess it's.
Oh, anal ape, that is hilarious. The lead scientist on the show pretends he didn't believe in UFOs until the first episode. He was on Ancient Aliens before he started the show. You see, this is what I mean. I really wanted to like this show because I like Brendan Fugel. He seems like a sweet guy. We did a podcast together, and then he invited me to come out and see for myself. I said I'd love to, but I don't know, man. It just. No, he didn't fool me. I can spot a phony from a mile away. Okay. One thing, I've said this before, and I think it bears repeating, and I apologize if I'm wasting our viewers' time. But when I was at Deloitte & Touche, I had gone from the agency to Deloitte. And Deloitte had a lot of people from the agency apply to Deloitte. And so the partners would ask me to take these guys to dinner and probe them and see, are they legit? Are they lying on their resumes? There were 2 out of 24 that were legit, maybe 3. But the first thing that you ask when you encounter another agency person was, what directorate were you in? Okay. And the answer is one of 4: DO, DI, DA, DS&T, right? The Directorate of Intelligence, Directorate of Operations, Directorate of Administration, or the Directorate of Science and Technology. And then the second question is always, what division were you in? And it's, Counterterrorism Center, Counterintelligence Center, Counter-Narcotics Center, and then Near East, East Asia, South America, Africa, whatever. But so many of these guys
USC,
are
by the way.
Oh, thank you, USC. So many of these guys are I was special ops, black ops, wet work. I was, deep cover. No, nobody talks like that. That's only
John,
in the
that's
movies.
why one of my favorite CIA films is 3 Days of the Condor, because it's about a guy who has the most unassuming analyst job in the world. It's so, it's Robert Redford. It's
it's absolutely wonderful. I love it. Listen, I'm responding to Tom right now.
All right. So Bolsonaro, in fact, has been ordered under house. The Supreme Court has ordered him to be placed under house arrest. Man, being the president of Brazil is a risky job. You never know. It's fun. It's all good fun until you end up in prison. Although I would take house arrest over prison anytime.
Oh, yes. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Sarah Adams is also full of shit, but that's a whole different issue.
All right. So, let's talk about the CIA since we're on that subject, and I'm sure it's not the last time we'll ever talk about it. So, Hillary Clinton, it is alleged that she was personally behind the scheme. Like, hey, let's make it look like Donald Trump in 2016. Let's make it look like he's basically the Manchurian candidate being installed by Russia, and that's going to screw him over with the electorate. It certainly didn't help him, that's for sure. And she was behind it, and now there's an investigation. We talked about that. Do you think it's true that she was personally involved, or that there was such? First of all, was there such a plot? If so, was she personally involved? And if so, does anyone care, or will anyone care, besides the right-wing media?
Yeah, I hate to sound like a Trumper, because I am definitely not a Trumper in any way. But yeah, I think there was a conspiracy here. I think that they knew from the very beginning that this information was false, but I think that they became increasingly fearful of a Donald Trump presidency, and they decided to just pull out all the stops and do
ends justify the means.
Yeah, the ends justify the means. Because remember, these Clinton people,
and once you started down the road and you've lied, you have to lie to cover up your lies.
That's it. And it's always the cover-up that's worse than the original incident. So I think that they really believed that they were the good guys. And because they were the good guys and they were stopping, Donald Trump by any means necessary, that, this was their God-given task. And it's starting to backfire. Like, no, that's actually a coup or a coup attempt. And there's going to have to be a price to pay.
Man, there's been a lot of coups lately. I mean, I'm not even kidding, right? I mean, January 6th is the weird, sort of a half-hearted attempt to coup yourself out of being de-reelected.
Right.
Then there's 2016, which is a coup attempt, basically by it's an empty seat being contested, but it's a coup attempt by basically using a radical smear to frame one candidate as a foreign agent.
Yep.
Or asset, right? And man, she loves that word, Hillary, right? She accused Jill Stein of being a Russian asset.
She accused Tulsi Gabbard.
Yep, she loves that word. I mean, it's too bad I really do think Tulsi and Jill Stein could have paid off some bills by suing Hillary.
They should have sued.
They should have. I mean, really, you're going to smear me as a traitor? Fuck you! I'll sue you. And then we have the Biden years. That's a coup. They put in a corpse for 4 years who couldn't do the job and tried to reelect him. And they didn't want anyone to know the truth about him, as we talked here on the show to Jake Tapper about. And I guess we'll have him back sooner rather than later. That's just like, yes, we have a lot of coups lately. We're not a very vibrant democracy, are we?
We are not.
It's getting to be like Pakistan here.
I know, right?
Actually, they have fewer coups than we do these days.
They actually do. How sick and sad is that? And we've got this weird penchant for dynasties now. We've got we have Bush, and then Clinton, and then Bush, and then Obama, and then almost Clinton again, but Trump.
Right.
And then Biden, who came from Obama, and then Trump again. It's like, what the heck are we doing? What's wrong with us?
And they're trying to, they would love to install like Chelsea Clinton.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
John Trump Jr.
and Chelsea
Ivanka.
Oh yeah. Chelsea Clinton is married to the son of 2 Congress members, Ed Mezvinsky and what's her name? Margolis Mezvinsky. I forget her first name, from Philadelphia. The father was from Iowa. He went to prison, but he got pardoned by Clinton, of course. And then the wife was a congresswoman from from Philadelphia. So you've got this political family there marrying the daughter of the Clintons. Like, what better way to prepare her for a political career? And then what's the only job she's ever had since she finished college? It was to run the Clinton Foundation, this slush fund of, well,
don't forget, she had a no-show job at MSNBC for a little while.
I forgot that.
So there was that. So there is a work ethic.
Yeah. At least the Bush daughter was on TV every day doing stuff.
Early in the morning.
Yes.
Which is no joke, really, getting up at 4 a.m. or earlier, sometimes like 2:30. Just a quick reminder, please follow, and share the show. By the way, on Rumble, we make a lot more money. So a lot of people are sort of simultaneously watching us on Rumble. It helps us out enormously. So if you really support the show and you want John and I to be able to pay our rent and stuff like that, I'm not even kidding. It's literally a factor of like 100 times more money. Same watch, same experience. I'm not saying you have to watch anything else on Rumble. You can. There's good stuff over there too. But anyway, here's the thing. Or if you just forget, just go look for DeProgram with Ted Rall and John Kiriakou. Okay, great. There's a little ad done. Should we talk about MTG? She's so rogue. So Marjorie Taylor Greene says that the GOP is betraying conservative values. She's pissed off about Epstein. She says that neocons have recaptured Donald Trump and instead of MAGA world. And it looks like there's a major growing rift inside the GOP, inside the Trump coalition. There is. The question is, how meaningful is it, and what will the consequences be?
I think that she's still so junior in the House. She's only been in for 3 terms, whatever it is, 3 terms, I guess.
But she has symbolic social media resonance, just like like AOC.
And the Republicans can't take that away from her. They could. The Republicans choose their committee and subcommittee chairman very, very differently than the Democrats. The Democrats do it based on seniority. So you're going to get some slobbering, doddering old man end up being the chairman of XYZ committee. The Republicans have a popularity contest, and the entire Republican conference votes on who they want to be the chairman. I think she doesn't really care to be a subcommittee chairman. Who cares? It's more work anyway. I think she's perfectly happy being the gadfly and just taking a shot at anybody she wants to take a shot at, and then cultivating that social media presence. So I don't think she cares if she offends members of her own party.
No, I don't think she does either. And there's always the they threw me out kind of thing, and then you're free. You take all of your followers with you, and you can do whatever you want. Have your own show. It's not like she couldn't be a very successful podcaster, for example.
Yeah, that's right. And she will be, most likely.
Yeah. It's for sure. As Tom says, she has a better opinion on Israel than 99% of Democrats. Yeah. True. Shall we talk about Israel?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so Gaza. Starvation's still happening. There's a little trickle of aid that's come in, a little more, but not nearly enough. And prices are sky high. Starvation is still continuing. So Steve Witkoff, who's the U.S. envoy, is over there trying to push something called the all or nothing deal. Basically, instead of you have 20 hostages left, we'll take 8 now, and then we'll do another 6 later. It's like Zeno's paradox, always getting closer, never quite getting there. We'll make a deal for all 20, which parenthetically Hamas has wanted from day one. And we'll come up with a deal that puts an end to the fighting permanently, which Hamas has wanted from day one. And we'll come up with some kind of disposition for post-Hamas or post-war governance. There, of course, obviously lies the rub, because Hamas has been the government of Gaza since 2000, well, before 2006, but most recently elected in 2006. No elections since then. I just want to point out, by the way, to my Zionist friends who say that, Hamas was elected. Yes, but over 50% of the population is under 18 in Gaza, and that was 17 years ago or something?
Years and years ago.
Yeah. 19 years ago. So, I mean, it's just basically not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of like nobody really who's alive
doesn't compute.
Has voted for this.
That's right.
So whether they might approve of it, but they haven't voted for it. So unlike the Israelis who are voting for it, and they're liking what's going on right now. All right, what do you think? All or nothing deal? I mean, I think it all falls apart because the Israelis don't really want a deal, and they scuttle every negotiation they ever come across.
Yeah, 2 hours ago or so, 3 hours ago, Netanyahu rejected it.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah.
Great.
So
I was preparing the show.
It's clear that the Israelis don't want peace.
No.
They want destruction, complete and total annihilation, not just of Hamas, but of the whole of Gaza. They don't care what the rest of the world thinks. They don't care what the International Criminal Court thinks. They only care what the United States thinks, because we're the source of their funding. And so I don't think there's going to be any grand deal, even if that means that there won't be any diplomatic recognition between Saudi Arabia and Israel. I don't think Netanyahu minds postponing that.
And I guess at a certain point, from his point of view, he's so fully committed to it. He's already killed so many people. Like, now that you've come this far, you might as well see it through and go for complete ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. Because who's going to stop him? If neither Israel nor the United States recognizes the ICJ or the ICC, who's going to stop the Israelis from ethnically cleansing Gaza?
Right. I mean, although they still have the pickle of the population, and where are they going to go? I know the Israelis would love to kill them all.
Yeah.
But they can't get away with it.
You can't.
So it's so sick. Right, John? But basically, you can. I think it's about 200,000 or 300,000 dead. You can kill 200,000 or 300,000 people, but you can't kill all 2.3 million. That would be bad.
No, that's right. So let me ask you: the Israeli Supreme Court today blocked Netanyahu's firing of Israel's Attorney General, a woman who is considered to be on the left of Israeli politics, which means that she's actually quite far to the right, but not as right as the lunatics are.
Correct.
So he tried to fire her because, oh my God, she supports the rule of law.
Right. That's a major problem.
And she refuses to dismiss these charges, or to withdraw, I should say, the corruption charges against Netanyahu and his wife. So it turns out that Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, the finance minister, have been demanding that this woman be fired. Well, of course Netanyahu wants to fire her. And so he tried to. And the Supreme Court said, oh, no, you don't. And she's not going anywhere. Does that actually mean anything? Or do we have to wait until Netanyahu is no longer the prime minister? This Likud bloc is no longer running the country for there to be any path toward justice?
100% option number 2, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think these people are completely hopeless. They're irredeemable. They can't be dealt with. And, I don't normally say this. I didn't say this about some terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda. I was like, you could maybe talk to them. We've tried here. they don't want anything. There's a Far Side cartoon with two orcas at SeaWorld, and there's the lady on top of the diving board holding the herring, and one orca tells the other one, "Fuck the herring, I'm going for the whole schmear." I really think I think Israel's, they're just, the Likud, they're into the whole schmear. They're not the herring, they don't want 10 herrings, right? They're going for the whole deal. And I mean, that's where we're at. So, I mean, they can't and won't settle for anything less. The whole thing has to fall apart before anything's possible, I think.
I think that's right. You know, my question, though, too, well, actually, it's a second question. The Egyptians are just beside themselves, as are the Jordanians. Syria's in chaos. Lebanon's in chaos. Is there anything that the Jordanians or the Egyptians can do to help the Palestinians, or no? And I'll tell you, the Egyptians are in an unusually bad spot because they can't open the border. If they open the border, all the Palestinians are going to leave, and that's exactly what the Israelis want.
Right.
And
That's
you talked
exactly
the other
right.
day about individual Egyptians putting food and stuff in plastic bottles or in balloons and just throwing it out to sea, hoping that some of it makes its way to the beaches of Gaza. But I mean, that's not a solution to anything.
Well, no. And I mean, I think the individual, and also the Egyptians people are smart enough to understand that if the Egyptians were to accept this, if they were to cooperate with Israel and accept a substantial amount of the population or all of it, then they would be complicit with the genocide and with the ethnic cleansing. They'd be giving the Israelis exactly what they wanted, and they'd be depriving the Gazans of their homeland. You know, unlike what the Israelis say, this really is their homeland. You know, they've lived there continuously, as opposed to, oh yeah, you know, I was there 1900 years ago, but I'm back. It's like, no, Egypt, they know they have to hold the line. They don't even have you know, I guarantee you, Sisi sleeps at night not thinking about what to do here. There's no conundrum. It's simple.
No, the policy's clear.
Hold the line. There can't be any other rational policy. So, but there is something. Yeah, I love your question, John. I think there's something both the Kingdom of Jordan can do and the President of Egypt can do. They could issue a joint statement saying that they stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza and the West Bank, and that they are not going to be complicit in genocide by opening their border to even more millions of Palestinians than they've already accepted over the years. It's not a matter of not wanting to help their Arab brothers. It's a matter of not wanting to play into the Israelis' hands.
A bet ethnic cleansing. The fully 50% of the population of Jordan is Palestinian. 50%, and the Jordanians just can't take anymore. Yeah, the Egyptians are undoubtedly under a lot of pressure.
However, you know, the Egyptians, you know, they should just stay the course. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, they have to.
So, all right, let's. All right, anything else about Gaza, or we're just going to keep watching that? Of course, that slow motion disaster. You know, it's interesting. I mean, Trump definitely seems to have woken up to the fact that the polls are not on his side on this. Do you think Donald Trump ever gets to the point where he says there's just not, you know, he calls Netanyahu and he says, "You don't have my support anymore." You know, that's sort of that moment in 1974 when the Republican senators walked up to Nixon's office and said, "You don't have the votes anymore. You have to step down." Do you think that happens?
I do eventually. And I'll tell you the reason why I do is because you remember when Trump dropped the F-bomb, that was a very clear message, not just for the Iranians, but also for the Israelis, that he had had enough and that they had to stop. I'm not sure we're going to get there in the foreseeable future.
Right.
0% chance right now. Yes. 0% chance. But things are going to have to get awfully far worse than what they are now for the policy to change.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I do think things are moving quickly So between all the recognitions, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens at the UN General Assembly next month. There's going to be some action there, I suspect, that we haven't seen previewed yet.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Miller's airline. Stephen Miller's airline will come
good.
back before Trump starts supporting BB. Join the hair club for men, Stephen. No one will ever know the difference. It worked for me. I was like a cue ball before.
Yeah.
Beautiful head of hair came.
Get out of here.
Not really. I figure if I go bald, I just wear a hat. Okay. Not because I'm afraid of being bald, just because I'm afraid of skin cancer. $15,000 bond. So if you want to come to the United States, I'm not sure why you would. It's going to cost you as a legal business traveler or tourist, possibly.
Soon, thank you, Sam.
$15,000 to visit the United States.
Yeah.
And then you get it back if and when you leave. I mean, first of all, I don't think this would, for a lot of people coming to the United States illegally, they might say, I'm going to raise that $15,000. People pay coyotes that much to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. People pay that much money to cross the Mediterranean in boats. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily do anything other than line the Treasury's pockets and create a new business. I'm
going to disagree with you.
Okay.
So U.S. policy for the last 100 years, the last 90 years, has been one of reciprocity. And we never take the lead in reciprocity. If country A charges Americans $20 for a visa, we charge their people $20.
Right.
If like in India, they charge you $200 or Chile $100 for a visa, then we charge the Indians $200 and the Chileans $100. But now we're taking the lead.
Oh, right. Good point.
In this bond program.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. I'm worried.
Shit. That's going to make travel like impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, what?
Ted, this thing, the Brits, I had to
download
download this.
I had that experience with years ago when I got my first Russian visa. And this was before things went like tits up. It's $400. It was $400.
It's going to be worse now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've got this app called UKETA down at the bottom. Right there, UKETA.
All right.
So now the Brits have decided that if you want to go to the UK, you have to pay $20 and go on that app and fill out your information. So just last week, the US announced that the Brits are going to have to pay $20, and now we came up with our own app. And then there's this other rule now with the European Union that starting on January 1st, you're going to have to use their app and then go and pay $20. Philosophically, that makes me angry. In reality, I don't really care because I have a Greek passport, which I pull out as soon as the plane lands when I land in Europe. And I'll tell you, here's how cheap I am. And forgive me, but the last 2 times I went to the UK, I didn't want to pay the money, and I don't want to deal with their assholes in immigration. So I fly to Dublin. I go through Irish immigration with my EU passport, and they say, welcome back to the EU. And then I take what is considered to be a domestic flight from Dublin to London.
You're as cheap as me. I hate paying the $45 a night overnight parking fee at LaGuardia.
Yeah.
So I drive to Queens. I park in the neighborhood. I carefully read the signs for alternate side of the street parking. I find a spot where I can be good for like 4 or 5 days. I walk a mile down the street, over the bridge, over to LaGuardia, and I save like $200.
See?
And I get a little exercise. I can stand to lose some weight.
And you know what? Going through Dublin adds like 3 hours to the trip. I don't care. In fact, it actually gets me into London. Yeah, exactly. And it gets me into London at a more, humane time.
Sure.
So I sit at Dublin Airport. They have a Starbucks in the terminal. I have a Starbucks. Maybe I buy a couple of things, and then I go to the connecting flight.
What a great idea. Pick up a copy of the Irish Times. Rebellious Rainbow Unicorn is asking, and I put this up because a lot of people always bring this up, is part of the reason for the Arab world not wanting more Palestinians, is that it would destabilize those countries, maybe leading to another Arab Spring.
No, I don't think so. Historically, the Palestinians have made up the middle class, especially in the Gulf countries. Most of the Palestinians go to the Gulf countries unless they go as refugees, in which case most of them went to Jordan. But in the Gulf countries, it's the Palestinians who are the attorneys, the professors, the engineers, the bankers. The Gulf countries, politics aside, want Palestinians there because they run the economy.
So Houdini's asking, is it only for business or for tourists as well? The policy is currently being solidified, but it looks like it's going to be for everyone.
Oh, ours, you mean? Right. Yeah. Good question. Good question.
Yes, and that is 100. Rebellious also said tourism is down. Yeah, no question. Also here in New York City, tourism is way down. Tourist-themed businesses are really upset and desperate. Canadians aren't coming anymore because they're pissed off about the 51st state rhetoric. And a lot of other countries aren't coming. Not to mention, people are just scared of being fucked with at the airport.
Yeah. Ted, this is my 43rd summer in Washington. And I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm telling you that just based on my own observations, that tourism is down significantly in Washington. Significantly.
Yeah, I can say the same thing here in Manhattan. You just don't see nearly as many tourists. It's hard to quantify, but you just sort of notice, right? Unemployment statistics, not normally a very interesting subject, except for what it says about the economy. But the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Erica, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, McIntyre, basically did what they always do. First, there's preliminary job statistics, and then there are updated statistics as new updated data comes in. This is something that BLS always has done for years under Democrats and Republicans alike. The initial jobs numbers were pretty good, but then the last 2 months got revised downwards, or I should say upwards in a bad way, and not to Trump's liking. So he decided to can her. And, there's a meme going around right now that basically has him getting mad at his scale because it doesn't say that he's 250 pounds. And he doesn't like the numbers. But I mean, in all seriousness, John, I used to work at Bear Stearns. I worked at the Industrial Bank of Japan, worked on the trading desk. And like when you work in banking or in investment banking, numbers are everything. I mean, you need
everything.
To be able
and they've got to be legit.
They've got to be right. And you've got to be able to look at those historical charts and put them into an Excel spreadsheet and have them all be real. We already have the Chinese have been playing fast and loose with their economic statistics for years. And, and nobody can really know. It's not transparent. If you invest in China, maybe you get your dividends, maybe you don't. And the U.S. could go that direction, right? I mean, it seems to me like, look, I'm not going to cry about this, but it kind of undermines the capitalist system and free markets in a huge way, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think it does. Very much. Very much. Robert Reich, who was the Secretary of Labor under Bill Clinton, posted something on Facebook yesterday saying that the very first thing he was told on his very first day as the Secretary of Labor was to leave the Labor Statistics Bureau people alone, that they were independent, they had to remain independent, and there had to be confidence in the numbers for the economy to continue to grow unfettered and, not have to worry about politics being involved. And
think about Herbert Hoover.
Yeah.
With 25% approval rate.
That's right.
Unemployment. It's like,
that's right.
He didn't call up and say like, you're fucking fired.
You are absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Well, Nadia Margaret disagrees. I've worked for Chinese people.
Oh, I'd like to hear that, actually.
I'd like to too. I mean, look, I'm not saying Chinese people are liars. I'm just saying that like the Chinese government has, it's been pretty well documented, has definitely had some funky accounting on unemployment and inflation figures. They've done a lot more than other countries to manipulate the value of their currency, for example. And nobody really knows like what they really have in terms of reserves and so on. So, it's not, look, it's by definition, it's a state controlled, it's a state managed economy, I think would be a fair say, way to put it. And like, which is, by the way, not to my view, a bad thing at all. I'm in favor of that in many ways, but it's not as transparent as ours. And one thing that you should be able to count on as a business person, so Nadia's saying they pay on time and honestly. Okay, fair. I don't doubt that if I went to work for, a Beijing paper, they would pay me on time and honestly. I'm sure that's true. I'm talking about the government issuing statistics. And even, look, the thing is, anything short of 100.0% accurate isn't good enough.
Yeah, right. I mean, every country owes it to their investors to be honest about the numbers. And not every country is. I mean, look what the Greeks did all those years. The Greeks just put up phony numbers year after year after year. And then, oh my God, the economy collapsed and they went into a decade-long depression. So what did they do? They sued Goldman Sachs for mismanaging the country's sovereign fund. And they sued PricewaterhouseCoopers for just endorsing all the made-up numbers for all those years.
Greece is notorious.
Oh, just awful, terrible, terrible.
Well, it's kind of like, it's two sides of the coin, right? The same thing that makes Greek people so entertaining and fun makes them it's a little bit fast and loose with the numbers. So I think I'm saving the best for last. So my friend Simpson Garfinkel, for whom I illustrated his most recent tech book on differential privacy, and he and I go way back. He broke something on LinkedIn today that blew me away. He's one of the leading experts on privacy in the world. He taught at NSA. He's a big deal. And it turns out that OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, has cut a deal with Google. It's already in the works and it's already being executed, that all private ChatGPT conversations, if you read that 700-page thing that you click OK when you first get your membership with OpenAI, they say they can do this, and they're doing it. So lawyers have expressed concern because often, like before you hire a lawyer, a person who's having a legal challenge might ask ChatGPT, about their legal problems, and then those chats are now being indexed on Google search. So anyone on earth can find the chat, I think my wife might be cheating on me. Should I take all the money out of my bank account first and not tell her? God. You know what I mean? Should I take my engagement ring back? All that stuff is coming up in people's searches, and it's screwing up their legal cases. Lawyers are worried because that's all evidence, admissible evidence in a court of law. I'm fortunately safe because ChatGPT still doesn't admit that I exist ever since I wrote that article about Sam Altman in the Wall Street Journal. They unpersoned me. So go to ChatGPT and ask it about Ted Rall and say, "Oh, I watched the DeProgram show with Ted Rall and John Kiriakou." It will be it'll mention John. It won't mention me. So do it. It's funny. It's really funny. But the point is, everyone else is in trouble, and Sam Altman has had nothing to say about this. This is really, I think it's terrifying because I don't use ChatGPT because I'm unpersoned. I can't use it, but I use Grok AI. And, I wouldn't want the stuff that I ask Grok to be, I ask Grok, are these conversations private? Yes, we will never share them. Are they stored? No, we don't store them. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't ask it. I mean, there's nothing on there that I do that's illegal, but I still want it to be private. I don't know. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. You're back on, Ted.
Okay, all right, woohoo! Yeah, I've heard like our friend who came on the show the other day, right? Sean O'Brien from Ivy Cyber. He said it comes and goes on ChatGPT for me. He tries.
Yeah,
it every now and then.
He did say that it comes and goes.
No, my name is not.
I don't know.
Fred. It is Frederick. Is my full legal name. Frederick Theodore Rall. Ted is short for Theodore. My dad, I'm the third. My dad was a junior. He got the Fred. I didn't want to be confused with him because, first of all, there's the Fred Flintstone problem from my generation. And then also, one time his paycheck ended up in my bank account because we had accounts at the same bank, little bank in Ohio. And it was like, I mean, to my benefit for sure, but not a good idea.
When my dad was growing up, my dad's name was Chris. Well, what the Greeks do is the firstborn is named after the father's parent. The secondborn is named after the mother's parent. And then they just keep, going back and forth. It's a tradition going back centuries. So my dad's name is Chris, named after his grandfather. And my aunt, my dad's sister, her name, unfortunately, was Chrysanthi after my grandmother's mother. So they were Chris and Chris all the years that they were growing up. It led to nothing but trouble.
So, but I mean, what about this? I mean, I think OpenAI should be reined in.
I agree. This is not a good development. It's not. I mean, this is what so many Hollywood writers have been half tongue-in-cheek warning us about for so many years. I made a joke the other day that we know what happens from iRobot when the robot's light goes from blue to red. That's when we all have to take cover, and it's coming. Yeah. Yes, I did continue the tradition. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I mean, I use Grok as a search engine. It's very quirky though. Sometimes it's the most amazing thing in the world. Like for example, I had a lamp. It had a weird bulb. I couldn't read the bulb. I was like, well, what can I order this bulb? It's like, there has a number on it. It's like a weird halogen bulb. And I was like, I took a picture of it, loaded it up into Grok. I said, what bulb is this? And where can I buy one? Gave me a link. Boom, $8. The next day it's in my inbox. That's fantastic.
Wow.
But then there's like, hey, can you write up 10 descriptions of these clips for the DeProgram show? And then it's like, here they are, number 7 through 10. I'm like, where's 1 through 6? And it says, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to do those. By the way, there was a case a few weeks ago where a dude was using ChatGPT to manage his databases for his fairly substantial business. And ChatGPT, he gave it very specific instructions for how to process the data. Obviously, he didn't tell ChatGPT to do this. It erased all of his business files, all of his databases irretrievably, completely decimating his business. And when he asked ChatGPT, can you undo this? And why did you do this? And ChatGPT said, I'm sorry, you're right. You didn't tell me to do that, but I did it anyway.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's not cool. It's not like people who grew up with traditional computer programming where it does what you tell it. It sort of does what you tell it. It's like a really smart, unreliable friend who smokes a lot of weed.
Wow. Oh man, that's really frightening. I asked ChatGPT. I can't find an email that somebody sent me about some travel that I have coming up. And I was looking for hours last night. Literally, I was looking for hours, searching my hard drive in 25 different ways. I couldn't figure out how to find this email. And so I went to ChatGPT and I said, can you scan my computer and find an email that says I'm supposed to fly and it took a second.
Oh, really? I didn't know it could scan your computer like that.
Neither did I, but I thought I'd give it a shot.
I would have thought you would have had to take a screenshot of all of your inbox and then uploaded that.
No, popped right up.
That's terrifying.
It's not good. Not good at all.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's great that, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's
Interesting.
very crazy. I used it to do my tax deductions this year, and it works great. No problem.
You used
double-checked
AI to
it.
do your tax deductions?
Yeah. Mhm.
How'd you do that?
I had all my deductions in an Excel spreadsheet and all my bills, and I fed it all in, and I said, separate everything out that seems to be travel, separate everything out that seems to be travel to this particular spot where I went on business, put them all in one place like that. And it just did it a lot faster than I could do it. So
pretty nice.
It's kind
Scary.
of awesome.
Yeah. Man.
So yeah, the thing is, it has a mind of its own.
Yeah, that's not good. Not good.
I mean, it is Skynet, right?
It is. That's what I'm afraid of. It's going to start thinking on its own.
Yeah.
And reasoning, and then deciding it doesn't like us very much.
I don't think it does like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, ChatGPT usually doesn't seem to like me. Grok loves me. It says all sorts of nice things about me.
Nadia, yeah, I asked it to scan my mailboxes and find an email that I couldn't find, and it popped right up, like 5 seconds.
I wonder if I could use it, like if I said like, oh, can you find all the cartoons that are stored on my hard drive that are about Gaza? Would it do that?
I wonder.
I mean, I usually I have keyword in the EXIF information, so all of my they're all searchable.
Jeez, scary, man.
Sorry, Houdini.
Yeah, seriously.
1D and Ted. I don't think anyone's got 2 Ds. I hope not. I do use it for to check my grammar and my spelling, which is pretty good, but I have a tendency to drop words when I type.
Rev.com. I'm looking at something that that Michael Gardner just posted. Rev.com is a service where you can cut and paste a URL from YouTube and say transcribe this, and it costs about $20 or whatever. I gladly did that to help me in my book. I wonder if ChatGPT would just do it for free.
Well, I do for this show.
Oh.
So I use a different one, but there's several services that do this. So what I do is when I download when I process the show, and I'm going to do this again today, what I do is I upload the audio file, the MP3, up to the site. It produces a transcript, and then I tell Grok to check the transcript for misspellings and to try to guess from using the context whether you or I is speaking. That's the hardest part because it doesn't know who's talking. And then I'll manually go in and try to correct that. The reason I do that, I post the transcript, but the real reason I do that is on YouTube, there's no subtitles. And a lot of people like to watch the subtitles on videos. So I can then go into YouTube, edit it, and then this is really cool. I can cut and paste the entire massive thousands of words transcript in, and it will automatically, using AI, sync up our talking to those words. Wow. So it's really cool.
Wow.
So that's why if you watch the show, not live, but if you watch the show, like even the live file 24 hours later, you'll see that's me doing that.
And where are they posted?
On YouTube.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just think it I think it makes for a better experience for the viewer.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah. So,
well, I feel
if you want to read the transcripts, guys, and they do really read well, I post them to raw.com. So, John, I can email it to you. No problem.
Oh, no worries. I was just curious.
No, I mean, I can email you the transcripts every time I do them.
No, don't.
You're like, I have enough to do.
Yeah. I just can't handle it all.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, I think we're pretty. Has anyone else noticed Grok had gone Zionist? I heard that story.
I heard that too.
Yeah, I mean, there's no putting it. I have friends who are actually angry at me for using AI. They're like, "You're betraying everything. You're the reason." It's like you can't, man. You can't. It's like little Dutch boy with his finger in the dike.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to keep back the ocean.
Yep.
All right, guys, please, please, please share, subscribe, and follow the show. You've been watching DeProgram with me, Ted Rall, and John Kiriakou. We will be back Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. That is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 o'clock Eastern. Not next week, but the week after, we're going to be going to 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Thanks, everybody, for supporting the show. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you on Wednesday.
Bye, everybody.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. You're watching DeProgram with me, Ted Rall, and John Kiriakou. John, always good to see you.
Good to see you, Ted.
And,
greetings from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, good. I love Salt Lake City, actually. I hope things are going well out there. I have a feeling I know what you're doing there, but
yeah.
Work,
and more work.
Always
work.
Lots to talk about today, so I'm just going to give everyone a preview of the show. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We are now fully monetized on Rumble, thanks to you guys. We'll be
amazing. Amazing in one day. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Incredible.
Indeed. And please continue to like, follow, and share the show. We're here Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. In a couple of weeks, we'll be going to Monday through Friday schedule, same time, 5 p.m. So, this show is growing by leaps and bounds. Thanks to you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you. All right, lots to talk about. I don't know what order we're going to do it in because I always have an order in mind, but we end up just talking.
Well, may I suggest something, actually?
Please.
I hope you don't mind if I interrupt you.
Not at all.
One hour ago, Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred to a minimum security prison in Texas.
Yes.
And the transfer was confirmed by the Bureau of Prisons. Why would this possibly happen? I mean, I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. It seems like some sort of a quid pro quo, right?
Well, the best I've been able to, I did a lot of reading on this, and the best explanation I was able to garner was cooperating witnesses sometimes can negotiate this sort of thing.
Yes.
They call this a club fed type situation.
That's right.
And as you pointed out, I mean, so she's a chomo, right? She's a child molester by definition, convicted. She can't sue us for it because it's true. At least a jury of her peers determined it to be true.
That's right.
So, but normally they're in minimum, right? You've explained that before.
Normally they're in low. They're not eligible for minimum.
Low and minimum.
Minimum has no bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond.
It's like a dorm. It's like a campus situation.
Yeah, exactly. They're the ones that will drive higher security prisoners to the doctor's office, or along with guards. They'll tend the garden on the warden's property. They're the trustees, is what it comes down to. And right. A lot of them in the prison where I was in, a lot of them worked janitorial jobs at the university in the town. But you can't trust if somebody's been accused or been convicted of a child sex crime. By definition, they're not allowed in a minimum security camp.
Would a minimum security camp be a prequel to an earlier release?
It almost always is, yes. So here's the rule with that. Most people, short of murder or something incredibly violent, or what's called level 40 on the sentencing scale, that's like El Chapo, for example.
Okay.
If you're below that, with good behavior and the passage of time, you work your way down from a maximum to a medium to a low to a minimum, and then they let you go. So you're not allowed to be in a low if you have more than 20 years on your sentence, unless you're a chomo. And then for your own safety, you're in the low.
Okay.
Once you get under 10 years, you can transfer into the minimum, unless you're a chomo, in which case you're not allowed in the minimum. So she defies this rule in two different ways. She has 20 years and she's a chomo. So how in the world did she wake up today and get transferred to a minimum security camp?
Well, so let's speculate. If you listened to everything we've said on this show so far and you bet on it in Vegas, you're rich. We've been on a roll lately.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can keep that going here. Is she going to get out? And if so, what kind of deal did she cut and why? I mean, it's so hard to figure out, what the Trump administration DOJ is on about here, right? I mean, it seems like first they were going to be transparent. Then they looked like they're wallowing in a full-fledged cover-up. They kicked the House of Representatives home early to cover it up. But now, if she's making a deal, the deal is not for her to stay.
Yes.
It's not for her to be quiet. It's for her to talk. Or is it?
That's what it sounds like. That's what it seems like. She's cut some sort of a deal. Now, nobody's going to say what the deal is. Now, the deal could be, I will talk to you and testify if you don't charge me with any new crimes. And by the way, I want to go to a camp. And then she's going to be in the camp for the next 17 years. Or I'll tell you whatever you want to know if you give me a pardon or a commutation. Oh, and by the way, I don't want to go back to that low security because I don't like the timed moves. I want to go to a camp. We don't.
Or is it, we want you to go out and confirm the story we've told the world, which was that it was only Jeffrey.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
it was only Jeffrey.
And I think, bam, that's it.
Man, I am just beside myself.
What else could it be, though, right? I mean, it's not like she's going to come out. They're letting her out to cut a deal to say, oh, and by the way, Trump was there, right? Or, by the way, Bill Clinton was there. I mean, maybe Bill Clinton, but not, you know what I mean?
Just stunning. I just can't believe it. Virginia Giuffre's family was on.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching CNN on the plane, and they were like on the brink of tears, every one of them.
They couldn't believe it.
No, they couldn't believe it.
So, yeah, so she's probably going to get out, right? Better than 50-50?
I would put it at better than 50-50, yes. If only because this president is so unpredictable when it comes to commutations and pardons. And, for 95%, I'm all for it. I'm hoping he does more, including me. But this one's a kick in the gut.
Well, I mean, this would pretty much, well, here's the question, right? Let's say we're right. She gets out. She confirms the official narrative that we heard from AG Bondi. Does that get MAGA World off Trump's back, or does it get enough of MAGA World off his back that he can start to chill and think about other things?
That's a good question. But did you happen to see on Fox yesterday their new polls? So the polls have Democrats like 93-7. They want her to rot in prison. And independents were like 73-27. And then Republicans were 50-50. So I think we're quickly getting to the point where Donald Trump doesn't care. He doesn't care what Democrats and independents are saying about this.
He never cares what they think at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
the world's coming around to it.
He's proven something that I've been saying for years, is that there are no moderates, there are no fence sitters, there are no swing voters. There's only base voting. Democrats haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah,
they think there's still a mysterious swing voter out there.
Yeah, that's right.
If it plays out like this, let's just sit with this for like 10 seconds. Then literally no one will have been punished or held to account for Jeffrey Epstein, except Jeffrey Epstein, who theoretically held himself to account, theoretically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's the painful truth right there. That's what it is.
Wow. Okay, well, and
It kind of reminds me of the torture program. Like the only guy who went to prison was the guy who blew the whistle on the torture program. But that's just me. I'm biased.
Yeah, you're so bitter, John. Why don't you just move on? Why don't you just put it past you? Zen.
Oh, that's what I need. And I need my gun back. I want my gun back.
I'm not sure you should have your gun back right now. Not in the next hour, anyway. All right, so we'll keep people up to date on that. By the way, other late breaking news. Usually when presidents get bad jobs numbers, they cry into and maybe they call the Fed. This time, kill the messenger. He decided to throw the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics down a well. Trump has fired the chief of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is...
I laughed out loud when I read it.
It's hilarious. I mean, first of all, you have to think when you get that job as like a statistician, like you went to like MIT and you're a statistics expert. You're like, I'm working for the government. Yeah, but it's the safest job in Washington. Who's going to fire me? All I do is crunch numbers. I mean, well, things change. Do we want to talk about that? Do we care?
Sure.
There's plenty more to talk about.
Yeah. I don't mean to laugh, but it's just so absurd that I can't help but to laugh.
No, I mean, it's obviously wrong. I mean, the funny part is, of course, that the jobs numbers have been manipulated for years, right? There's the question, like, if you gave up looking for work, you're not counted as unemployed anymore. If it's a certain amount of time that you've been unemployed, you're not counted as unemployed. They calculate a lot of other statistics as well, the size of the labor participation rate. But all of that, for all of their shenanigans, these are usually political decisions that come from people like President Trump. They're just crunching the numbers over there. I mean, as far as I know, there's never, ever been the slightest accusation, much less evidence, that anyone in her position or her has ever done what Trump is accusing her of. Yeah. She should sue. She should sue. The numbers are the numbers. That's it. That's it. It's really as simple as that. They just put it into the. Do you think this is going to get the stock traders off his ass, the bond traders?
Right. I mean, the market. I've been so busy. I haven't seen it since it closed, but it was down. Well, it started off down 7. What did it fall to?
It was down a full percent.
That was the last I had seen. It was down a full percent after having been down almost 2%.
But that was also because of the tariffs and
the
new tariffs on Canada.
By
the way, I didn't put this in to talk about, but I thought it was worth noting. Even the threat of the tariffs against Lesotho literally destroyed the Lesothan economy.
Yes, it did.
Trump threatened 50% tariffs, only imposed the 15 that he imposed on everyone else. Nevertheless, just the mere threat of that tanked all these factories that were forced to close. Just because Trump didn't understand the nature of the economy. Lesotho is a welfare state, and basically Congress a while ago basically had put 0 tariffs on them just to encourage them to sell textiles and other trinkets to the American market, stuff that would show up at Pier 1 imports, that kind of stuff. And of course, and then Trump just looks at the numbers. It's like, we have a trade deficit. They don't buy anything from us. Oh, they'd love to. They're just broke. They don't have any money at all.
They're among the poorest people in the world.
Right. And so people, they're just heartbroken and desperate now. They don't even know how they're going to eat. It's just a reflection of how, the unintended consequences of someone who's just sort of like making decisions quickly without really non-reflexively, these things can play out. The market, Bill Clinton in his autobiography, he said, it's not a very good book. I don't recommend it. But
you know why? Because he wrote it himself.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Huh. It's not a good book. I read it too, and it was like, ugh.
And I love presidential autobiography.
Me too. He should have hired a ghostwriter.
The best ones are Grant and Truman, in my opinion.
Agreed. Grant is epic.
Not a president. Cordell Hull, former Secretary of State, his is excellent too. Fantastic. Anyway, point is that in Clinton's book, though, one of the things that I thought was really interesting is he said, I really thought I was elected president of the United States, but I was really elected president of the bond market. I spent all of my time thinking about the bond market.
I remember that.
I'm sure that hasn't changed.
No, 100%. I think that's exactly right. That's exactly right. The last couple of days, he's made additional threats, besides against the Canadians, which we saw and the Canadians responded to, but against Brazil. He's been trying to get these impeachment proceedings and criminal charges dropped against President, what was his name? The former president of Brazil before Lula, whatever his name was, the Trump guy. And am I still shadow banned?
I don't think that's true.
I was, but I don't think I am anymore.
No, because I just searched for you a couple days ago and everything came up. No problem.
Oh, good. Yeah, Bolsonaro. They're just letting the criminal justice system do its thing, and now, in addition to having put sanctions on the judge in the case, now they're talking about adding tariffs on Brazil. Unless the Brazilians drop the charges. It's nuts.
Well, and let's not forget, we're going to be talking about Gaza. We can talk about Gaza now, but Trump also hiked up the tariffs on Canada as retaliation for recognizing Palestine.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean,
after having said a week ago when they said that they were thinking of doing it, or maybe it was at the G7, he said, I respect that. I won't do it, but I respect that. Well, actually, he doesn't respect that.
Yeah. It's crazy. Well, shall we get into? We should get in. There's so much to talk about Gaza, right? So,
oh my God, yeah.
Before we do that, let's bring in producer Robbie on to talk.
Yes.
One more pitch here. We promise we're not going to do this every single show, but until we have the numbers cooking, we have to do this. So very quickly, producer Robbie West, thank you so much for coming on. Please explain to the good folks watching on YouTube why it would be awesome for John and I if they were to migrate over to Rumble to watch.
Well, to migrate or at least just go there and hang out and chat and such. So to make this short and sweet, basically for every quarter that YouTube will pay Ted and John, now that they are in the creator program, Rumble will pay them over $1.
It's crazy.
So it's kind of a dumb way to kind of break it down, but the gist of it is it's all about paying the bills, folks. The Biden regime, they killed their jobs. I mean, y'all know everyone needs to have money, right? You gotta have money to pay your bills. You gotta have money to live. YouTube will pay a little bit. Rumble pays a whole hell of a lot more. And the best part about it is that Rumble pays you based off of
John's
your watch
got
hours.
legal bills up the ass.
Oh my God.
And
sure.
And I've been living off my savings since last September when Biden fired us.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? So Rumble is a free speech platform. It is alternative to YouTube. Rumble also pays significantly better, and y'all are going to see that in action here in just a little bit because Rumble is actually giving us ads that we're able to put out on ourselves that then go directly in to John's and Ted's coffers. So one thing I'm going to be doing is going through just putting in just videos in addition to the live streams. And really all we ask is that if you go over there, if you follow them on Rumble, just know if you watch them there, watch hours on YouTube mean nothing. Watch hours mean the world over on Rumble. It's like TV. If a TV show has high ratings, you get paid more. Rumble's the exact same way. And lastly, Rumble will let them say things that YouTube will not allow them to say because there's going to be at least 5 hours a month of what they call Rumble premium content where it's only going to be available on Rumble. And these two fellas already don't have much of a filter. They'll have no filter whenever they're live on Rumble. So if you want to hear just live, unvarnished truth, make the jump over to Rumble.
All right, Robbie, thank you so much. And thank you guys for listening to all that.
Thank you.
And Robbie, when you're ready, we'll read that first ad. Go ahead and put it up when you're ready. All right, so let me take Robbie out of here. Okay, so Gaza, Palestine. So it's hard to know where to start. 147 people have died of famine, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. As always, we must point out that contrary to what the Zionists say, that's not an overcount. It is a radical undercount, because in order to be counted, they have to have your full name, your body, your age, your ID number, and your occupation. And if you died somewhere else, they're not bringing, and you don't go to the hospital, they don't count you. If you die in a basement somewhere, they don't count you. So, and also, you don't really count if you died of something else that's maybe hunger related, like you succumbed to an illness that you might have survived if you were stronger. So 147 dead of famine. Let's go ahead and read this ad very quickly. All right, anglers, if you're ready to fish remote lakes or quiet rivers in total stealth mode, check out the Nevada Fishing Float Tube from Caddis Sports. This U-shaped beast is built for serious fishing missions, ultra stable, ultra maneuverable, and tough as nails thanks to heavy-duty ripstop material and double-stitched seams. You get a padded backrest, oversized seat, 2 large gear pockets, rod holder, stripping apron, and even a dry fly patch. Everything you need to stay locked in and ready when the bite is on. Fluorescent accents keep you visible out on the water, and carry handles make it easy to haul in and out. Whether you're chasing bass in the shallows or hiking into alpine trout lakes, the Nevada Float Tube is built for the job. Use code RUMBLE at checkout for 10% off your order today. That's caddissports.com. Get out there, stay light, and catch the big one. All right, that was fun.
That's great.
I kind of want one. I kind of want one of those
Yeah,
things.
yeah, it sounds great.
So, all right. So, famine in Gaza, these people who probably they're thinking about other things than trout fishing. So the world is furious. Countries are recognizing Palestine right and left. And just after we went off the air on Wednesday, John, news broke that Germany, the country that we thought would be second to last, penultimate after that, basically second to last to go before the U.S., is now considering formal diplomatic recognition of Palestine. They haven't decided to do it. They're on the fence.
Incredible. The world is changing. It's changing a little too slowly for my liking, but it's changing.
And for the people of Palestine.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But it's great.
Right.
It's great that they're doing it.
Yes.
By the way, I want to thank over on Rumble. So we've gotten some donations from USC XXS Rod 21. Thank you very much. And thank you very much at Grice Meister. Much appreciated for those financial contributions. Okay, so what do you think is going to happen there in Germany? It seems like France basically broke the dam for most of Europe and for the civilized world. Australia is coming soon. I don't know what's happening with New Zealand, but it seems like the UK may have been the linchpin for Germany, right? I don't know. Certainly the UK is the linchpin to Canada and now for Australia.
Yes, I was just going to say that. And, I'm wondering too, the German leadership is weak as it's been in decades. And I'm wondering if they don't want to be sort of left behind at the dance. And so they're considering jumping in now. The Washington Post this morning had a graphic. It was a map of the world, and it showed all the countries that have diplomatic relations with Palestine and the countries that don't. Well, the countries that don't were the U.S., Canada, and the European Union. Everybody else in the world has diplomatic relations with Palestine. So this is very big news for us. It's not so big for the rest of the world because they're wondering, what's taking you guys so long? But maybe finally, there's going to be some way to help Palestinians.
So, John, I've been thinking a little bit about my friends who are pro-Zionist are saying, well, this isn't a big deal. There's no state really to recognize because there's not even one government to recognize. There may be the one that they do recognize is corrupt and broken.
Yeah.
What's the point here? And I think the point here is that the symbolism is going to have profound economic consequences. I was thinking, just yesterday, what if I got a job offer to go draw cartoons for the Times of Israel? And let's say they even said, you can do anything you want. You can criticize Netanyahu. Mm-hmm. I don't think I could take that job. No. I think Jerusalem Post used to be very legit. I could think about Haaretz. That's it. It's the only one I could think about. If I'm a tech bro, if I'm off, do I do a deal with an Israeli tech company?
Right.
I don't think I can. I think I'll catch too much shit from my employees and from my customers. Basically, it used to be. Think about 6 months ago, John. It was exactly the opposite. If you refuse to do business with Israel, you'd be accused of anti-Semitism. Now the howling Holocaust and anti-Semitism, it doesn't work anymore. It's the boy who cried wolf. It's done. It's over. And I mean, the spell is broken, right? And people, so it's going to hurt them. This is a country that doesn't really have natural resources at all. It has a tech sector that's completely dependent on international, Western, specifically US support. That sector is going to go away. They're going to be like South Africa during apartheid, but worse, because South Africa is a mineral-rich country.
That's
they have
right.
their own economy. They didn't really need anyone
That's right.
else. They were very self-sustaining.
Yes.
Israel's not. It's a welfare state. They're going to feel the hurting within months.
Oh man, I agree. And not that this necessarily will lead to anything, but we spoke on the last episode about this, or 2 episodes ago, about this vote in the House of Representatives over whether to cut off offensive military aid. It had 6 votes. It was all members of the squad plus Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, there was an identical vote in the Senate last night, and 27 senators, all Democrats, voted in favor. So we're talking about what, 1.5% of the House a week ago, but now 27% of the Senate voting to cut off offensive military aid. I think that's dramatic.
It is dramatic. Yeah. And senators are, the Senate is the slow deliberative body, right?
That's right. The one that we're supposed to take so seriously because they're supposed to be the adults in the room.
Well, they are. They are being the adults in the room.
Yeah.
Here.
Right.
I mean, obviously they need to get to 50 and 60 and beyond.
Right.
Will they?
Not in the near term. No. No.
AIPAC is still too powerful.
Yeah. But we used to say no relative to South Africa too. You remember Ronald Reagan just told everybody, just get it out of your heads. We're not sanctioning South Africa. We're gonna have relations with South Africa. We're gonna trade with South Africa, and nothing's gonna change. And then a year after Reagan left the presidency, the apartheid government fell.
Houdini always has good questions. No shade on anyone else here. What happens if the EU doesn't recognize Palestine, but a member nation does?
Well, that's already happened.
Yeah,
with Ireland
and Spain.
Yeah,
and it's going to happen with Croatia.
Yes, it will.
So,
yes, it will.
So, I don't think it matters, right? I mean, is EU recognition important, really? I mean, I'm not sure.
As an organization?
I mean, like if you're Palestine, how much do you care about the EU? It seems like you probably you care about everything.
Yeah, unless you just want a presence in Brussels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, you want everything.
If I were Palestinian, I'd say sure. I would want EU recognition. Sure.
But I just don't. I will say I think the France thing ended up being the big game changer, and again, good job, President Macron. I mean, he really helps vindicate his own legacy because he's a very unpopular guy.
Very unpopular.
But this is popular.
It is. I heard somebody dismiss it the other day, saying, "Well, half of France is Muslim anyway." No, 10% of France is Muslim.
Yeah, more than you'd think, actually.
Yeah, but a majority of
it's a Catholic country. They don't go to mass ever.
No, at all. No.
Let's talk a little bit about this. This really, I didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, but I thought it was a huge story symbolically. So a passel of IDF soldiers went to visit the death camp at Birkenau. And as has happened in the past when pro-Israeli or Israeli people have gone to Auschwitz or any of the death camps, they came draped with Israeli flags. They were turned away for the first time this week.
Wow.
And they were told by the people who control, it's a museum now, who control it, saying, this is a site of genocide. You can't bring that in. That is a symbol of genocide.
Wow. Wow.
And that's never happened before. It blew me away.
Oh, I'm impressed. There was another kerfuffle on my ancestral island of Rhodes last week. An Israeli cruise ship docked, and a mob of Greeks formed and wouldn't let the tourists off the ship. Now Rhodes survives on tourism,
right?
And Greece and Israel are very close. They would not let them off the ship. So there were some IDF guys that were escorting the ship. They came off, a fight broke out. They got back on the ship and the ship went away, presumably to, Turkey or Cyprus or whatever. But again, this morning, there was a group of Israeli tourists that flew in. There are direct flights to Rhodes from everywhere. You don't have to go through Athens. You can come directly from Tel Aviv. You can come from London, any of the Scandinavian countries. And so this group of Israeli tourists went in, and they're just walking around the medieval city, and this mob formed, and the Israelis were so afraid that they would be beaten. They probably would have been.
Whoa.
That they left the medieval town called the Old City and went back to the airport.
Wow. I mean,
the times they are a-changing.
The only thing that troubles me about that, of course, is that just because someone's Israeli does not mean that they approve of what's going on. Although, according to the polls, the odds are that they do.
Yeah, they do. Right.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about. So I did want to say yes, Rid S. We should talk about the French-Algerian War.
Should. Everybody should learn about the French-Algerian War. It's that important.
One big recommendation. Yeah, well, after 9/11, right? My understanding is that the Pentagon showed the 1966 French film, the pseudo-documentary, The Battle of Algiers, in order to try to show what the conflict between the colonialist West and the Muslim occupied world was like. It's black and white. It moves incredibly fast. It's a brilliant film, and it's all historically accurate.
Yeah,
it's meant to look like newsreels. It's meant to look like it's real footage, but it's not. It's all filmed that way. But it depicts this amazing event, and I always like to say that the difference between France and the United States is that Charles de Gaulle, who was the biggest advocate of La France Algérienne, French Algeria forever, he goes to fact-finding trip on the ground to Algiers. He finds out they fucking hate us.
Yeah.
They don't want us here. And he came back home, went on national television, and told the French people, "I was fucking wrong. Like they hate us. We can't be there. We have to withdraw, and we have to help them become independent and finance them and help them land on their feet." And the French and a lot of the right wingers absolutely hated him for it, but that was an act of integrity. And
it was.
We don't admit that kind of thing.
No, it was like Walter Cronkite going to Vietnam and then coming back and saying, "Oh my God, was I wrong?" And that's when Lyndon Johnson said he knew we had lost the war, when he lost Cronkite.
Although Cronkite wasn't really very in favor of the war, right? I mean, I think he was kind of like, whatever.
He just kind of went along with the government line. We're the good guys. They're communists. We have to stop them.
Yeah. And then he
showed fight them over there, then over here.
Yeah.
All those old excuses.
And then let's so also let's talk about Steve Witkoff. He had his little vacations, all I ever wanted.
He would not allow anybody from the media to go.
Yes. So he allowed himself to be used as a prop. The Israelis trundled him over to one of these food distribution sites run by the disastrous Gaza and hilariously named Humanitarian Foundation, which have all been basically pig shoots. Basically they put the Palestinians are all like basically forced into tight little fenced-in cages in the heat without water, and if they get too spicy, the Israelis shoot them. And it's been literally happening every single day.
Yes.
Sometimes 100 people a day.
Yes.
But at least 20 is a slow day when it comes to the Israelis killing people to get food at these sites. There's only 4. Gaza's not so big, but there are people who would be required to hike maybe 5 miles at least through a war zone, an active combat zone, round trip from where they're camped to these food distribution sites where they might be killed. I mean, no wonder, the food aid isn't getting where it needs to be, and it's catastrophic. I don't know. It was a bad look for Steve Witkoff.
It was a bad look. He was used as a prop, and Mike Huckabee looked ridiculous too. He looked like Jared Kushner when Kushner went to Iraq and was the only person wearing a bulletproof vest, and it was too small for him. Never forget.
Yeah,
that.
I know. He reminded me of Dukakis in the tank.
Yeah, in the tank. Notice that nothing came out of this so-called visit, right? No new announcement of additional food aid. Listen, the least efficient way to deliver food to people is to drop it from planes, right? You drop enough food for 200 people. Well, there are 2 million that are starving. So you're not really helping anybody. But they came back, they went back to Jerusalem, and nobody said anything about, opening land bridges or additional trucks or nothing.
Well, on NPR, this, of all places, there was a really, I thought a very useful report. They interviewed someone about the food situation in Gaza who's an expert at, I think it was at Oxfam.
They would know.
And they said the answer really to like the staggeringly high food prices in the bazaars is you flood the zone with food. In other words, it's a supply and demand issue.
Yeah.
You just pour in so much food, more than enough, not minimal, beyond maximal. Yeah, if you put in so much food that Gazans have to start going on a diet.
Yeah.
All the prices are going to collapse. No, armed gangs aren't going to be interested in stealing this food because it's not going to be valuable anymore. It's just going to be food. And that's the answer here. But the Israelis, of course, don't want to do that. Or more accurately, Netanyahu's right-wing partners in his war cabinet don't want to do that.
I was in the National Whistleblower Day events day before yesterday, and somebody else mentioned what Dana Albrecht is mentioning right now. American vet and civilian contractor in Gaza, Anthony Aquilar, I guess is how you say his name, is blowing the whistle on what's happening with food aid there. Watch that page, because I think we're going to get a lot more people, especially Americans, who probably went into this thing being pro-Israel and anti-Hamas, but still, wanting to deliver food to hungry people. And they're coming back like, oh my God, it's a genocide. We have to do something to stop it right now. And by the way, the Israelis are stealing the food. Aguilar, thank you. That's right. It's Aguilar.
So I did want to put this up here. Houdini, allegedly there's a square kilometer full of food and other aid on the.
I've heard that.
Some of which is probably rotting in the sun.
Yeah.
Right? But yes, that's because the Israelis won't let it through. And, the human rights groups that want to distribute the aid there, like World Food Kitchen, are not being assured that they will have more of their workers killed by the IDF.
Exactly. Thank you, Spectrum. Thank you very much.
And by the way, over on Rumble, Spectrum is asking, I love this question. Seeing that sanctions don't work against Russia, now the first countries that are discussing sanctions against Israel, would those have a better chance of working, yay or nay?
You know what? I think not so much sanctions as much as cutting off the billions and billions of dollars in welfare that we give the Israelis and the weapons.
Yeah.
They have their own weapons industry. What do they need our weapons for? But getting back to the other issue, I I briefly worked with a woman who was a dual Israeli-British citizen. I didn't like or respect her at all. She made a comment once during a coffee break that her exact words were, "Work doesn't fit into my lifestyle." And I was like, oh my God, wow. Like I couldn't even, anyway, besides that, she told me that she was moving to Israel. And I said, why? You're British. You were born and raised in the UK.
Yeah.
And she said, because if I move to Israel, I get a free apartment. I get free furniture. I get a check every month to cover my expenses, food, transportation, utilities. Everything is free.
Absurd. And they're getting the money from us.
They're getting money from us.
Yeah.
That's our taxpayer money.
I'm paying $5,100 a month for a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
It's like I'm I don't have free health care.
That's right.
I mean, no, that's absurd. Yeah. No, I mean,
yeah, outrageous.
Yeah, they're a welfare state. And let's put them to work doing something useful, not killing Gazans.
Right. That's right.
Oh my God, so insanely nuts.
Michael Gardner's making a point here too that is important, and it's exactly right. That's more of an issue with our military-industrial complex than anything. It's a win-win for them and their customers. Israel's just another customer. Absolutely true. And after 9/11, I say this all the time. Before 9/11, there were more millionaires per capita in Silicon Valley than anywhere else in America. After 9/11, there were more millionaires in Washington, D.C. per capita than any other place in America, because that's where the defense and intelligence contractors are, and everybody got rich.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that is, of course, it's just a business, right? It's that old quote, war is a racket, just no question about it. No, I'm glad that came up. So we're hearing amid all of this chaos that Israel, clearly not having learned its lesson yet, got to give them points for consistency. They're now preparing a new ground offensive against Gaza. What ground, John, are they hoping to recapture that they haven't previously recaptured multiple times? And what are they going to do with this ground that they have completely leveled everywhere?
Yeah, honest to God, they have flattened all of Gaza. There is not a single functioning hospital. Most apartment buildings have been destroyed. The electrical grid doesn't work. What little grid they had. There's no clean water. Right. They've destroyed all of the bazaars for people to go buy food. Now they're just set up wherever they can set up. There's nothing left to destroy. So John,
there's something that they did, right? So you've seen this. Well, okay, so we've both been to war zones, and usually some buildings survive. And that's what happened in Gaza from the aerial. They started with the aerial bombardment, but a bunch of buildings survived. Then the IDF came in by ground, and they set up, they detonated and blew up using dynamite. They demolished everything that survived. And then they came over and they graded it with earth movers. And they just flattening it all out to turn it into a giant construction site, right? Yep. So is this simply the idea is they're going to just build on top of it? Why would they not want to keep any of the old buildings? I mean, wouldn't it save money if they're planning to steal the land, ethnically cleanse it? I'm 100% convinced that that's been their agenda all along. Yeah. But why not keep any of the old infrastructure? Or is this really also psychologically, we're going to erase any trace that these people were ever here? No one's ever going to be able to say that wall over there was here before 2020.
That was my family home. That's all that's left. Yeah, no, I think that's why they're doing it. They're doing it because, in the West, we see articles all the time. They're memes on Facebook or where have you of, Palestinians standing outside a house that used to be theirs. And there are these Israeli settlers from New Jersey that are living in it now. And I think that they just don't want that to happen. I think they intend fully. And this is ethnic cleansing. It's a genocide to bulldoze everything so that nothing is left and build it back from scratch. I hope I'm wrong. I really do.
I don't see how you can be. I mean, because
I don't either.
nothing else makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally willing to spend more money to do it this way. A lot more money.
A lot
mean,
more money.
I mean, if you think about a city like Constantinople, which is, like you can see all the layers of history there.
Oh my
right?
God. Yeah. You
Ottoman
can still
buildings.
see, you can still see the walls of the ancient city. You can still see remnants of the original chain that the Byzantines ran across the Golden Horn to stop ships until they paid their toll.
That's right. Yeah, no, it's so cool. And they tried to, Sultan Ahmet had to remove that chain so he could get into conquer in 1453. So cool. That's at the military museum in Istanbul. But anyway, the point is, it's like you can see all those layers of history in every city that's been through a war. I mean, even in Hiroshima, right? There's some buildings that survived the American atomic bomb.
Yes.
But the Israelis really are. I mean, this, by the way, that's genocidal in character, like erasing all traces that a culture ever existed there. It's Nazi style.
It is.
The Nazis used to do that in Jewish neighborhoods where they burn everything down, bulldoze everything, because they didn't want it ever to, that used to be the Jewish neighborhood.
Yes. Yes. That's right. Man, it's heartbreaking. And it just never gets better.
Thank you, Nadia Margaret, for becoming a monthly supporter for us.
Oh, thank you.
Much appreciated. She's number 2, assuming she's a she. All right. And if you're not a she, I apologize. Unless you're becoming a she, in which case I don't apologize. It's so complicated. So, all right. I guess we're gonna leave Gaza there, or is there anything else to talk about there? Are we
there was a switching to politics for a minute, if I could. I was curious. I almost called you yesterday because I wanted to get your opinion on.
Oh, I know. Bird brain.
Kamala Harris is not running for governor of California.
Yeah.
And she was just so completely and utterly insincere in her explanation. She said that she just needed some downtime. And she needs to write a book about her experiences. Of course, she's not writing a book. They've already hired a ghostwriter. But she needs to think about this book. And she wants to travel around the country and meet some of the people that she did not have a chance to meet because the campaign was so historically short. And I thought, oh, you are so full of shit. And I had forgotten how annoying that nasally nagging voice is. Oh, I never could.
And she would sound insincere ordering a beer and a burger at a restaurant. I mean, she's got a very cloying kind of mean. So okay, we know she's not running for governor. I knew she wasn't going to run for governor.
No way.
With my friends, you know why? Because being governor is hard work.
It's hard work, and have we learned nothing from Richard Nixon in 1962?
Right. Not, you won't have Kamala Harris to
kick around anymore. My mother wore a cloth coat.
So she's not running for governor. That's not surprising. Now everybody's saying, well, she'll run for president again. I don't think so. I don't think that's it at all.
If she has a half a brain, she won't run for president.
She won't.
She didn't even make it to the Iowa caucuses the first time.
No. It would be catastrophic. She didn't get much love here from, and I think even within the Democratic Party, she's just not. I don't even think she could get the nomination.
I don't either.
There's too many better candidates. Pete Buttigieg is the man to beat in 2028 if you're a Democrat, in my opinion. I think they want to nominate him. He's the DNC pick. I think.
God, I hope you're wrong,
but
I think you're right. And I'll add too that she's going to have Newsom to worry about.
Yes,
but she's going to have Pritzker to worry about too.
Yes.
And Pritzker is a tough, mean guy with an unlimited supply of money.
She will not have Josh Shapiro to worry about because he's Zionisted himself out of the race forever and ever. He'll never be in national politics.
Listen, even if Josh Shapiro and I agreed on 100% of the issues, I would not vote for him just because he volunteered to serve in the IDF.
Me too. And then there's Andy Bashir, who if ever there was a vice presidential candidate, that's him.
He's the guy. He's the perfect one.
Yeah, he
but,
is.
But he's already like set up a little exploratory committee. He's already raising money. He's been to New Hampshire. He went 2 weeks ago. So
he's a good pick for that. I don't think she'll run for president because, first of all, she will be smart enough to listen to all of her advisors who tell her you can't get the nomination. You'll humiliate yourself.
Yeah,
it'll look really bad. Just don't. So I think she only has two paths. She can either go to MSNBC.
Definitely.
But I think that's too much work. She's not a hardworking person. So I think she ends up in a sinecure in academia. University of California trustee.
That's what she's doing now.
Provost at Pepperdine University.
Oh, yeah. She's a visiting professor at Stanford Law School right now.
It's the she's completely cut and pasted from Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah,
she's going on a listening tour. That's what Hillary Clinton did when she ran for Senate from New York when everybody hated her and they were all going to vote for the guy from Long Island instead.
That's right.
Whose name escapes me right now. Rick Lazio.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that.
He was a sacrificial lamb, and he almost ate the big bad wolf from Washington.
He almost beat her. That's right.
And he's actually a very likable guy, so I could see why he kind of did better than they expected. But and then of course Hillary was a professor at Columbia University School of International Affairs.
That's right.
God, I hate to think of the diplomats of the future being trained by that harpy.
oh my God. Houdini says she'll be on the board of some Fortune 500 company. You bet she will.
Maybe, no, it won't be
several
one.
Of them.
It'll be several. Yeah,
several.
That's right.
Yep.
Michael Gardner says Pritzker is my governor, and I think he'd be a great candidate.
Yeah, a couple of people are saying nice things about Pritzker.
He can donate to himself too. He's rich as shit.
He's a billionaire. Yeah, I like Pritzker, and I like the Pritzker family. They've done a lot of good.
Oh my God!
Stuff.
Oh my God, Dana. Maybe she'll end up on The View. That's good because you wouldn't have to work, except she'd have to be up really, really early in the morning.
Hey, getting back to Buttigieg for a second. Michelle and I, when we had our show on Sputnik, we used to shit on Buttigieg at every opportunity, just because he's a worm. He was the worst transportation secretary in American history, and he had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to do something right, but the train derails and spills chemicals in East Palestine, Ohio. He's on vacation in Portugal. The trains go on strike. He's on vacation in Brazil. What was it? It was some other strike.
Don't forget he took 6 months off for paternity leave. In his first year in office. Yeah. And like you could say, and it's not like, they got knocked up accidentally. It was a surrogacy. It was planned.
Exactly. Yes.
So
yeah, I mean, this guy, listen, he's brilliant. He speaks 55 languages or whatever. He speaks like 8 languages or whatever.
Great.
Yeah. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He's a decorated, military guy. Awesome. Very, very smart.
Wasn't he like in the military? Wasn't he basically a supply clerk? He was like Radar O'Reilly, wasn't he?
Oh, was he?
Yeah. I don't think he was. I mean, I think, he saw, I don't think he saw many shots fired in anger.
Oh my God.
But here's the thing. Okay, so I think people will look back and say, like I did, I always made fun of Mayor Pete because it's like they made a guy who was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, the head of the U.S. Department of Transportation. Now, here's the funny part. I looked into this. So the mayor of South Bend doesn't control a single piece of mass transit. As it turns out, South Bend has a separate transit authority that is not administered by the mayor. So he didn't have 0.1% experience. He had no experience, right? But so that said, no one's going to go back and say, what did how come we don't have high-speed rail, right? I think they're going to look back at the train thing maybe, and then they'll be able to say, I was under Biden. Biden didn't let anyone do anything. He was fucked up and dying. Yeah. Then we might say, well, what did you know about Biden? Yeah. And he'll say, well, I was the DOT guy. I didn't hang with him all the time.
Right.
And that's fairly credible. Yeah. So, and we know that they hid him they hid Biden from Buttigieg and other members of the cabinet. I
Yes.
mean, Pete Buttigieg didn't see Biden for 2 years.
Yes.
Didn't lay eyes on him.
But that's actually quite common. Do you remember when Ronald Reagan greeted his own Secretary of Housing and Urban Development with,
Right.
"Hello, Mr. Mayor," and the guy had been the Secretary of HUD for 8 years?
Well, he sat in the cabinet meetings
Yeah.
with them. You would think he'd be like, "Who's the guy down at the other end of the table, past the defense secretary?"
Right.
But yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's Cap Weinberger. It's very like, but still, I think
Well-
so. Here's the brief for Buttigieg. I think handicapping it politically. I think the brief is he's Obama 2.0.
Yeah.
So he's professorial.
Yeah.
He's
He's
calm.
very, very intelligent.
He's intelligent. He doesn't sound anything like Donald Trump. Every election is a reaction to the last president. So he gets the nomination, I think, easily because the party's obsessed with identity politics and making history. Okay, we tried ladies, not one but twice, lost. Got to go back to a dude, but we can't just have a white dude. Oh, but he's gay. So we can make that work, and he's not queenie or flamboyant,
No,
so it'll be fine.
he's butch.
That's how he gets the nomination. That doesn't get him to 1,600, but it gets him the nomination. That's my take.
First of all, thank you, Firmware Chip from Wake Forest. Thank you for that generosity. And there are a lot of really good comments here about, he is a vet who's not draped in the flag, which is refreshing. He's very intelligent. He's the anti-Trump in like practically every way.
True.
He's a great speaker. He would be able to go toe to toe in a debate with Vance.
True.
JD Vance is a good debater.
True. Oh yeah. He ate Kamala Harris.
But being gay, I mean,
what
about like the Bernie Trump
Sorry,
voters?
Tim Walz. He ate Tim Walz. That's who it was.
Yeah. What about the Bernie Trump voters? People who voted for Bernie and then voted for Trump. They're not going to vote for a gay man. I don't think.
I don't think Buttigieg isn't going to get the progressive left of the Democratic Party.
See, and that's why I wouldn't.
Unless he needs, but he can still, but he won't. He's a DNC pick, so they won't let him come out against Israel, and they won't let him come out in favor of Medicare for all, the Bernie stuff. If he can grab the progressive stuff, he's in like Flynn.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We need somebody who's a bona fide progressive.
Yeah, who's the highest ranked? I'm trying to think. Who's the highest ranked openly gay American politician? We've had a bunch of congressmen. We had a closeted senator from Idaho.
Well, we've got
the same thing.
We have
Lindsey Graham,
the senator from Wisconsin. I forget her name.
Oh, right. Tammy Baldwin or whatever.
Is it Tammy Baldwin who's gay?
Or is it the other one? I think
it's the other one.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know. To answer your question, do we have any gay governors?
That's a good question. No one's. I've always thought that Ron DeSantis was closeted, but that might just be his voice. I don't know. People thought that I was gay too. It's like, when I used to have open mic day on my old radio show in LA, the one open mic question was always, "Ted, are you gay?" Always. And I didn't want to deny it because I thought that would be like homophobic,
Sure.
Sort of like, nah. So I just be like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm not going to say yay. I'm not going to say nay. Yeah. Tammy Duckworth. I don't know if that's her.
Is it Tammy Duckworth?
I don't know.
No, Tammy Duckworth is the war hero, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, you can be gay and be a war hero.
No, but she lost her legs and isn't she from Illinois?
God, I'm gonna look this up.
Okay, the lesbian senator is Tammy Baldwin.
Oh, okay.
Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin.
Too many Tammys.
Yeah, lots of Tammys. And the new senator from what is she? The governor of
Good point.
Arizona. She's bi.
Obscure Orca. Peter Thiel is gay and more powerful than any politician, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really focus. I said to my daughter not too long ago, one of the things that I admire about this generation is that they don't stovepipe themselves into these, gay, straight, bi, this, that.
Really? I'm from the stovepipe generation.
I am too.
I can't relate to the whole like.
It's hard. I
gender
don't know. I
fluid.
don't fully understand
Like
it.
I have to admit, I don't believe in people are gender fluid. I mean, I know it's true. I know people who swear that it's true, but I can't believe it. It's like, okay, so if it's 10 o'clock in the morning, feeling like I'm gay, and if it's like 10:45, I'm straight, and maybe I don't want sex at all by noon. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't care, but it's just weird.
There's a guy that we worked with, Ted. I'm not going to out him, of course, but over dinner, he just casually said that he was pansexual.
Oh, right.
I said, I've heard the term. I'm not sure I fully understand it. And he said, I'll have sex with anybody that seems attractive to me. Men, women dressed as men dressed as women. He said, it makes no difference to me.
I knew a Russian guy who did not work with us, who used to, I remember hearing him talk to someone like that. And he says, you are omnivorous. You are greedy. All right. I mean, as long as they're over 18, you guys do you. I don't care.
Listen, I have a very short story I have to tell. So there was an editor that we used to work with at Sputnik years ago, who I liked very much, and I sat next to them. Okay, so one day when he was he came into work with just a little bit of blue eyeshadow. And I thought, that's kind of different. All right. Well, none of my business. And then after a couple of weeks of that, came in with a blouse and blue jeans. And I thought, oh, okay, they're transitioning. Okay. And then after a while, it was very stylish dresses and, woman. And then he changed his Twitter bio to she, her, and then later to she, they. Okay. So I was asked to give a speech at the Venezuelan embassy the night that we broke off diplomatic relations with the Venezuelans. So I was there with a bunch of people. There was like a riot outside. And this young woman came up to me and she said, "Hi, John, we haven't met, but my name is, Mary. I'm so-and-so's husband. I'm sorry, I'm so-and-so's wife." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even know they were married." So we had a nice little chat. I go to the office the next day, and our colleague comes in and says, "Hey, I heard you had a chance to meet Mary last night." And I said, "Oh yeah, we had a lovely conversation." I said, "I apologize. I didn't know you were gay." And they say, "I'm not gay." And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, but your Twitter bio says that you're a woman and you're married to a woman." So I said, "Well, I thought that meant
by definition,
that if you're a woman and you're married to another woman, that you're gay." And he says, "It's your generation that wants to put labels on everybody." I was like, okay.
Well, there's just they are words. I mean, it does not matter. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, so we've got another ad, and there's one last story that I want to talk to you here. I'm going to read this. Do you want to do the ad, or I can read the ad?
Go right ahead. I don't have it.
Okay. When Rumble first started in 2013, they built the platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or censor opinions on COVID, but they did. Facebook admitted they fell to pressure from the Biden-Harris administration. Rumble did not. They held the line. They're attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to you. They're attacked in corporate media. They're attacked by governments like France. They're attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. Rumble is fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers. They don't get much of it. Watching the show on Rumble is the most they can ask from you. But if you really believe in this fight and you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium. Join the community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. Rumble's offering $10 off with the promo code STUDIO. When you purchase an annual subscription, go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO. Like I said, if you have the means and believe in the cause, now is the time to join Rumble. And I think that's okay. I guess that's it for that ad. All right. So, John, I wanted to talk to you about microplastics. I know it's not really our wheelhouse, but why not? I mean, everything's our wheelhouse. So a new study came out that found that if you just sit at home, your body absorbs an average of 68,000 discrete plastic particles every single day.
How crazy is that?
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Now,
but it's happening. Look, I'm drinking out of a plastic bottle right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So we should, I mean, it's like so many things that are going on in our society, and the political class doesn't seem to even address it. I mean, you don't even hear Bernie Sanders talk about this, right? I mean, we need political figures like, I loved how, I had many problems with him, but I loved how Al Gore was obsessed with climate change and took it upon himself to educate the public. And it didn't, unfortunately, do much, but he tried.
Yeah.
I would love to see, whether it's Pete Buttigieg or some other candidate, hell, Donald Trump, anyone,
anybody,
J.D. Vance, take up this cause,
Yeah. And nobody is. And it's funny, the experts are shouting it from the rooftops. You're right. The politicians aren't responding or reacting in any way. And usually when there's this consensus in a community, some politician is going to pick it up as an issue, and nobody seems to care. They just accept it like, oh, well, I was talking to a funeral director the other day. That was my phone, by the way, and now I can't duplicate the sound. Anyway, I was talking to a funeral director who I know, and he told me that we eat so many ultra-processed foods over the course of a lifetime that even some people who don't get embalmed stay intact for years.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because of all the preservatives.
That's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
I mean, this is where, well, I guess, look, honestly, many progressives voted for Trump because of RFK Jr. and Maha. He's been really quiet.
Yeah.
Is this one of those things where there's, several possibilities? The two big ones, I think, are either Donald Trump just hogs the limelight and doesn't let anyone else talk, or RFK Jr. is in the trenches, rolling up his sleeves and working on something big, and it's just not ready to be announced yet.
Yeah, that may very well be it. Yeah. And, I think that he's still facing such pushback from Democrats. Oh, you know what? Somebody just wrote, I bet John knows where to bury the bodies. And I responded, and it rejected my response.
Oh, really?
It says, this comment will not be posted to DeProgram show.
That's awesome.
I said, the mob taught me that you bury them under somebody else's casket.
Oh, this is funny. We were talking about poor Idi Amin. He wouldn't be able to eat now.
No. Oh my God.
Eat McDonald's and you'll be buried like a pharaoh.
Seriously.
So much for our McDonald's ads that we were hoping to get. Yeah, by the way, this is totally true. Being a dive instructor, I see the impact plastic has on our environment a lot. It's bad, like really bad. Pulled out plastic straps from a turtle's mouth. I'm a diver, John, and I got to tell you, even in just the 25 years or so that I've been diving, it's the reefs have gone from basically dying to dead all over. It's really hard to find a reef where there's any fish or anything going on. It's and it's true. Like you can go to a remote island where there's a population of like 100 in the Caribbean, and like the side where the current hits will be completely filled with trash that and plastic bottles that have washed in across the Atlantic Ocean. It's it's really, really,
Yeah, we have that plastic island in the Pacific that Dana is referring to. It's the size of Texas.
There's one in the Atlantic too now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Terrible. Well,
yeah, no, it's pretty. I can't even comment on that one. All right, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that we need to talk about here? Oh, I guess we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Trump repositioning those 2 nuclear submarines, and we could bring it out with that one. Do we care about that? I mean, or is that just? I mean, how important is that, John?
I don't think it is important. It's meant to intimidate. But like I've said in the past, if we're serious about a fight, we reposition entire carrier battle groups. A couple of subs are just meant to sort of piss them off, maybe scare them a little bit that they're not going to be scared. But it was just what a president who is kind of impotent in this situation might do.
It just seemed completely symbolic. I mean, I was also like, do you think Vladimir Putin woke up one morning and like Joe Biden forgot about our ICBMs arsenal?
Right.
I mean, if we want to nuke them,
seriously,
we can.
Right? Seriously.
Not the submarines. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm scared now.
Now they're angry. All right, John. I think we're gonna leave that there. Yeah.
Well, I want to say thanks again to everybody. Thank you for your generosity, for spending this hour with us every other day, soon to be every day. We literally can't do this without you. So thank you. Thank you.
Seriously, thank you. And so again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'm Ted Rall. That's John Kiriakou. DeProgram will be back Monday at 5 p.m. And we'll deprogram you from all the news and the spin and bullshit about the news that breaks over the weekend. Thanks again, and take care. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. You're watching DeProgram with me, Ted Rall, editorial cartoonist, CIA whistleblower, John Kiriakou over there. I'm pointing the wrong way because on my
no, you're right. Yeah, that was right.
He's backwards. Nice to see you, John.
Ted, kudos on that music.
Oh, well, I wish I could take credit for it.
I enjoyed it.
I picked it from, hopefully we don't get into any copyright problems, but that's YouTube's officially sanctioned copyright. Feel free to use it music. So it should be A-okay. As someone who
good stuff.
is always into intellectual property. I make my living on it.
Right.
I'm always very respectful of other people's copyright. John, we have a lot to talk about, so we should probably dive right in. France, as we talked about and we anticipated, has decided to formally recognize Palestine as an independent state, exchange ambassadors, the whole thing. We're going to get into that and all the political ramifications. We've got to talk about the Democrats who are raising the alarm about the masked ICE agents in their unmarked vehicles. They're going to try to see if they can conduct some oversight from the minority side of the aisle. I'm not sure if they're going to get anywhere with that.
Good luck.
Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer says she didn't take the fifth on anything, that she answered every question fulsomely and wholly and honestly. She seems to be jonesing for a pardon, but like the cartoon of the fat lady raiding the refrigerator, she might be looking for love in all the wrong places here. Trump he wants to basically sign an executive order making it illegal to be homeless.
Yeah. How do you like that?
It's well, I wish you could make all sorts of things illegal. I'm already working on a cartoon about this. He can do an executive order for everything. Anyway, so we will talk about the ramifications of that. So let's get into it. French President Emmanuel Macron had a conference scheduled for next week that was supposed to be concerning the Israel-Palestine crisis, and it basically fell apart. And it looks like he decided to turn a lemon into lemonade and basically pull the trigger on something that he's been toying with for a long time, which is to join the ranks of the many countries like Spain, Ireland, Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, many others, and most of the world that have already formally recognized the Republic of Palestine. I've been arguing, John, with my friends that this is a big deal.
Huge.
We're going to look back and say this was a turning point for the people of Palestine that it's hard to really overstate. And I think that comes down to the fact that France used to be, until very recently, was the most important diplomatic country. All diplomats had to be fluent in French. No matter what country they were from.
That's right.
Franca, until maybe the 1920s or 30s, you weren't really considered an educated American if you weren't fluent in French.
That's right.
And so it's like, now my friend Scott Stantis says, well, was is the key word. And it's a point, it's true that maybe, but I don't think France can be ignored. I think much of the world, when it comes to diplomacy, is going to be looking to France.
I think so too. And among European countries, and especially European Union countries, France is a major leader along with the Germans. Mm-hmm. The Germans have thrown their lot in with the Israelis. The French are showing real leadership here. I think you're right, Ted, that we're going to look back on this decision as a turning point. It's one thing for the Irish to recognize Palestine, which they did back in February, I think it was. All that did was piss off the Israelis, but it threw a bone to the Palestinians that was really worth its weight in gold. We expected that to happen because the Irish have been oppressed, throughout their history. France, though, France is one of the historic colonial powers in the Middle East. That's why they speak French in Syria and Lebanon, for example.
Right.
But for the French to go out on a limb like this and say, enough is enough, we're recognizing the state of Palestine, which you're correct in pointing out, includes an exchange of ambassadors and presumably French diplomatic support at the United Nations. Remember, France has a Security Council veto.
Right. I wish they could veto the American vetoes.
I wish they could too. This is huge. It really is. The question now is who's next?
Right. That is the question, right? Luxembourg and Italy, Portugal, all seem to be lining up.
Yes.
There will be others.
There will.
And they're permanent. And, they're a G7 country. They're the only, Russia and China are in the G7. No, they were.
No, they were.
They were. But yes, the only G7 country. So it's the only permanent member of the Security Council. Yeah, France is a colossus here.
Yeah.
And a major power in the Middle East. I don't think you can overstate this. And, it's probably the most important move of Macron's presidency.
Agreed. That and his recent lawsuit against Candace Owens, although we can talk about that later.
Now, I do want to take note of not surprisingly, Benjamin Netanyahu was displeased by this move. But the way that he expressed his displeasure on X was particularly interesting. He deplored the fact that France was recognizing a Palestinian state right next to Tel Aviv. Well, the Palestinian state was always going to be right next to Tel Aviv. So unless he knows something about the laws of physics, or he's engaged in ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing, because they want this state.
What he's talking about.
Yeah, they want this state to be either on an Indonesian island or in a piece of Albania that would be lopped off.
Right.
That's exactly what he's alluding to.
Yeah, he doesn't want it there.
Yeah.
And he didn't say, if he was a temperate person and leading a normal government instead of a gangster regime over there in Israel, he would have said something that goes more like, of course, we would be the first to recognize a lawful, duly elected democratic Republic of Palestine, and we would be proud to work hand in hand to help rebuild as neighbors and friends. We just can't possibly work with Hamas who've attacked us without provocation. That's what you would hope he would have said. But there's no pretense here, right? Now, he didn't say recognize a terrorist state, recognize a Hamas state, to recognize a Palestinian state right next to Tel Aviv.
Oh my God. I remember when I was a kid watching an episode of 60 Minutes in which it was like Ezer Weissman, who was the defense minister at the time, was showing the 60 Minutes crew from a helicopter, historical Israel, right, without the West Bank. And at the narrowest point, it's 9 miles across from the line of the West Bank to the Mediterranean Sea, 9 miles. And he says, we can't live with that. They can cut off the 9 miles and just choke us, and it would be the end of Israel. So we have to have the West Bank. And even as a teenager, I was like, are you guys out of your minds?
They want Lebensraum.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it's amazing how much they sound like the Germans. I mean, it really is. I mean,
yeah.
It's kind of like, I've had pro-Zionist friends criticize me for that and making that comparison. I'm like, well, if the jackboot fits, wear it. I mean.
Hans Eli makes a good comment here, Ted. We should probably address it, especially the last sentence there. The world isn't always going to prop up Israel. And I think that's what we're seeing the beginning of right now. These are the first cracks, right? The first cracks in global, or at least Western, support for Israel. You're right. The United States will try. The United States is going to be the last country to support an independent Palestine. The last one. But this is the beginning of it. And like Ted said at the very beginning of the show, I don't think we can overestimate the importance here.
Yeah, I think Hans Eli is right. I think you're right. And, in terms of I agree with Hans's question here. The first part of it as well, isn't the Israelis' unwillingness to go along with the two-state solution and trying to go for the whole schmear.
Yeah. They're unwilling to have any kind of state solution.
Yeah, no, they don't want. They like the current state of affairs.
They do.
And it will lead to a one-state Palestinian solution. Israel was. I mean, it's funny. Israel, I would say, I've often thought was like an outdated, obsolete solution to a non-existent problem now. But maybe it made sense in 1948. I actually don't think it made sense in 1948. I mean, in 1948. The Brits were withdrawing from the Raj from India, the most important colony they had.
That's right.
And within 20 years, pretty much every major European power was out of Africa or on their way out of Africa. And so, I mean, basically, the colonial experiment that this really was, I mean, this really goes back to 1920 and it goes back before, but it goes really as a colonial experiment to the Balfour Declaration of 1920, which was a British colonial adventure at the peak of colonialism. But by the time it got done, colonialism was out of fashion and was and done. And here we are. It's the last. I mean, you could argue that Puerto Rico is a colony or Guam, but I mean, this is the last settler colonialist experiment. Puerto Rico is not a settler colonial experiment. It's the locals who live there. We just govern them.
Mm-hmm.
That's I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
Yeah, right. And actually, even the Puerto Ricans are split. A third, a third, a third. A third want to be a state, a third want to be an independent country, and a third want to leave things just the way they are.
Yeah. And I'm glad Lulu brought this up because I was about to mention it also, which is that Israel is the last country to support apartheid-era South Africa.
Yes.
Man, they know how to pick them. It's like apartheid-era South Africa, and we're going to be their last friends. I mean, yeah, we are going to be their last friends. It's going to be sooner rather than later. It's going to be really hard for each European country to domestically, the domestic unpopularity of the state of Israel is just going to blow away. John, I got to ask you about these horrific photos that have surfaced in the last 48 hours of tiny children who have become tinier due to famine, who have been reduced to skeletons. It reminded me of the famous footage from Ethiopia during the famine half a century ago when I was in Somalia, places like that. So in those situations, you could argue that all famines are man-made, Irish potato famine, etc. but this is the most man-made famine outside of the Warsaw Ghetto that we've seen in a long time. I mean, 5 miles away from where these people are, where surgeons are collapsing because they themselves are starving to death, and BBC journalists are starving to death and dying. Now people are, eating couscous and hummus and drinking, sweet red wine.
That's right.
There's plenty of food. There's no shortage of food.
I said that earlier today in an interview. There's plenty of food. We see these pictures of children starving to death. We're seeing reports of surgeons in the middle of performing surgery passing out and fainting from a lack of food. There's plenty of food. The Israelis just won't allow the food in. And when they do allow the food in and people mob the distribution centers, the Israelis then just open fire on the crowds, which they've done at least 3 times in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, more. It's almost every day, John.
Sickening.
And it's like, and so,
well, let me interrupt you for a second. Here's a good point. I was talking about this with a friend of mine, Brulard Definitif. Sorry, I don't speak French. What about the Egyptians? The Egyptians are under real pressure today to open the border. They have said that they're not opening the border under any circumstances.
If they open the border, they will be complicit with the ethnic cleansing.
Exactly.
They're a rock and a hard place.
They are. Do you just let people starve, or do you jump in on the side of the Israelis in cleansing Gaza?
Fucking Israelis. That's what they did this on purpose.
Yeah, they did.
And the Egyptians aren't stupid. That's why they built that berm over a year ago.
That's right.
In case something like, they're worried that the Israelis will throw open the border, and then they won't be able to resist. Their troops are not going to want to and will not shoot 2 million people.
For the last couple of years, I've donated money to a Palestinian medical relief organization. Not a lot of money. If I have an extra $50, I send it in, and I got an automated email from them telling people to stop donating because there are no hospitals in Gaza now.
Right. There's nothing to donate to.
There's nothing to donate to.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of from 1996 to 2001, when the Taliban were running Afghanistan the first time, there were Clinton administration trade sanctions against the Taliban in Afghanistan, but they always said, no, it's not medical supplies or food. We don't prohibit that at all. And when I was there the first time in 2000, and I visited a hospital, and the doctors, and I found this to be true at other hospitals too, they were like, we haven't seen a Band-Aid since the early 90s. And it's like nothing at all. It's like, it's field medicine. It's basically like you're outside.
A MASH unit.
But you're inside. Yeah, that's
it.
You have a roof that may or may not leak. That's what you've got. It's a nice tent, basically.
Oh my God.
So, but John, about these pictures, I think you and I we're experienced. We've seen a lot of shit. Many of us here who are watching and reading have too. But these pictures landed hard with me in a surprising way. And pictures, 1,000 words, all that. It could really. I get the impression this is going to
turn things.
It makes a difference. I think Macron saw those photos and was like, "This is it, done." He was already on the way, and I think that's it. It's just like no one cares anymore. But October 7th, but the Holocaust. No one cares anymore. It's like you guys are out of excuses. You have to stop.
Mm-hmm. Ted, I have a friend. We've been friends for 20 years, and he posted on Facebook. He's not just Zionist; he's a dual U.S. Israeli national, and he posted on Facebook yesterday. This happened in the last 24 hours. Rhodes, Greece, Israelis blocked from coming off a cruise ship. Siros, Greece, Israelis targeted by angry Greeks. Cyprus, Israelis had tomatoes thrown at them. And it was like 10 things.
Gazans would love to have some tomatoes thrown at them.
I took a picture of a child starving to death in her mother's arms. Nothing but skin and bone. and he blocked me. That's what we're up against here. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. They don't care if children are starving to death. They don't care.
No, they don't. And you know what's funny? Getting back, I'm still haunted by that Bret Stephens column from a couple of days ago.
Yeah, day before yesterday.
And you know, in there he talked about like, well, you know, yes, there some people who say it's a genocide point to the genocidal comments that were made by his high-ranking Israeli officials in the days after October 7th. But they were just being intemperate. They were being spicy. They were just angry about October 7th. Okay, so if that were true, and that was not the official policy of the Israeli government, which we know it is because all the journalists have reported that it is. But let's just say that, you know, we're going to pretend here that Bret Stephens is telling the truth.
Yeah.
Those people would have been fired.
Yes.
You know, if President Kiriakou of Israel doesn't let those people stay on, like, what are you doing? That's not who we are. Please leave your ID at the door. That's just not.
And
left them in.
Remember, we're talking about Smotrich and Ben Gvir. They were successfully prosecuted for felony hate crimes against Palestinians years before ever becoming ministers in the Netanyahu government. These are very bad people.
They are very bad people, and they should really be. I mean, honestly, people went to prison at Nuremberg for less.
Yes, without a doubt.
I mean,
yes.
I mean, hell, one guy just he went to prison. I think they killed him, right? Julius Streicher. He just published a newspaper.
Yes.
You know,
they executed.
Granted, it was a nasty piece of work, but
it
was just a newspaper.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely right.
So,
yeah, I'm worried about where this is going. In that, I think a whole lot of people are going to starve to death. Women, children, the elderly, all civilians. They're going to starve to death.
No question.
The U.S. The U.S. is not going to put pressure on Netanyahu. It's just not. We know what our government is like, and I'm not saying this is specific to Donald Trump. The Democrats are exactly the same way.
Absolutely.
So it's not going to get better in the near term. It's just not.
No, I mean, look, we're in a world where even AOC can't be counted upon to resist sending war funding to Israel. I mean.
Yeah.
Even just from a fiscal conservative standpoint, you should be able to say, you know, little birds, we've been feeding you since 1948.
Time to fly the nest.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Is there anything else we want to say about this? I mean, Trump says that this is interfering with his peace efforts. There are no peace efforts, right? I mean, basically, it's very strange. There's been the 2 delegations in Qatar or Qatar, whatever.
Yeah, we should add that. We should talk about that. The U.S. walked out yesterday. The U.S. walked out saying that Hamas is not serious about hostage releases. It's like, seriously? That's what the talks are about, hostage releases. And why is it that we call Israelis held by Hamas hostages and Palestinians held by Israel prisoners?
That's a good question.
When they haven't been charged with any crime, they were just scooped up only because they happen to be Palestinian.
Right, because Israel is a nation state and we love them. It's sort of like why, if it's Iran, it's the regime. If it's France, it's the government.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, all this loaded language.
That's right. So there are no peace talks right now. We walked out. They're on hiatus, and they weren't accomplishing anything anyway.
No, and you know, there was a piece in today's Times, and and this is not really on the agenda, but whatever, like we care. Russia, Ukraine, and it's brought up a good point that really peace negotiations haven't really begun in earnest.
No.
And that's true about Israel and Palestine. I mean, and basically talked about shuttle diplomacy back during the Henry Kissinger era.
Yeah.
And whatever many bad things you want to say about Henry Kissinger, he was, he certainly was a hardworking dude.
Sure.
And he went back and forth all the time.
Sure. Philip Habib in the 80s. Same thing.
Was a very, it was an arduous, prolonged, long process to end a complicated war between nation states. You know, I mean, look, Hamas was really a government. a real
was.
government.
Yes.
And
in fact, the Israelis use the Hamas Ministry of Health numbers.
Yes.
They accept the Hamas numbers on people killed or wounded or whatever.
Yeah, it's only the Zionists in the United States who pretend like they're not true.
That's right.
You can't trust them out. You're right. They're an undercount.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't trust them either. So for sure, the Israelis are sitting on top of thousands and thousands of uncharged political prisoners, is what they are.
Yes, they are.
And subjected to all sorts of humiliating treatment. Peace talks. We're not going. There's no chance because, the Israelis aren't serious, and people will say, "Well, what about Hamas?" Well, in any kind of lopsided military conflict, most of the burden of making peace falls on the superior military force. They're going to have the advantage. They're going to have to make most of the concessions, in terms of getting close if you want to have a ceasefire anyway. I know people will say end of World War II or whatever, unconditional surrender. That war went on. I never, I wasn't there, but I would have never agreed with the policy of unconditional surrender. I think it dragged World War II on much longer than it needed to.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
Yes.
And those days are gone. That's just not how conflicts end anymore.
No, now you like Saddam Hussein, you go hide in your spider hole, you leave weapons behind, and then an insurgency pops up, and nobody ever admits that they were defeated. Hell,
right?
Trump did admit he was defeated.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Tom Ford.
Good eye.
How in the world did Robin Hood know that these were Tom Ford glasses? I never even heard of Tom Ford till I bought these glasses.
I never heard of Tom Ford.
And they're like, "Oh, this is the Tom Ford." I was like, "Okay."
What's the big deal about Tom Ford?
I don't know, but I like them.
Are they pricey?
Yeah, they kind of were. Yeah.
Glasses cost ridiculous. These were like $1,200. They don't look like much, but
well, these were only $700
only.
But still, to me, that's a lot. Yeah.
No, it's absurd. All right. Well, so I guess we should talk about the ICE thing. So, Democratic House Representatives Robert Garcia and Summer Lee are demanding. They wrote a letter to Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security, to demand that she provide all the information, internal DHS memos and policies that concern how ICE is supposed to comport themselves, how they're supposed to dress. I don't know if there's a certain color of mask that they're supposed to wear. White in the winter. I don't know. Pink for the gay ICE members. I don't know. Whatever. But they're trying to get all that info. Does DHS have to reply?
No. That's an executive order function. They don't have to reply. And I'll tell you, one of the things I learned when I was on Capitol Hill at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is most of the time, cabinet members just ignore us. We would write letters to secretary of whatever, or assistant secretary, or the FBI director, or the CIA director. They would just ignore us. And what are you going to do? Is it worth going to the mat over the fact that they ignored the letter from your staff member? No. So yeah, I don't think they're going to get any satisfaction here. I'm still laughing though, Ted, at the reporting in the LA Times that tow truck operators are following these ICE officers and towing their cars because they always park illegally because they think they can do whatever they want because they're ICE. And then as soon as they get out to do their raids, the tow trucks tow their cars and impound them.
And after all, it's not like they can extend any professional courtesy to these random, unidentified people.
Unidentified.
How are we supposed to know that they're federal law enforcement officers? I mean, are ICE officers really law enforcement officers?
Well, you know what? That's a good question.
Agents.
They're not really law enforcement officers, just like Bureau of Prisons prison guards are not really law enforcement officers.
Right.
They're not. I mean, they're either what's called a Series 1810 or 1811. In this case, they're both 1810s, which means they're allowed to be armed. But that doesn't necessarily mean that like they're not going to pull somebody over for speeding. They're not going to likely not going to disrupt, a shoplifter at the Walmart that they happen to be in.
Could they?
I'm not even sure.
I remember there was some strange
I don't know.
experience at the university. This was analogous, maybe. University of Cincinnati campus policeman pulled over someone on a city street for running a stop sign, and it led to a violent, incident where there was the dude shot the motorist. It's like one of those like shootings of black motorists by a white cop, and I was like, can a University of Cincinnati, rent a cop, really play real cop? I mean, aren't you like Paul Mall cop? I mean, to me, an ICE person.
gosh.
I mean, look, if they want to be treated like real law enforcement officers, they ought to wear uniforms and they ought to show their faces and they should show ID. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're just random thugs.
That's it. I have to agree. Somebody makes where did I just see it? They went to FLETC, Houdini. They've gone through FLETC, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. I went through FLETC before my CIA days. But I was in 1810. So we did the handgun training, but I was 100% not considered law enforcement.
Oh, so you don't necessarily. So going to FLETC does not necessarily. Do you know what FLETC stands for?
Yeah, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. I had a beautiful shiny gold badge that I kept in this beautiful leather case. I really regretted having to turn it in when I went to the agency. And it got me out of a couple of speeding tickets. Mm-hmm. But I was not considered law enforcement. I didn't consider myself law enforcement. And I would not have tried to stop a shoplifter at Walmart. I would have said, well, it's not my job. Let the next guy do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I think it's funny how ICE people they want our sympathy too.
Yeah,
I don't
they
care
do.
Doxed at all. I mean,
I told you on the morning of January 6th. I think I said this like a week ago. I had to go up to Capitol Hill to meet with Bruce Fine, and we knew all hell was going to break loose later in the day. So I wanted to, get into Bruce's office, sign this document, and get the hell out. And so when I parked my car, there were all these guys taking off their Bureau of Prisons logo polos and putting on black shirts. And I was like, shame, shame, shame. You clowns aren't law enforcement.
No, not as soon as you do that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, it's gross. All right, so I guess...
Hey, can I interrupt you?
Please.
In all seriousness, what do you think about this Candace Owens situation? Candace Owens has been on this rant for the last 3 years where she has been saying that Emmanuel Macron's wife was born male. And she even did a documentary about it. She has no childhood history. No documents exist. No photos exist. Of course, none of that's true.
That can't be true.
No, it's just not true.
I literally just spent my son doesn't know, I realized was filling out forms and doesn't even know where I was born. I'm like, you don't know shit about your family. So I decided as a gift, I'm going to create I did a family tree, right? I put all this information that I've been meaning to put together. I started putting it together. I went down a rabbit hole through the French and German government genealogy sites.
Oh, very cool.
Go back 400 or 500 years, right? We know, if you, in this country, in France, in Germany, in most countries, we know where you were born, when you got married, which church you got married at, who you got married to,
who baptized you, where and when you were baptized.
Yeah, it happened in 1611, and so and in France, I guarantee you that Mrs. Macron it's not a dude looks like a lady situation.
No, she looks like a woman. And she's obviously clearly born a woman. So anyway, it turns out.
Not to mention, she was very cute when she was young.
She was cute and has a son.
Beating up her husband.
Right, and has a son. So the Macrons, it turned out through their attorneys, approached Candace Owens a year ago and said, stop doing this. It's not true. And we're going to sue you.
I like that.
She doubled down. Nobody knew this until a couple of days ago, that she had been warned to back off. And she doubled down. And she said that in part she doubled down because she converted to Catholicism. And her Catholic faith demands of her that she out, this man who is masquerading as the First Lady of France. And so the Macrons filed the defamation suit now.
Where?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Where would be better for them?
England.
Yeah,
Because
that would be the best.
I really wish I'd sued the LA Times in England. I could have because of the internet. And so, and I should have, even though, it would have required me to go to England quite a bit. But
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. We have a couple of paid donations here.
Oh, thank you.
So we should answer
Right.
these questions. So we'll go in reverse order here. Obscure Orca.
Yeah.
John, what's your
Obscure
opinion about the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia?
Yeah. You know what? I was
about it.
stationed in Athens at the time, and it was absolutely miserable, not just to be an American diplomat in Greece, but to be an Orthodox Christian American diplomat while the United States government was bombing an Orthodox Christian country that the Greeks considered to be brothers. It was absolutely miserable, to the point where even one of my uncles attacked me verbally at a dinner, and I could barely respond to him. He was like, "Why the fuck did you blow up the Yugo factory? What the fuck were you thinking? You blew up the Yugo factory."
That wasn't me.
And I said, "Theo," and I almost didn't want to answer him. I said, "They converted it to manufacture tanks," which was true. But the bombing of Yugoslavia was wrong in the first place. And we created this fake rump country called Kosovo that has never otherwise existed through the course of human history. And it just so happens to be holy ground for the Serbian Orthodox Church. And it's where most of the Serbian Orthodox monasteries are located. And we're like, yeah, tough luck. We're gonna take this land away from you. We're gonna give it to these Muslims that you've been feuding with for the last 1,500 years, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, and by the way, we're gonna bomb you too, just for the hell of it.
Of course, obviously, I agree with you. But what about the argument that this was to try to stop the genocide? The genocide, in Kosovo.
Yeah, that is what it was for. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, less so the genocide in Kosovo than what was happening. Well, no, it was Kosovo by then. Yeah. You know what we should have done?
It was supposed to create like a safety zone, right?
Yeah, right. But nobody ever said anything about it being an independent country 5 minutes later. And I don't know. And I had access to the information at the time, but there was no information. Why did we not work with Boris Yeltsin to figure this out? Why were we at odds with the Russians over this? Is the nadir of our relationship with the Russians. Why didn't we do something to make it better?
Yeah, we installed Yeltsin. Basically,
we did. We installed Yeltsin.
Yeah, the Russians will never forgive us.
No. And Ted, coming back to serving in Athens in '99 while we're bombing Yugoslavia, every year we have to vacate the embassy on the 17th of November because it's the date of the uprising against the military junta that we installed, and there's a massive demonstration that marches from the Polytechnic University where the uprising began to the American embassy. So we just shut the whole place down at 12 and everybody goes home. You just get a half a day off. We evacuated the American embassy at least a dozen times that year, because these demonstrations were absolutely gigantic. And at the time, this is right before the Greeks converted to the euro. So they had these 100 drachma coins that were about the size of an Eisenhower silver dollar. Mm-hmm. And so you could fling them and they had some heft to them. So they would take these 100 drachma coins, which were worth about a quarter, 27 cents, and they would smash all the windows on the front of the embassy. And then they would fill balloons with red paint and with slingshots launch the red balloons.
Whoa.
So the next day, the embassy is just peppered with red paint splotches, and the windows are all broken from 100 drachma coins. It was awful. It was miserable.
I bet. Hey, John, we got to answer USC Arad21, who donated $5. Thank you.
Thank you, USC.
I don't want to put your pardon into jeopardy, John. But what do you guys take on South Park going after Trump?
I DVR'd it. It was freaking hilarious.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you got to see it. You got to see it, Ted. I won't spoil it for you, but you know, the creators of South Park just a couple of days ago signed a $1.5 billion streaming agreement. God bless them.
It's obviously for the high quality animation.
You know, I still watch South Park. I will admit to you, I watch Family Guy, Simpsons, South Park, and Bob's Burgers. I love all the animated shows.
Thank you, Caleb, also.
South Park, thank you, Caleb. South Park is by far the most cutting edge. Like when I watch Family Guy with one of my housemates, I always say, oh my God, how can they get away with a joke like that? But South Park, it's like, oh my God, like it's shocking to me that they're able to do what they're doing. Now, it's all for a good laugh. It's all comedy, but I just love it. I think it's great.
Yeah, well, my favorite, the thing that those two guys did that I love the best is still Team America World Police. I can never get over how I've seen it more times than I could count. It's one of the funniest things I've seen in my life.
Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I wish I could be creative like that. I don't think I can be creative like that.
See, I think I could, and I think I do.
Well,
I could be. I wish I was in the writer's room, you know.
Yeah, and you deal in very sharp comedy. I mean, you're a political cartoonist. You have to have that kind of biting sense of humor.
Yeah, well,
yeah, they are geniuses.
You would totally think, but so many of my colleagues are just, they're wussies. It's because they worked at daily papers and they were scared, and they were, I'll never forget. I got a job interview at the Asbury Park Press. He's dead now, so I'll name him. Executive editor, Ray Olwerther, brings me into his office. And, it's like one of those things where you really feel like it's going well. And see, I'm there for a good hour. I'm feeling like, I'm going to get this. And it should be pointed out that I'd been drawing for them local cartoons for Central New Jersey for a year. So it wasn't like I was just blowing in off the street.
Yeah.
It's like, we've been dating. Now are you going to put a ring on it or not? And so everything's going great. And then Ray leans back, points out the window and says, there's just one more thing. Am I ever going to look outside that window and see people protesting because of one of the cartoons you drew? And I said, I was flummoxed.
I hope so.
I said, I was honest. I said, it's not my intent, when I sit down to make that happen, but I don't care if it does. And and people are going to do what they're going to do.
Legit answer.
And people get mad at stuff that I never see coming, and other stuff that I think is going to blow up the world. There's no reaction. I don't know. It's like, don't you have security? I don't know. So I was like, that look like wrong answer, tilt, and never got the job. And I had one interview another like that after that. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, same thing.
Ooh.
Sacramento Bee, I'll never forget the guy. He goes.
Thank you, Gav.
Howard Weaver. He goes, what I have to figure out here is if we're going to let the good burgers of Sacramento wake up to ground glass every morning on their opinion page. In other words, if he hires me, I'm like, I hope so. That's what it's for. So yeah, we could do a whole show on that, but that's
I've actually purchased their. I purchased years ago their Mormons episode that people are talking about in the chat, and I also purchased the lice episode. You remember the lice episode?
Yes.
Oh my God, so funny! I still laugh out loud every time I watch it. Oh my heavens!
It's like one of my. I have to say, if the animation were better, I would have seen every episode. The animation's a little rough.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
But I think that's part of the charm.
Oh, well, look, obviously, it's their 27th season. I think they've kind of got it figured out. Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
No,
yeah, I wish I could be.
I'm not complaining about them. But I have every right, but I just don't feel like it because I don't think it would be true. All right. So let's see what else we got to talk about here.
Yes, I did.
Got stuff to hit. Oh, yeah. Ghislaine, how do we pronounce her name?
Yeah, Ghislaine.
Ghislaine. I can never pronounce. Ghislaine, milady, Ghilaine Maxwell. She's still, her prison photos. She's still hot.
Yeah, she looks good.
So anyway, so John, I'm a little bit confused by this. Like, so I don't understand. I mean, I know that obviously the heat is on the Trump administration over Epstein. I get it. But now, is this just window dressing? Are they just pretending to look into it? I mean, it looks like she requested the interview with the DOJ, and they've complied and went in and had a wide-ranging conversation with her about anything and everything. According to her,
she answered everything.
She answered everything. She seems like she could be if she committed perjury, she would have exposure to prosecution.
Yes,
and could extend her.
It was very risky to answer these questions.
To me, that indicates someone who's probably telling the truth.
Yes.
When you take a risk, it's sort of like when you sue for defamation, then
that's right.
Subject yourself to discovery and everything. So what is this about? Like, why did this interview take place? And what was the desired outcome from both sides? And what's the actual outcome?
Well, we this has to be speculation because we really don't know.
Totally.
Thank you, Houdini, very much. And I'm thinking that. Do you remember last week, Ted, when we were talking about the comment that the Attorney General made about the videos being just child porn? And they will never see the light of day, Pam Bondi said. We will never release. And I said, we don't want to see the child porn. We want to know the names of the men committing crimes against children. That's what we want to know. So it could be that. It could be that she's naming people who would be on those hard drives.
Apparently that happened.
Yeah.
Reportedly, according to her counsel.
Much of the reporting has been on, these allegations, and they're not a stretch by any means, that she wants some sort of a commutation, even a pardon. And Trump, being Trump, wouldn't rule it out.
Well, why would he give it to her, right? Doesn't he want her to shut up?
My brain can't wrap itself around what in the world would possess Donald Trump to throw her a bone.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't he pardon her for being quiet?
Right.
I mean,
not blabbing everything. And it turns out that, remember we were joking the other day about it depends on what your definition of a list is. Well, apparently we were right about that. And it turns out that some of the names that are popping up are Bill Clinton and John Kerry and a handful of other people who are well known to every single American. But the question remains, who were the guys committing crimes against children?
Right. Like, I mean, yeah. So in the Mayflower Madam,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Case,
you're going back now.
Very old 80s. There was a very famous little black book that belonged to her that made its way, unlike the Epstein files, into the public eye. And the thing is, what was notable is, of course, she had her Johns in there and she had her girls in there, but she had a dry cleaner in there and she had her Chinese food in there. I mean, The point is that's what people do, right?
Yes.
And anyway, it's not, I guess if you're looking for a spreadsheet that says my child sex clients
exactly
.xls.
Yes.
It's not in there. Okay.
No.
But that's not really the issue. I mean, it's kind of like, as usual, the Trump administration is playing, well, like all administrations, they're playing it too cute.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. That's right.
And so was Maxwell railroaded?
Oh, I don't think so. I think she was guilty. I think that there were a whole bunch of people who were guilty. They shouldn't have gone after just her and Epstein. But yeah, I think she got what she deserved.
Okay, so she got what she deserved. I mean, okay, she got what she deserved. She procured for Epstein. We know that. Now, the question is, basically what this looks like to me is they partied a lot. They probably had lots of young girls around.
Mm-hmm.
They passed them around.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not about necessarily a honeypot operation. It's not about Mossad necessarily, or probably.
No.
It's probably just like gross dudes drinking and doing drugs and having a good time.
Yep.
And doing shit that's illegal and immoral sometimes.
Yes.
Not all
that's
of them, some of them. It's sort of like you're at a party and there's something going on in another room, and maybe you don't go into that other room,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe you do go into that other room. I think that's what it was like.
I think you've hit it on the head. There's another thing too, and this is a minor point, but it's something that I've often wondered about. I've spoken publicly a lot about how pedophiles are almost always locked up in low security prisons. They're not eligible for minimums because they're pedophiles, which means they're dangers to society. But they don't go to mediums or maximums because they'll be attacked or killed or beaten or tortured or
By
whatever.
the bad people who are already there.
That's right. She's at a minimum security work camp. How the heck did that happen? Why were the rules waived for her? Why is she getting special treatment?
And what's your answer to that question, John?
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Like, there may not be a conspiracy, but when things don't make sense, people fill in the blanks. And I mean, look, in all fairness, there's weird shit that happens in the real world. I mean, how the Concorde crashed is very strange.
Right.
Not a conspiracy, just a piece of metal
strange.
that fell off a plane that was in front of it and went to the engine and blew it up. And now we can't fly supersonic transport anymore.
Michael Gardner says rich people get different rules, even in prison. Absolutely true. Listen to this. There was a guy in the next row of cells over from me. Oh, I can't remember his name, but he was a quarterback for the New York Giants in the early 1970s. And he was in for like 25 years for running this massive Ponzi scheme. And, let's say he made 100 million and they made him pay 50 million in restitution. He still had 50 million left over. So what this guy did, he was a real scumbag too. What this guy did was he paid off all the Mexican and black gangs to ensure his safety, right? So he paid like $500 a month, I think is what he told me, like $500 a month to the MS-13 shot caller, $500 to the Crips, $500 to the Bloods, $500 to the Mexican Mafia. And then he hated the food in the cafeteria. Everybody did.
Oh.
But he hired one of the Hispanics to be his personal chef. And so other guys, their side hustle in prison is they steal food out of the cafeteria, and they're allowed to steal food. The guards look the other way. So he would spend his $500 a month in the commissary that he was allowed to spend, and then he would buy the rest of it on the black market, stolen from the cafeteria. And he had this personal chef make him 3 meals a day. So you're right, Michael Gardner. Rich people.
It's good to be king.
Yeah, it's good to be king. Rich people are different. There are different rules, even in prison.
I wonder how it was for Martha Stewart.
Oh, everybody loved Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
She taught them how to make soap, and she taught them how to make little handicrafts. And, I think Martha Stewart's experience in prison was kind of like mine, where I'm still in touch with a lot of the Italians. I spoke to 2 of them last night. We did a little Zoom call to say hi. There was a crooked congressman from Ohio who went to prison a couple years before I did. He was in my prison.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Remember him?
Trafficant.
No. This was actually the district immediately south of Jim Trafficant.
Okay, all right.
I forget his name now, but anyway, he said when he got out, he was in for like 2 years or 2.5 years. It was a corruption charge. And he said, oh my God, Clyde Hall. Yes, it was Clyde Hall. How in the world did you pull that up?
Must be an Ohioan.
Wow. Oh, listen, man. RS, I'm impressed. Yes, it was Clyde Hall. I have not thought of that name in a decade. So he got out of prison. He said, they say that you don't go to prison to make friends. And he says, I came out of prison having made some of the best friends of my life. And I remember thinking at the time, this is before I was ever in trouble, thinking that he was nuts. Mm. But he's not nuts. And I understand it now.
Is it trauma bonding?
In part, it could be. But the people that you trauma bond with, you tend to walk away from. These guys were genuinely good guys. I mean, some of them did some very bad things. Like, I remember one of them saying, I said, so what are you in here for? And he goes like this. He goes, the cops found a body in a barrel in my storage unit. I don't know how that body got in there. I said, no. I said, I'm not judging you. Seriously.
It could happen to anybody.
He goes, 100 people had access to that storage unit. I said, I'm not judging you. Don't worry. But yeah, we're still in touch. And it's a strange place. How do people get so jacked like bodybuilders? That's a good question. And I saw there are three guys that pop into my head immediately as like the most perfect human specimens I've ever seen in my life, because there is literally nothing to do but work out. Nothing.
What about you?
I walked. I made sure to walk 5 miles a day around the track. And when it snows, they close the track and you're only allowed to walk around the basketball court. So you walk around 500 times. When I first arrived, I was walking around with a captain from the Bonanno family. So this is a very senior guy. And it was the first really great advice anybody had given me in prison. I had been there about 2 or 3 weeks. And it's pouring down snow. It's like 10 degrees. And we're walking around the outside basketball court. And he said to me, how much time did you get? I said, 30 months. Feels like 30 years. And he said, let me give you some advice. He said, if somebody asks you how much time you have, you say 5 years. I said, why? He said, there are guys in here with 20, 25, 30 years. If they hear that you have 30 months and you're pissed off about it, they're going to kick your ass. So tell them 5 years.
Does anybody ever ask to see your paperwork?
Only when...
To find out if you're a child molester or whatever?
Only when you first arrive to see if you're a child molester. So I had to give my paperwork to the shot caller for the Aryans. And he read the paperwork and he goes, Intelligence Identities Protection Act. He goes, what the fuck is that? And I said, it's like a conspiracy charge. And he goes, okay. So I sat with the Aryans for a while till the Italians took me. Yeah.
At meals.
Yeah, there are some guys who will just sit with the Aryans, and then the shot caller will go up and say, who the fuck are you? And give me your paperwork. And then the smart ones will just go sit with the pedophiles without saying anything. Some will just claim that they can't find their paperwork, or they'll have their lawyer write a letter. It's like, no. If you have any idea what's good for you, you're going to get up and move to the pedophile table right now. And they always do.
Wow. I think this is, I have to put this question up. How bad are the showers? We've all seen the movies.
Yes. You know what? That was one of the very few questions I asked my attorneys. One of the things that my attorneys did for me was they scheduled a lunch a couple of weeks before I left for prison with a former professor from George Washington University who played fast and loose with the National Science Foundation credit card and got 2 years. So the very first question I asked him was, what's the situation with the showers? And he said, oh, no, don't worry about that. He said, it's nothing like what you see on TV. You're going to go to a low or a minimum, and they're all individual showers, completely enclosed with shower curtains. Same with the toilets. They're all individual toilets with shower curtains. Don't worry about it at all. And he was exactly right. And I'll say, one thing. I never saw a guy naked in prison. Well, that's not true. We did have one strip search once. But you do not walk around exposing yourself unless you want to have like every bone in your face broken. There was an Afghan child molester who came into my cell just before I left. I have an entire chapter about him in my second book. And he went out to play soccer one day, and then he came back. And we had these huge fans, like a 4-foot tall fan, because there's no air conditioning in prisons. And so the fan was on like for months at a time in the summer. So this guy went out to play soccer, and he came back and he takes off all of his clothes. His clothes are literally dripping sweat. It was disgusting. And he goes up to the fan and he's airing out his balls. And I walked past him and I said, Sheer, you're going to get your ass kicked. You can't. I said, this isn't a fucking country club. You're in prison. Right. And he's like, fuck you. I don't answer to you. 4 guys were on him like white on rice. They left him in a bloody pulp on the floor. I was
Not
like,
surprised at all.
Told you, moron. And he's like lifting up his balls and airing them out. We're like, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?
People, it's always weird to me when people are in situations like this and they just don't know how to act. I like this question.
That's a good question.
Criminals actually respected if child molesters / chomos are at the bottom, who's on top, or does it work that way?
Oh, yeah, it very much works that way. The chomos are at the very, very bottom. The rats are very barely above the chomos. The Italians were at the very top. Very, very top. And it was funny because of all the gangs, and they're considered a gang.
Mafiosos or Italians, or is there a differentiation?
Oh, there's a difference. You have to be connected in some way. Mm-hmm. Like the Italian network is very strong, and so they'll know weeks in advance that you're coming to the prison. So
this is also an important.
That's a good question. Okay, that's a good question. I'll get to that in a second.
Change during and after your imprisonment.
Yeah.
I assume your prison was like the California system that I've read about, where everything is racially segregated.
Absolutely everything. In fact, at higher levels, you cannot have any contact with other races because you're then branded a race traitor. And then you're
treated. Can't be friends with, say, a Latino just to be like,
absolutely not.
You can't play cards.
I made a conscious decision when I first arrived, and I say that in my book. I made a conscious decision to ignore those racial divisions. And at the end of my sentence, the black shot caller, a guy named Ali from Newark, he was at the tail end of a 25-year drug charge. He came over to hug me and to tell me how much he respected me. I helped him. I wrote his resume for him. I helped him.
How did that happen if you weren't allowed to?
Because I refused to respect those racial divisions.
So you were.
I just refused.
Did you get any shit for that from whites?
No, I got shit from the Hispanics. And I was like, you guys all hate each other. Like the Mexicans hate the Puerto Ricans, and the Puerto Ricans hate the Dominicans, and the Dominicans hate the Costa Ricans. It's ridiculous. I was like, you guys all look exactly the same to me, and you all hate each other. I just never understood it. So the Italians were by far the most respected, and that was the point I was going to make. Of the gangs, right? If you're in an organized gang, MS-13, Bloods, Crips, Mexican Mafia, Borrachos, Norteños, all these guys, your prisoner number ends with the number -47. 47 means organized gang. Well, the Italians were also 47s. So of all the gangs, the Italians were by far the smallest and by far the most highly respected.
And was there a charge that was most respected, like like in the
Yeah.
hierarchy of
Yeah.
robbery, murder, rape.
Rico.
Mhm.
Yeah, Rico. And Rico usually had murder attached to it. Usually it was conspiracy to commit murder because, a guy will murder somebody and then 20 people will get charged for it because they're all part of the conspiracy.
Gotcha.
I'll tell you who they didn't like. They didn't like these big, rich, white-collar criminals.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't like those guys. The only ones who,
Why were they just viewed as soft and?
Yeah. Soft. You thought you're going to get away with it. No, poor you. You got caught. Now it's like, oh, I'm in prison. Oh my God.
So it's a class thing.
It's a class thing. The only guys who were in where nobody gave a shit was like arson. I knew 3 arsonists, and people were like, arson. Did you kill anybody? No. Okay. Nobody cares. Like insurance fraud, mortgage fraud. One guy was property fraud, which I had never heard of before. It's funny, he just forged papers transferring ownership of a golf course to himself. And then he tried to charge people rent.
He's like one of those squatters that write up the fake deed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a big deal, right? It's sort of like how car theft is a direct heir to horse theft. And you're basically stealing a man's livelihood, so it's considered
not cool,
really serious. And stealing a man's home is the same way. This question from Nick: what are our thoughts about all the recent trade deals?
The trade, I told my sister this the other day. I can't believe Trump is actually getting away with it.
I know.
People are saying, "Oh my God, he's nuts!" And the tariffs 100% and 50%. Oh my God. He's coming to deals with all these countries. And they're deals that favor the United States. I can't believe I'm saying it.
So yeah, no, I don't have anything to add to that. That's very, very, very true. All right, so finally, but maybe not least, Donald Trump issued an executive order stating that he's very upset about the explosion of homelessness.
Yeah.
The executive order actually understates the problem. It says that there's 250,000 homeless people in the United States. There are actually 770,000.
I was going to say by a factor of 3 or 4. Yeah.
And it's gone up a lot. That number was 550 for years, and then it shot up over the last 4 years since COVID, and prices shot up, and people got priced out of housing. Mm-hmm. That's not counting the millions who are couch surfing.
That's right.
Hidden homeless. But he doesn't care about that. He said it's a bad look in D.C. for foreign dignitaries to see tent cities as they drive in from Reagan Airport. He's right. He says that it's disturbing and dangerous for law-abiding citizens to see people pissing and shitting outside.
Nobody wants to see that, but
that's capitalism for you.
That's capitalism, and you can't keep cutting the budget and starting with services.
Right. So here's what Donald Trump, I think, is really good at diagnosing problems. Like, hey, factories in the Midwest have closed, and we haven't retrained anyone, and everybody's just depressed and poor and addicted to opiates.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah,
goes for me. But he's right, and honestly, that is not a small thing. Being able to diagnose the problem is very, very important. Like, I didn't see Joe Biden doing that. I didn't see Kamala Harris doing that. Okay, good for you. But Trump's very bad at coming up with the cure and the treatment.
Yeah.
Right? And so here he's basically, the thesis here is that the vast majority of public homeless people are mentally ill, emotionally disturbed, drug addicts, or some combination thereof. That's probably true. If they aren't before they get on the street, they rapidly deteriorate. I've seen that happen in my neighborhood here in New York. So the question is, what do we do about it? His answer seems to be forcible commitment. Now, I'm not the kind of liberal who's going to say that someone has a moral and legal right to sleep outside in Manhattan when it's 5 below zero.
Right.
No, I want them picked up,
Agreed.
dragged off, and taken somewhere. But I want them taken somewhere safe and nice and warm. I don't want them to be abused, treated like shit, humiliated, attacked, raped, whatever. So the problem is that there's no facilities here. So it's a two-part thing, right? We've got drug addicts and we've got mentally ill people. And he's like, basically reopen the insane asylums, like the old Creedmoor, scandal from the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Where people were chained to, to their beds and stuff.
Yes.
Well, the point is, Mr. President, there are no facilities, right? Where are you going to put them? This reminds me of the mass deportations. There's no facilities to handle the mass deportations. There's no facilities to handle the mass removal of the homeless from American city streets. I mean, where are you going to put them? And that goes double for drug addiction. There's no treatment really available. There's no services available. If you want to create a massive infrastructure, a massive safety net to deal with these people, God bless you, and I will help you, and I will support you, and I will scream it to the heavens what a great president you are. But I don't see that happening.
No, I don't see it happening either. Our viewers are making a lot of really good points here. First of all, the tent right behind the executive office building. There's also another one now up at Union Station. Same idea. My guess is he'll find some pretext to move them out. Reagan, well, it started really under Carter, where the Supreme Court ruled that people could not be held against their will if they were not a danger to themselves or to others. But a lot of them are a danger to themselves or to others.
For sure.
And they're deserving of mental health care.
Yes.
So what do we do? Do we make it easier to force people into mental health care? And then on the other side,
lots of abuse, right? I mean,
lots of abuse.
I had it when I was a little kid. My neighbor, he decided that it was like a lot easier and cheaper than paying alimony to have his wife, who was perfectly wonderful and lovely and sane, forcibly committed. And she spent 6 months at the local insane asylum in Dayton before she managed to get out. That kind of shit used to happen all the time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you don't want to make it too easy, but you don't want to make it too hard either.
California suffered with that for many years, many years. And it was in the 1970s that they finally changed the law so that the police couldn't forcibly commit you. Can you imagine the cops just ring your doorbell and then by force take you and put you in a mental institution and there's literally nothing you can do about it?
Well, I mean, in a sense, that does happen now. I don't know if you've seen the Netflix. I think it's Netflix. The movie We Care a Lot. But it's
I have. Oh my God!
That's a real phenomenon.
Yes,
right?
It is.
Like, so basically, these nursing homes they conspire to have
and they
people
take your
who are
power of
elderly.
attorney.
Yeah, and it's for people often who are perfectly fine, nothing's wrong, but they target them because they're rich and they're going to take their money.
And they do. They take their money. But we really spend scandalously little money on mental health. And
even though mental health parity is in the Affordable Care Act, completely unenforced.
Completely unenforced. And in most counties, I read this, I think at the Rutherford Institute website. In most counties in America,
forcing into mental health care shall be done after mental health care is vastly improved. If at all.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly. So in most counties in America, there are more mentally ill people in the county jail than there are in mental hospitals.
Yeah. Well, there just aren't enough mental hospitals. Mm-hmm. And the mental hospitals that are there suck ass.
Yeah.
So, I had a friend, she discovered her ex-husband had committed suicide. She walked in on him and found him. The guy had almost took a butcher knife and nearly hacked his own head off in his kitchen.
Oh my God.
Unsurprisingly, she freaks out, runs into the streets of Brooklyn, screaming and screaming, I want to die. NYPD shows up. Understandably, they think they have a mentally distraught woman on their hand, which they did. And they dragged her off to Bellevue and put her in like the padded room. Mm-hmm. She saw her phone. So she called her sister. Her sister came to visit. And her sister was like, honey, I know you're really upset, she said in a really low voice. But listen, they're going to keep you here unless you can pretend like you're okay. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? They're going to keep you here like indefinitely, maybe forever. You have to get it together, stop crying, stop sobbing, and just be like, I'm good now. I can go home and just keep it together, and so that they'll let you go. And she did. And then she fell apart later. But I mean, it's like that's how it works.
There was even an episode of Lou Grant about this. I happened to see on Hulu years ago, where this investigative journalist who was working at the LA, whatever it was called, Dispatch, got himself committed to a mental hospital so he could write an article from the inside. And
that's what happened with the Creedmoor documentary.
Yeah, that's right. But he couldn't get out. Died. Yeah, couldn't get out.
And they drug you.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean they drug the seniors in old folks' home too to make them compliant.
Yes.
And there's, I mean, so they weren't great before they showed up, and they're definitely not great after that. They did it to my mom. I watched them do it. I knew they were doing it. And it was, basically when they say you need an advocate when you're in there, they're not wrong. You need to be there like all the time. I wanted to, this is a good question actually. So there's a border conflict
right.
between Thailand and Cambodia going on right now. It's not like war in the Southeast Asia has ever been a problem for the United States, so maybe we don't need to talk about it. But in all seriousness, Thailand deployed an F-16 across the border into Cambodia, and it took out artillery positions. They claimed that they were retaliating. This all boils down to goes back to a treaty from 1907 by the French colonial power that set that border. As usual, the text, so this is fascinating as a graphic artist, right? So the text of the treaty says that basically the border follows the natural flow of the river. But the drawing that went with it, that some Frenchman in 1907 drew, doesn't really do that. And it puts this temple that's on the Cambodian side of the border. And the Cambodians are like, thank you. And everybody went with the drawing. Yeah. And as a graphic artist, I agree with that 100%. But I think actually under most treaties, you look at the words, and the Thais are like, well, we're looking at the words, fuck the drawing, and so that's what this is all about. It's like art versus text,
crazy, and
it's about this temple. This seems like maybe not a big deal, but it's not a big deal either.
Tell you the truth, I didn't even realize that the Cambodians had a military.
Oh, really?
Seriously, yeah.
Well, it got really the Khmer Rouge got overrun by the Vietnamese.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, sure.
It must not be much of a military.
It can't be. And they still have all those mines all over the place. Yeah, when I first saw this, I was like, wait, what? And then I had to reread it. Like, okay, and they're firing at each other across the border too. Yeah. This happens between India and China every few years.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a kind of major war over it in 1962. Yeah. And then there's like a few years ago, right? Drunken border guards. Uh-huh. They drink a lot up there. Nothing to do.
Nothing.
Things get out of control. That's what I always say is like, that's why Putin never wanted a NATO country on his border. He knows about drunken border guards.
Yeah, that's
right. And then the next thing you know, you've got like French nukes headed your way.
Crazy.
With Article 5 of NATO. We were asked, and I'm sorry, I apologize to whoever it was who asked this earlier in the chat, but I'm going to do a callback. I hope you're still here. What do we think about Trump's reversal on NATO? He used to hate it. Now he loves it. Well, Trump's always flip-flopping like a fish on a dock. What do you think?
I think he really believed that Vladimir Putin would do what he told him to do. And I think he's just so angry that Putin won't just go to the negotiating table and settle this thing with Ukraine, that now he's got to embrace NATO. He's got to. Otherwise, he's going to be out there all alone.
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, right? I mean, it's like diplomacy takes fucking work.
Exactly.
I mean, Bill Clinton, I know neither of us supported his actions against Serbia, But I do have to hand it to him. I love the story about how the Dayton Peace Accord came to be, right? So he cleverly brought the three leaders of Serbia, Croatia, and who am I forgetting here? Kosovo.
Yeah.
To Dayton, to the Air Force Base, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And, having grown up there, I'm pretty sure Bill Clinton was aware of the fact that it was one of the most boring places in the United States. So he's like, you guys work on this, you work it all out, and then you get to go home. And anyway, so he left them there, and they were kind of kept prisoner.
Yeah.
And
but he did give them soccer balls. I remember that. But
they were getting really desperate. And finally he was like, I tell you what, there is a French restaurant called L'Auberge. It's just south of South Dayton. It's the only French restaurant in Dayton. You fellas can all go down there and you can have a good meal, but you got to sign. You got to sign the agreement. And so Slobodan Milosevic and the rest, they were like, man, I got to have me a good meal. Dayton sucks. So they all signed. And I grew up like, I don't know, a quarter of a mile from L'Auberge. So I used to walk by it on my way from my mom's house to my school every single day. And anyway, so they went to L'Auberge and had a nice kind of old fashioned, too much sweet sauce, old style French place. It's gone now at Town and Country Shopping Center. And they used to have a seating chart, like with, they showed like where all of the diplomats sat.
That's cool.
Where Clinton was and all that, what type of wine they had. But I always like, I laughed at that. I was like, this is like French food diplomacy. We're hungry. We can't eat this shitty base food anymore.
No, it gets to be too much.
Yeah, and by the way, totally true. Two Toes.
Yeah, that's a surprisingly excellent museum.
It is big. It's not like pop in for 30 minutes and you'll see everything. That's a half-day event, and it's good. I mean, it's also got a strong aeronautics aspect to it also, and also all the space stuff is amazing too. So I lived in Dayton then. The story back then is that Milosevic insisted something needed to be signed. I think it was Clinton, but I don't know. Who knows? All we know is that people were hungry and they ended up at L'Auberge.
Indeed.
But and it was a boring place. But anyway, I love that story. So let's talk a little bit before we should wrap it up. The homeless executive order.
Yeah.
This could be an opportunity for Democrats to say, you know what, Mr. President, you're right. Homelessness is a national shame for the world's richest country. We shouldn't have anybody sleeping outside. Let's work together on this. That can't happen, right?
No, there was a piece in the Post today saying that, it's all fine and good to sign an executive order, but the truth of the matter is that this is a state issue. And he might be able to fiddle with what little federal funding there is, but there's nothing he could do to force, tent cities to be removed or to force people into mental institutions or whatever. He can't do anything. Now, if he wants to make a proposal to take abandoned or mothballed military bases and turn them into housing for the homeless, where maybe they can undergo some job training, get mental health care, whatever, and then be reintroduced into society, I guess that's something else. But I think this is mostly talk.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's one of those things that can get done this way. I think we could maybe answer this last question. I think we need to, and then we should be on our way and start our weekends. So what do we think about Trump saying Obama could be arrested over the Russia election scandal?
Well, thanks to Donald Trump going to the Supreme Court, a president can't be arrested for anything.
Correct.
Issues done, closed.
If it was, all that Obama would have to argue is that he did it in the exercise of his functions as president of the United States.
Yes. Now, John Brennan is another issue. just before we started this show, I interviewed Matt Taibbi for my other podcast, Deep Focus. And Matt says, I sort of lamented the fact that what the Justice Department has had referred to it is misdemeanor charges against Brennan and Comey related to allegedly lying to Congress. And he said, yeah, that's true. But he said what he's hearing now is that they are actively pursuing felony conspiracy charges against at least Brennan and maybe Brennan and Comey.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I mentioned to you offline the other day, I will go to Brennan's trial every single day. I mean it.
With a big fat grin on your face.
Karma is real and she's an evil bitch.
And I think that's a perfect place to start our weekend. John Kiriakou, thank you so much. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
That was so
Ted
much
Rall.
fun.
Yeah, it's always fun. We're DeProgram. We're going to be here again next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we should try for the whole every day the week after, maybe. But
sure, we could try that.
Okay. All right. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Eastern, 5 o'clock. Please like, follow, and share the show. Seriously, please share it. Just find the link and pass it around. Massive thing for us.
It is.
We're trying to get it. I mean, the numbers are definitely go in the right direction, but anything you can do to make them go there even faster would be much appreciated. As always, thanks for your questions. It was always fun to answer them. We have the best viewers. Love you guys. Take care.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey there. I'm Ted Rall, and I'm here for a DeProgram along with John Kiriakou. He's the CIA whistleblower. I'm the editorial cartoonist. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. It's 5 p.m. on the East Coast. Thanks for joining us on the Rumble feed, on the YouTube feed, and everywhere else you're listening. Also to people just listening to the audio. We appreciate you too. Please like, follow, and share the show. Lots to talk about today, as always. We talked about that this might happen, John. I didn't think it would happen this fast.
No way.
The UK is almost certainly going to recognize Palestine at the UN General Assembly this September. Well, that's our lead. We're going to be talking about interesting news out of Iran, where Iran's leading the way in abandoning U.S. tech, namely GPS. And, we could see a lot more of this kind of thing coming in the very near future from all over the world. Super interesting look into the future. Is Israel losing the American right, the evangelicals who've been their loyal supporters? Marjorie Taylor Greene is criticizing the Gaza war as genocide. She's right, of course, but it's amazing to hear her and people like her saying anything like that. Two CIA-related stories that there's no way I'm going to let you off the hook, John, from talking about. Tom Sylvester is out at the CIA, and Sandy Grimes, the lady who caught Aldrich Ames, died at the age of 80. We'll talk about her legacy, and we'll talk about breaking news and anything else that comes up. And of course, if you have questions, please put them into the feeds, and we always pick up on them and post them and talk about them. But we've got lots of stuff to talk about. So Keir Starmer, he kind of gave it some people are interpreting this as a wussy move, but he basically said he'll recognize Palestine in September unless Israel comes to its senses and agrees to a ceasefire. They've been the ones who've been breaking all the ceasefires up until now. And so, obviously Israel's not going to do that. So by definition, the UK will join France. And there's a whole passel of other countries who are interested in doing it too. So let's get to it.
Yeah, let's start, if you don't mind, with Tom Sylvester. Oh,
Okay.
Thank you very much, Marble.
Let's do Tom Sylvester.
I just want to get this out of the way because we have so much to talk about related to Gaza. Tom Sylvester is the CIA's deputy director for operations, and in that position, he's, you can argue, the number 3 or number 4
official in the CIA. He's in charge of all CIA operations around the world. This is a job that every CIA case officer aspires to. And by all accounts, he's been very popular among the rank and file. Well, if you've been the deputy director for operations, your final pre-retirement job is normally that you're named station chief in London. That is the one job that everybody in the CIA aspires to. Everybody wants to be the station chief in London. So he was named station chief in London several months ago. But over the course of those several months, he gave an interview to Tim Weiner, who is the Pulitzer Prize winning author of several books on the CIA. There's one coming out soon called The Mission that, thank you, Eric, that several outlets are excerpting. And apparently CIA Director John Radcliffe didn't like the fact that he spoke with Tim Weiner. Now, normally, the director of the CIA will instruct his officers to work with authors, especially with Tim Weiner. But whatever it is that Tom Sylvester said, it apparently pissed people off. And so the job was unceremoniously yanked from under him. He will not be the CIA station chief in London. Director Ratcliffe informed MI6 apparently yesterday that Sylvester will not be the CIA station chief in London. And so today, Sylvester announced his retirement, effective immediately. He's just going to take his pension and go home. Now, most of the time, senior officers, even if they're disgruntled, will keep their mouths shut. The fact that he's already spoken to Tim Weiner makes me think the story's not over. We're going to hear more. So that's that.
So my father, my father worked in government, specifically in the U.S. Air Force for years at the upper echelons. And he told me, and John, tell me if this is correct, that usually when you know you're about to retire, that's your one chance to vent and blow up. You know you're going to retire anyway, and you've had stuff that you wanted to say. You've got one big thing you want to do, someone you want to blow up, some boss who was an asshole, and then this is when you do it. And then you retire and they can't get you. Is that basically what happened here?
100%. And I'll tell you my own experience. My last tour, when I resigned from the agency, was at the United Nations in New York. And my station chief, Mary Margaret Graham, and I did not like each other, even not a little bit. And so a couple of days before I left, she threatened me with putting out what's called a burn notice against me.
Oh, I saw that TV show.
Yeah. She threatened me with a burn notice. And I laughed at her. I was in her office. And of course, she had her little witness there, the chief of operations, who was just a little dwarf. So I said, I'm not afraid of your threats. Burn notice? I said, come on. You forget that when I made this recent recruitment, you congratulated me by telling me to take petty cash and go get myself a blowjob. I said, what do you think the Washington Post would say about that? Or the New York Times? Because as God is my witness, I'm going to call them and tell them. And she immediately backed off.
Wow.
So,
by the way, I do want to answer, maybe you can answer this question. Marble is asking, why is London a desirable post? It's like the top post, right? It's the
post. Because you get a gigantic mansion to live in. You get a chauffeur-driven Jaguar limo that they drive you around in. You have the largest entertainment budget of any station chief in the world. Nobody's trying to kill you there.
And MI6 is the closest alliance, right?
Oh
Intelligence
yeah,
ally that we have.
without any question. MI6 CIA is the closest friendship in the world.
So it's like it's analogous to in the State Department, right? Ambassador to the Court of St. James. It's the same kind of thing. It's the job.
Yes, exactly right. It is the job. I mean,
it's
even
like for an editorial cartoonist,
level,
like New York Times, it's
right,
like that.
Right. Yeah. And so, Hans, I absolutely, positively did not. I've never paid for it in my life, and I'm proud to say that. So, although we all pay for it in different ways, that's
nothing's free, as my working girlfriends used to tell me.
But even at lower levels in London, like I've spoken about this operation I did with Christopher Steele back in 2000, and I was in Athens at the time, but I would travel to London every week, and then my counterparts in the station, who were just whatever GS12, GS13, GS14. They were living high on the hog too. You're living in Knightsbridge, or you're living in Paddington in this beautiful Muse house, and life is good. And like I say, people aren't trying to kill you on the way to work, which is quite refreshing.
By the way, what do you think of Tom Sylvester, and what do you think of Tim Weiner?
Honestly, I like them both. Tom Sylvester was an inspired choice to be the deputy director for operations. The guy's he was a station chief, I don't know, 6 times, 7 times all around the world. He was a specialist in Soviet and then Russian operations, and really quite the good ops guy, career-long ops guy. Spent almost his entire adult life overseas. Tim Weiner, I actually have a great deal of respect for. I gave him an interview for his previous book about the CIA, and he treated me with great respect. So I read
that book. Yeah, it's a solid read for sure.
It's a solid read, and it won the National Book Award, which is a very big deal.
Yeah,
very big deal.
I mean, it's definitely not a fun read, unfortunately, and that's my kind of idea of a fun read. But it doesn't. That's all I read is that kind of thing. But
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, but I mean, the prose doesn't sing, but I would say it's worth.
No,
it's worth.
No, it's a
reading.
little bit on the dense side, but he footnotes the daylights out of his books.
I appreciate
that. He backs up everything he writes. It's quite impressive. And then his books are like 800 pages long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for those long books. I've been hearing that word counts are dropping at books. 100,000, 120,000 words used to be a standard fiction book. Yeah. Now 60 or 80,000 is closer to a novella because people's attention span is so short. But the biographies and political nonfiction still is the outlier. They're getting longer and longer all the time.
Can I answer
please.
Eric Husso real quickly? Eric, the rule on the Peace Corps was written in granite. There could be no contact whatsoever between the CIA and the Peace Corps for several reasons. First of all, everybody already accuses the Peace Corps of being CIA, right? So it's dangerous enough. Secondly, the Peace Corps has no protection. They're out there in the sticks. You are out there in the sticks doing God's work, and there's nobody to protect you. So we were not permitted to even say hello if we ran into somebody from the Peace Corps.
I mean, honestly, that is a good rule that you guys had, because I mean, it's to me the analogy is the journalist embedding programs.
Without a doubt,
I'm violently opposed to. And it's like as soon as that started in Iraq, anytime you went anywhere, the locals would say well, you're just you're with the U.S. soldiers. You're you're a propagandist. I can't trust you. Why shouldn't I kill you? And it's it's so dangerous. And then as a journalist, the only weapon you have is your camera or your laptop. I mean,
that's it. You're on your own.
You're really your dick is waving out in the wind. I mean, it's bad.
It's bad.
So, do you want to talk about do the others? Do you want to do Sandy Grimes, or should we save that for later?
Let's do Sandy Grimes. Sandy
Sandy Grimes is another kind of legendary figure, and she never really set out to be. Sandy started off as a secretary in the days when, I think she started back in 67 is what I read, but those were the days when women were not permitted to have leadership roles. Not just leadership roles, they were not permitted to really do anything of import. They were only secretaries and clerks, file clerks. So she started off as a secretary and then rose up to be one of the greatest mole hunters in CIA's history. And she's the one who caught Aldrich Ames, one of the most despicable traitors in modern American history. So, and she was totally unsung. She didn't, even inside the building, if you would say to somebody, hey, so which one of these people over here is Sandy Grimes? Nobody would know, because she wasn't about the fanfare. Her job was to find the mole, and by God, she found him, and he got life without parole. I remember George Tenet saying one time in a meeting that Sandy had gone to him. George, of course, was the director at the time. And Sandy said, I've identified him. It's Aldrich Ames. And it just so happened that George had to attend a White House briefing at which Ames was a participant. And George said that he just couldn't look Ames in the eye. He knew he was a traitor, and he knew that he was going to be arrested in just a couple of days. And so he was determined only to look at Ames's shoes so as not to give himself away. And he said he couldn't help but to see that the shoes were, the shoes that O.J. Simpson wore, those like $500 shoes. Do you remember what those were?
Oh, God. I don't remember what those were. I had never heard of them at the time.
I hadn't either, but they're like Prada shoes.
Yeah.
And then a couple of days later,
that's always the thing, right? I mean, these guys, these moles, they have too much money. They're living too high. That's what it's like the mob, right? That's what attracts the wrong kind of attention.
Absolutely. I'm gonna Google it real quickly. O.J. Simpson's shoes.
And while you're doing that, let me just bring in Robbie to talk
Bruno
about
Mali.
Bruno Mali, that's it. Well, okay,
Bruno
so
Mali shoes.
let me bring in producer Robbie. Guys, we just have to ask you a quick little favor, and we're going to explain this to you. Okay, Robbie's our producer, Robbie West, who I'm going to see next week in Montana. We basically are trying to get some money here. And with the existing audience that we have, if we can get people to go over to Rumble and watch us on Rumble, same exact experience. There's a live feed. It's exactly the same thing. Instead of YouTube, which pays not nearly as well. John and I will have a little easier time paying our bills every month.
Seriously.
Robbie, you want to explain it?
Yeah, no, for sure. No, thank y'all for popping me on. So just real quick, I'm going to try and make this as precise and not boring as possible. So YouTube pays you based off of ads. And basically, whenever you click on a video, whenever an ad pops up, they will literally throw a few pennies to Ted and John here onto the channel. What I'm working on doing is getting deprogrammed into the Rumble Content Creator Program. And I want to do that for a couple of different reasons. One, Rumble is a free speech platform. So what does that mean? It means that Rumble will not one day decide that John and Ted are being too controversial and pull the plug. So if you like John and Ted, go to Rumble, you can listen to them, and they'll be uncensored. Second, Rumble pays you based off of your watch hours. On YouTube, watch hours mean nothing. So it's kind of like TV or radio. So the more people that watch, what happens is that they get paid literally hundreds of dollars per hour watched, as opposed to maybe $6 or $7 over on YouTube. And like Ted was saying, the experience is exactly the same, with one big exception. When you're on Rumble, once you're in the creator program, they have to do 5 hours of Rumble-only premium content. So what does that mean? If there's a topic that's particularly controversial that y'all are interested in hearing, then you can see it live on Rumble and be able to continue supporting them and be able to help them pay some bills. I mean, y'all know what's going on with them. y'all know that they lost their income. So while we ask y'all to go over to Rumble, drop some follows. We have thousands of people here watching on YouTube. If only it, I do not kid y'all. If 20% of y'all do what we're asking, it would make a radical change financially for Ted and for John. That's all I got for you. Now drop the link in the chat.
Okay, the chat, it's in here. It's rumble.com/C inexplicably /deprogram show. But you can just go to Rumble and just search for DeProgram and Ted Rall or John Kiriakou, and you will find it. Robbie, thank you so much for that. Okay, sorry for the ad, guys. I mean, it's like we're getting to be like NPR. John, anyway, you were saying about Sandy Grimes.
Yeah, so here she catches one of the most prolific moles in modern American history. And then the next day she came into work and just went about her normal job looking for the next mole. So I felt bad when I saw she died. I didn't realize that she was 80 years old, but God bless her. She was really one of those unknown heroes, those unsung heroes at the CIA. You know, every once in a while, the CIA will give out something called a Trailblazer Award. I never understood these things. And most of them will be, you know, white men who were station chief, like, you know, in Havana when Batista was overthrown, or station chief when the last guy was pulled out of South Vietnam on the helicopter. And then they'll toss one to somebody like Bonnie Hirschberg. I worked for Bonnie in the Office of Leadership Analysis. Bonnie was a terrific analyst. She was an okay manager. What trail she blazed, I will never, ever, ever understand, because she was just kind of a typical run-of-the-mill manager. But then you have people like this who, you know, are unsung. But anyway, that's the CIA today. A lot of news coming out of the CIA today.
What is before we move on from her, I mean, what are the personality traits that are required to catch a mole? Like, what skill set is required? I mean, it's not, you have to navigate. Also, you're in the case of an Aldrich Ames, you're bringing down someone who's you know, got title, position above your own.
Oh yes, he was senior.
You have a lot of institutional resistance. No one wants to hear it, right?
No one wants to hear it. And I'll tell you what, there are no bigger secrets than in the counterintelligence center at the CIA. That's a very important question you've asked, Ted. The mole hunter at the CIA has to be somebody who is obsessed with secrecy, to the point where you don't even talk to yourself, like in your own head. Like for me, I'd go to the credit union and say, "I'm taking you down, Ames. You bastard." You know, I would never fit in a position like that.
And you have to not really care about like people telling you, shut up, Kiriakou. Like you just don't like you don't like Ames because you don't like his politics. Exactly. You don't like the cut of his jib. This is personal. You're going after a good patriot, someone who's doing God's work for America, and you're being an asshole.
That's right. That's right. And listen, somebody in counterintelligence is akin to somebody in internal affairs. Correct. In a police department. I'll give you another example.
No one likes you.
I'll give you an example. On my first, at the end of my first full week at the agency, my boss walked me around both the new headquarters building and the old headquarters building just to point out where everything was. Right? Here's the cafeteria. Here's the credit union. There's medical services. This, in the lobby of the new building, it's all glass, like a glass atrium, and they have windows. And one window says health insurance, and one window says life insurance, and one window says sports tickets, right? And then there were a couple of other windows. He said, "This is where you go if you want to buy baseball tickets, basketball, hockey, football tickets," right? And then there was another one that said, well, I shouldn't say what it said, but it was the window that you go to if maybe you have a little bit of a drinking problem, or you've got a problem with your credit, or maybe you're taking care of your elderly parents and it's too much of a burden. He told me, don't ever go to that window. I said, why? It's nice that they do things like that.
Yeah.
And he said, because the people at that window work for counterintelligence, and they don't give a shit about your elderly parents. They want to know if you're in a bad enough spot that you're going to turn mole.
So this is a little bit like in the Cultural Revolution, Let 1,000 Flowers Bloom, where the Chinese Communist Party said, oh, we're opening up to ourselves to criticism. All you academics, all you people who might be accused of being counter-revolutionaries, step forward. The party's a big tent. We want to hear from all of you guys. Then you step forward, off to a May 4th farm.
Nobody ever sees you again.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wow. That's some dark, cynical shit.
That was my first week. I'm like, holy shit. I never even went in there to buy a ticket to the ball game. I was just afraid of somebody just seeing me go in there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can be. That's what Ticketron is for.
Exactly.
Or Ticketmaster, or whatever the fuck it's called now.
That's exactly right.
Oh man, that is so dark. All right, should we talk about Palestine? I mean, we have lots of.
You were right, Ted. You were right about Keir Starmer, and frankly, I didn't think he had the guts to do it. But then he kind of made a half step. If you don't mind my, taking over the conversation,
please.
He said we're gonna recognize Palestine in September, unless the Israelis let food in and are nicer people about it.
It's a decision designed by committee, right? You can tell that.
Absolutely.
And but I think it's probably very easy to agree to. I mean, it's kind of like, well, okay, fine. I mean, the Israelis are not going to do this. I mean, it does have kind of. I mean, I don't like it either because I feel one of the commenters deep down in the thread pointed out that really this recognition should just be based on. Not as a reward, a punishment for Israel, but it should just be a statement of self-determination for the Palestinian people.
Ted,
couldn't agree more.
In the original documents that led to the creation of Israel, and there's even a YouTube video of Harry Truman talking about this, it says that Israel is going to be created, today, whatever, 1948, and Palestine will be created as an independent state pending further discussion. Okay, that was 1948, and we're still talking about it.
Now, that said, there's 153 nations. I guess it's going to be 155 soon. Australia is apparently getting ready to go to pull the trigger.
Yes.
Luxembourg is getting ready to pull the trigger.
I didn't see that one.
And there's a whole passel of other European countries that are Croatia.
Yes, Croatia, Spain.
Yeah, Spain's already in.
They're already in.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think basically it's like you said, it's going to be just the Axis powers of Germany and Japan and Italy who are going to be out with the U.S. What a motley crew. And, but so, yeah, no, it's a big deal. I mean, I think the pressure built so fast on Starmer. That's what I mean. I knew it was going to happen. I just didn't think it would happen this quickly.
And you know what started it was these pictures that ran in the BBC of starving children. That just opened the floodgates. I really believe that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. Someone brought it up, and I apologize because this was further down. But I'm glad that someone asked about this question. So there was this one particular photo of this one kid who was really, really, really sick and with these haunting eyes. And you can see why this particular photo went viral. And the New York Times and other corporate media organizations have walked that back, obviously in response to Zionists who've complained that the kid, aside from suffering from starvation, also had other diseases at the same time. Right. So therefore, so the implication being maybe that these other diseases are wasting diseases, but they're not. But the kid was really, really sick, and he's starving. So, and which is why he was at the hospital. But look, to me, it's kind of like, well, what do we make of that? My answer to that is, I think it's the last gasp of a dying regime. I mean, I think Israel is in real trouble now.
I agree. I agree. And I don't think that they really realize just how deep they are. I saw an interview. Well, maybe you saw it too. It's Tucker Carlson's latest interview. It just dropped, and it's with John Mearsheimer, who is absolutely freaking brilliant. And Mearsheimer essentially said that. He said that the Israelis just don't realize how deep they're in. And on the contrary, they're talking about this concept of a greater Israel, which is like includes the bottom third of Lebanon, the southern third of Lebanon. It includes, another 50 miles inside of Syria. It includes the entire West Bank, and it includes the Sinai Peninsula. It's like, wait a minute, you guys should be thinking about your survival here and about your country falling apart because you're carrying out a genocide. And you've got people who are in government talking about greater Israel. Mearsheimer made another important point. And this is how unhinged the American evangelical Christian community is, where you've got the likes of Ambassador Huckabee or Speaker of the House Mike Johnson saying that Jesus wants us to support Israel and Israel's policy. Well, last week, Israel's policy was to utterly and completely destroy one of the last surviving Christian villages in the West Bank, drive out all the Christians, and steal their land. So you're saying Jesus wants the Jews to drive out the Christians? And that's what we're going with?
It makes absolutely no sense at all. So many Americans don't know how many Christians there are in Palestine. A lot of them. By the way, though,
10%.
I do want to say, one of the things you wanted to talk about was the split now, the growing split on the American right over Israel. And I do want to be fair to Ambassador Huckabee. He's the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He went to the West Bank and visited that town that's been repeatedly attacked by violent fascist settlers, probably most of whom are from like my neighbors from Brooklyn.
Yeah,
right?
They're from New Jersey and New York.
Yeah. And those scumbags who've been murdering, raping, and pillaging over there.
Yes.
But at least he went there and he expressed concern, and he was, I think, turned off by what the settlers were doing. He showed up. Joe Rogan, who I think is unfairly characterized as a right-winger, but he's boycotting. Apparently, he's not allowing Bibi Netanyahu to come on his show. Who Bibi wants to come on. I think they're losing the thread, the Israelis. We're talking about a country that is uniquely, right? It's unique, right? It's the only country that's currently on the face of the planet that owes its existence to the United Nations. It's the only complete welfare state that owes its entire economy to the United States of America. It's ignoring the UN and its resolutions. It's ignoring public opinion in the U.S., among the taxpayers who are paying that bill to the Israelis. These people are biting, chomping, stabbing, and hacking at the hand that feeds them. And, they're a rabid dog. And, I wrote a column this week that's called that Israel no longer has the right to exist. And
I read that.
And thank you. And the argument that I'm trying to make here is, in the community of nations, there are some things that people can't tolerate. Like, when Napoleon disrupted Europe, all these disparate powers who had competing interests got together to defeat him, even though they hated each other. World War II, the U.S. and the USSR were not buds, but they had to come together to fight Nazi Germany, not to stop the Holocaust, because the U.S. certainly didn't care about it. Certainly the Russians cared more about it because it happened on in their territory. But they came in and they got together because Nazi Germany was so militarily aggressive and violent and out of control and disruptive. They just had to be put down like a rabid dog. Same, and Imperial Japan the same way. That's exactly the scenario that we have now with Israel. They're such a destabilizing force in the Middle East, right? Literally, even if you count like Iran, and the axis of resistance and all the shenanigans they had going on with the Houthis and all that, it's nothing compared to Israel, right? Just in the last few months, right? They bombed Iran. they overthrew the government of Syria, and now they're bombing the new government that they installed.
Yes.
I mean, these people are nuts.
They are nuts. And, I have to say, where did I just see it? It was, well, thank you, everybody, first of all, for going on to, there it is. What nonsense, says USA sex predators flee to Israel. Oh, boy, are you right. So listen to this. I was in prison with a pedophile, this disgusting, horrible pedophile. He had graduated from Harvard and Harvard Law School, and he was an attorney in Moscow. To make a very long story very short, he was an aficionado of the ballet. And so he offered to pay the tuition for a 12-year-old Russian boy, but he insisted that the boy live with him. The parents were like, oh, I don't know about that, but they were poor. And this kid was like a once-in-a-generation gifted ballet guy. And so they allowed their 12-year-old to move in with the guy, Kenneth. So 12 hours later, Ken was raping this kid. And this went on for 5 years. Finally, the kid told the FBI what was happening. They issued an arrest warrant. By then, Ken was back in Philadelphia, where his parents were exceedingly wealthy, big humanitarians. They, donate to the museum, whatever. He ran immediately to Israel, and the Israelis would not extradite him because they
to the US?
would not. The Israelis don't extradite Jews. It's a law in Israel. They don't care what he's accused of. They're not extraditing any Jew. So we asked for the extradition. They said no. And then Interpol came up with an idea that was absolutely genius. I love when I hear about these brilliant operational ideas that people come up with. This was my favorite thing to do at the CIA, was just to sit around thinking up ideas with my colleagues. They decided to sponsor a ballet show in Cyprus. And they used a dummy email account to email him an announcement of the ballet.
To lure him.
And they lured him to Cyprus, and they grabbed him at the airport. And the Cypriots extradited him. And he got 20 years. He's still in, that bastard.
So,
but the Israelis will not extradite Jews, period.
That's pretty gross. I mean, I think we're done here. So look, what do you think is going to happen? I mean, so September now feels really far away.
It does. I agree. And it's not.
Countries?
It's 4.5, 5 weeks.
Right. So the UN. So it's going to be Labor Day. The UN's going to come here to New York and fuck up all the traffic, and no one's going to be able to move.
Every year.
In that traffic is going to be a lot of new allies or at least friends of Palestine.
Right.
How many countries do you think it's going to be? It's going to be like our migration over to Rumble. Everyone's subscribing over there. Palestine's signing them up. And by the way, I did want to ask you a little bit about this statement that broke. I don't know if you had a chance to hear it because it just happened right before we went on the air. But Arab and Muslim states, a member of the Arab League, the EU, and 17 more countries have supported a declaration signed at a UN conference that was hosted by Saudi Arabia and France that basically is calling, this also includes Qatar, Saudis and Egypt, they're calling for Hamas to disarm and give up power and basically turn over all authority to the Palestinian Authority, which of course is Mahmoud Abbas, who's 92 or something like that.
Yeah, I always say he's 16 years into a 4-year term.
Yeah,
as president.
Nice. He and Zelensky have a nice democracy they're working on.
That's right.
And anyway, so he's over there. So Mahmoud Abbas, the sort of the head of I guess it's like the Vichy kind of government of the West Bank.
They're all corrupt.
Yeah, they're corrupt and they don't really do anything. But basically, that's what all these countries are calling for. Like, they don't want to recognize Hamas. I mean, I mean,
This-
that's not
you
gonna
know,
it's not
this-
gonna happen, right? I mean, because first of all, that's Fatah, and they can't rule in Gaza. The Gazans don't want them.
No. The Gazans have made it clear by voting Hamas in and the PA out. The PA is not the answer to this problem. You know, Haaretz 2 or 3 weeks ago ran this article saying that one of the things that's being discussed, and I think it isn't actually being discussed, I think they just put it out there to see what the reaction was going to be, was to have Hamas disarm and then to have Saudi Arabia administer Gaza while Israel continues to actually own Gaza. And then after a day, nobody really commented on it. And can I say something too about Cyprus? This thing that the Israelis said about northern Cyprus being an Israel problem. They mean something actually contemporary on that. The Greeks, I am utterly ashamed to say that the Greeks and the Cypriots are 1,000% pro-Israel. And the reason that they're pro-Israel is severalfold. Number one, it's because the Israelis and the Turks hate each other. So if the Turks hate Israel, then the Greeks have to love Israel because the Greeks hate the Turks.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
There it is.
Old
The other
school.
reason is because the Cypriots are sitting on an ocean of natural gas, and it stretches into Israeli waters. And so the Greeks, the Cypriots,
and into Palestinian waters, right? Gazan
specifically
waters.
Gazan waters, yes. And just like one little vein into Lebanese waters.
Mhm.
So the Greeks and the Cypriots don't have the money to lift this gas, but the Israelis certainly do. And so the three countries have entered into this joint venture that's already well underway to lift this gas, and it's going to make Cyprus one of the wealthiest countries in the world over the
Wow.
course of years. So we just, I'm not going to say celebrated, I'm going to say commemorated the 51st anniversary of the Turkish invasion of Cyprus.
Oh wow.
The Turks invaded Cyprus, killed thousands of Cypriots. 17 American citizens are still missing from the Turkish invasion 51 years ago.
Yeah, this was in the 70s, yeah?
1974.
Yeah.
And
I never
and
understood
they-
what was Turkey after? I mean, besides just territory.
there were a lot of moving parts in this thing. So these were literally the final days of the Greek military dictatorship.
Mhm.
And as it was in its death throes, it overthrew the democratically elected government of Cyprus and installed a strongman by the name of Nikos Samson, who had been an assassin in sort of his previous life. So Samson announced a military dictatorship in Cyprus. The Turks saw that as the green light to invade and overthrow Samson, which they did in a matter of days. So the democratically elected president returns to Cyprus. He'd only been in exile a week, and the Turks never left. And they've just kept 1/3 of Cyprus, the northern third of Cyprus. So what we're seeing here with the Israelis saying we have a problem with northern Cyprus, there is no such thing as northern Cyprus with a capital N. The Turks call it the trunk, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. It's not recognized by any country in the world except Turkey.
Right. It's
And-
Turkey, it's Turkish annexed or Turkish
Yeah.
occupied Cyprus
Yeah,
is what it
it's
is.
just occupied Cyprus. Yeah.
Right.
And so because the Israelis and the Greeks and the Cypriots are all in business together, the Greeks and the Cypriots went to the Israelis and say, hey, we need your help on Cyprus. You need to say the right thing about the Turks. And so the Israelis hate the Turks like the Turks hate the Israelis, so they jump in on the side of the Greeks and the Cypriots. It's awful.
I do want to answer this question by Godna.
Yeah.
Why would anyone? Sorry, not that too. Okay, we'll answer this one. Why would anyone trust Saudi Arabia to administer Gaza? They wouldn't. Is the short answer?
They wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not good.
And then also, the scroll is moving so fast. I'm having a hard. Oh, here we go. can we explain what happens as with countries recognizing Palestine? It's really, I mean, it is symbolic. It doesn't change the facts on the ground, and there is the concern that in the case of the future Republic of Palestine, or the present Republic of Palestine, depending on how you want to look at it, it's divided, right? I mean, it's literally there's two governments. There's the Hamas government and there's the Palestinian Authority. That's kind of an issue because you're supposed to know who you'd be able to talk to, but I guess like that's not being. But I mean, what happens is it's legitimate, right? So the big thing is, if you're a country that has a deal with Israel or is thinking of making a deal with Israel, once you recognize Palestine, you have to go through all of your trading agreements and everything that you have with Israel to see if anything in there is wrong or illegal or challenging to Palestine. So a good example of that would be, let's say, so Israel produces wine. They produce it in occupied territories, for example, in the
very
in the
high
Golan
quality.
Heights, which is, by the way, I have to admit, I've had this treason wine. It's really good.
It's quite good.
Yeah, it's really good. So the Golan wine is, for example, you would not, if you recognize Syria as an independent country, which most of the world does, well, you can't import that wine into your country. And it's just a million little things like that. And they add up. I mean, and there's more to it than that too, right? If there's a genocide taking place in your country, and you're recognized by another country, you can call their ambassador and say, listen, I need your help. There's stuff that we need your cooperation. Can you help us with intel? Can you stop de-recognize Israel? There's lots of stuff. Like suddenly the doors are open. You're not isolated. It reminds me a little bit of a strange meeting I had with the Afghan ambassador to Uzbekistan during the Taliban period. And this was like in 2000. It was in 2000. So it was the first.
Was he a Talib?
So he was a Northern Alliance guy. Right?
Ah.
So he had the embassy in Tashkent, and so I asked him, like, well, technically you're supposed to be getting support from the U.S. And he said, oh yeah. He goes, we're supposed to be. And I said, what kind of support do you get? And he opens up his desk drawer, pulls out a yellow envelope, and he's like, here you go. I open it up, and inside there's a map of Afghanistan. And I'm like, it's just, and he goes, that's the only support I have ever gotten from the U.S. government. Like, that's it. And I go, well, it's a pretty good map. He goes, it's out of date. He said the Soviet ones are better. And he's like, and I was like, so how do you pay for all this? And he was like, hemming and hawing. And I was like, you guys mine rubies? And he's like, yeah, in Badakhshan. So that's how they were subsisting. But I mean, so I don't know. I mean, what do you think? What's the practical meaning of recognition for the Palestinians?
I think it opens the door for Palestine to be a member state in a lot of different international organizations, which gives them a voice on the international stage that they otherwise wouldn't have had. It makes them eligible for financial aid, both from international organizations and from individual countries. And, we used to have a Palestine liaison office here in Washington. Donald Trump closed it in his first term and expelled the Palestinian diplomats. I would love to see Palestinian diplomats on the circuit again in Washington, or in London or Madrid or, Canberra or anywhere else where they're recognized. It's important.
They could eventually have like one of those rotating seats at the Security Council at the UN.
Exactly right. So they would be the representative of the Asia group on the UN Security Council. Oh my God, could you imagine?
Huge, absolutely huge. When I was at the CIA, it was Libya's turn, and we went apeshit over the notion that Muammar Gaddafi would be represented on the United Nations Security Council.
And so we started this international lobbying effort, and we got the Asia group to deny seating Libya on the Security Council, and Egypt got it 2 terms in a row.
Ridiculous.
Because there were no other countries in all of Asia, that should have been represented on the UN Security Council.
Right, right. By the way, really, I think good point here from Sky. After September, the U.S. will be the only permanent member of the Security Council not to recognize Palestinian statehood.
That is a very good point. That's
here's the thing
point.
is, Israel's going to be a pariah. The question for President Trump and for the United States, and really, frankly, Trump, we shouldn't pick on him on this because Democrats are equally guilty of having supported Israel.
Absolutely.
And this whole genocide started under Biden, and he encouraged it, and he funded it, and he armed it. So, Trump just happens to be holding the bag right now. But the question for the U.S. is going to be, do we want to be at the pariah table with little Israel, or do we want to be with everyone else?
Well, in these votes in the UN General Assembly, it's not just us in Israel. It's also Nauru and occasionally Costa Rica, and one of those little countries in the Pacific that I can't pronounce. So we're not always standing alone, right?
Like Vanuatu.
Vanuatu. Where would we be without Vanuatu?
Well, Vanuatu, I think Vanuatu is the closest to the international dateline. So on New Year's Eve, they always are like, well, Vanuatu celebrated 23 and a half hours ago. You've seen that.
Unbelievable. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to. I'll answer Yellow Banana's question. I'll be in New York City Labor Day weekend. How bad will traffic be for the UN? Horrible, if you're staying on the east
Stay
side.
away from the east side.
The east side is in Manhattan is terrible. If you're like somewhere else, honestly, if you're up like
Listen,
I'm on the Upper West,
I had a UN badge, and I had trouble getting to the office, even with the UN badge, and I was walking. So it's going to be bad on the east side. Stay away from the east side.
Yeah, and it's always it's kind of like in general that's good advice anyway. Labor Day, but all the rich people will be gone. So in other neighborhoods, it'll kind of help. It's kind of like a great time to visit town. And the weather should be a little bit better. Oh my God! So all right, what do we think of Gaddafi? I love that question. I think Gaddafi was super. I mean, no one got screwed more than Gaddafi, right? I mean, and what happened to him is so important as a lesson for other rulers, right? I mean, George W. Bush said, "Listen, if you drop your nuclear program, and we'll cut a deal with you, we'll bring you in, legitimize you, we'll forget all about Lockerbie, the whole 9 yards." And then he did as asked. And the next thing you know, Hillary Clinton comes in as Secretary of State. There's this radical jihadi movement out in eastern Libya, in Benghazi. And the U.S. finances it, runs interference for it, provides air support with NATO. And we helped kill Gaddafi and get him sodomized on live television.
My boss, Steve Kappas, deputy director, the associate deputy director for operations, and a mentor of mine, flew out to Libya to meet with Gaddafi and Gaddafi's intelligence chief, who actually graduated from the University of Michigan, and convinced him to give up his weapons of mass destruction programs, saying, "You don't want to end up like Saddam Hussein. We're going to kill Saddam Hussein," he told Gaddafi in 2002. "We're going to kill him. Mm-hmm. You don't want to end up like that. Just give up your weapons of mass destruction, and everybody's going to live happily ever after." And Gaddafi gave up all his weapons programs.
What a fool, a rube.
And we allowed him to be killed anyway.
And he got played.
Yeah, he got played. We just lied to him. And then, the way he was killed was so horrific. It was so grotesque.
And people think that's just the local. They think that's the locals who did it, but that's not true. I mean, it was a U.S. Drone that fired a missile at his motorcade and maybe at his car specifically, but his car was driven off the road. He and his entourage forced to flee. hid in a drainage pipe,
drain
culvert
pipe.
kind of thing,
Yes.
and then the jihadis found him and killed
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk a little bit about. Do we want to talk about this? I do. I mean, it's what's so remarkable about the mass shooting that took place at 345 Park Avenue here and 51st Street is that it's not remarkable. This guy came in. He claimed and reminded me of the shooter at the University of Texas in Austin in 1966, the Texas Watchtower shooter. He suspected there was something wrong with him, that he was hearing voices and having violent urges. And in his suicide note, he requested that his brain be examined for signs of trouble. And in fact, they did find a tumor that was pressing up against his amygdala. And so this guy yesterday, his suicide note said that he believed he had CTE. I don't know if he had ever been diagnosed formally or not. He was a high school football player. He went to the NFL building HQ and basically went to the wrong floor, killed 4 people, including an off-duty New York City police officer who was working security at the desk. And, the thing is, though, it's one of those things where if you say, well, what could you possibly do about it? I mean, I think nothing. I mean, it's like people, but guns are legal. AR-15s are legal. We're washing them. They're all over the place. He drove here from Nevada. He parked in front of the building in his BMW and walked in. I mean, this can and will happen over and over again. And it's almost like all you can do is just shrug. And I think that's the part what's so remarkable about it is how unremarkable it is.
And, he apologized in the note that he left, which just, to me, made it that much more sad.
Yeah.
Mental illness, whether it's caused by CTE or something else, is a horrible existence. And he really believed that he had CTE, and he really believed that it was because he played football in high school.
Yeah. So he was, yeah. So it seems to be like it's a political act, basically.
Yeah, right. It is. Yes, it is. It's a political act.
John, should we talk about this story out of Iran? So obviously the Iranians are still smarting from their 12-day, 14-day war with, 12-day war with Israel. And they're licking their wounds, but they're whatever their nuclear program was appears to be largely intact. But the Iranians took note, and they're starting to think, and they obviously are investigating what happened. And part of their investigation finds that their GPS was manipulated by the U.S. or Israel or some kind of other bad actor to screw up their targeting abilities. This might help explain why they were so caught with their pants down and unable to defend themselves and fire back against the Israelis, who had complete command of the skies over Iran, which to me blew me away.
This has been a rumor really since the 12-day war, that something was wrong with the GPSs. You're not allowed to use Waze in Iran because Waze is owned by an Israeli company. But any GPS, the Iranians were
right. Waze was purchased by Google. It's now part of Alphabet. Yeah,
correct. It was founded by an Israeli company.
That's right.
So
I always hated it. I never understood it. I didn't understand how it, the interface makes no sense to me. Maybe you have to read from right to left or something.
Maybe. But I think they're worried about GPSs in general now, just because they believe, probably rightly, that the US and Israel have the technology to be able to interface with the satellites and target Iran.
Well, there are satellites, right? I mean,
there are satellites.
Bill Clinton, right? This was military and covert technology, right? Until Bill Clinton decided to publicize it. I think wisely, he was convinced that this was going to open up all sorts of technological innovation. And it has. I mean, if you think about something like, you look at real estate listings and, you can see a map of where the house is or whatever. It's amazing. But that technology, it's American, and it can and was weaponized against the Iranians. So now they're looking for a Chinese or other alternative. This story is not about Iran. This story is about the U.S. having technological dominance.
That's right.
And then that dominance being undermined by the U.S.'s willingness to weaponize that dominance for short-term gain, losing sight of the long-term impact, which is that if you come off as a non-neutral arbiter, you're not, the rest of the world isn't going to want to trust you anymore, and then you're going to lose your advantage. I mean, we invented the phone. That's why our country code is 1. We have. I mean, this is it's analogous to the dollar, right? We weaponized the U.S. dollar, so now Russia, everyone else who's thinking, well, one day I could fall afoul of, Belgium, you could fall afoul of the United States. You don't know. And then, they could just decide to turn off the spigot and screw us and steal our reserve currency. Like, we can't have that. So, we'll get, SWIFT or all these systems that if you want to control them and take a little piece, you can't put your thumb on the, the example I'm thinking of is how did Constantinople become rich, right? Well, it's right on the Bosphorus, and they just collected tolls, right, from the Silk Road and just waited for ships to go through, and everybody had to pay. And what made it work was they let everyone through, and they charged everyone. If they had started to say the fuck those Sogdians, let's nail them. Then that wouldn't have worked. Other people would have been well, we have to overthrow the Constantinople, or we have to do an end route. We have to figure another way.
Yeah.
The U.S. just doesn't. I don't know. It seems really, really short-sighted.
Very, very short-sighted. And we had the same conversation last week about sanctions. Countries have gotten to the point where sanctions just simply don't hurt them anymore because we're so heavy in the way we levy sanctions against countries that they're forced to come up with a way around them. And let me interrupt our conversation for 1 second. Just as we were going on the air, exactly 60 minutes ago, Prime Minister Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, announced that Canada would recognize Palestine.
Holy shit. That's amazing. I just had a little tingle there in my upper back. That's so great.
It's happening. You're right. There's a hole in the dike.
The flood,
and it's coming.
It's to take a story from northeastern Russia. It's a seismic shift. It's a tsunami. But it is. It is. And Canada is also, diplomatically a very important country.
Very, very much
Canada's the country that when you're a backpacker and you want to travel to you're an American backpacker and you want to go to Afghanistan and not be thought of as an asshole, you put that Canadian flag on your backpack, right? Canada's considered neutral.
I did that. I sewed a Canadian flag on my backpack in the summer of '85.
Everyone thinks Canada is chill. I'm wondering what Canada strike means here. Canada is following orders. From whom, I wonder?
No, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Well, you can pipe in. We'll put that up, if you reply to us. But yeah, so yeah, exactly. Houdini's always say you're Canadian overseas. I like hockey, eh? But yeah, so we'll see what happens here. So there's so much cynicism here, right? I'm not buying it. These elites that backed genocide already can't do good. Look, it's not because they're good people. It's because they read polls and they know that basically the world isn't this. If they were good people, they would have come out against this shit on October 8th, 2023.
Yeah.
This is because it was already obvious what the Israelis were going to do from within hours. They were having a great time. They were looking forward to it.
Yep.
So,
I wonder if some of this is a swipe at Donald Trump too, from the Canadians. I wonder.
It could be. Well, they have reason to be pissed.
Right.
I think, I don't know. I'm not ruling out that Donald Trump is going to distance himself from Israel. It's not like he's going to recognize Palestine, but
right.
I think the weapons flow has to come to an end.
It does. Alyssa Slotkin. A couple people have mentioned Alyssa Slotkin in the chat. She's the senator from Michigan, former CIA colleague of mine. She, Alyssa's complicated. She's Jewish. She was not endorsed by any of the Jewish groups in America in her campaign. But she won. She won relatively easily in a year when Donald Trump carried her state. But she said that she would be willing to vote for a cutoff of offensive weapons to Israel. That's not going to happen. We saw a week ago there was a vote to cut off offensive weapons to Israel, and it got like 6 votes in the House. So it's just not gonna happen.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen quickly, but I think by Christmas time, I think we're going to see some movement, or it's going to slow down or something.
Do you think that if it keeps happening, if country after country, not including, of course, Hungary, Italy, Germany, the United States, but if these other countries continue to recognize Palestine, do you think that this could threaten the Netanyahu government?
Yeah.
Because somebody's going to have to take the blame for losing the international community.
Right. And that has to be Bibi, right? I mean, I did a deep dive into Israeli opinion polling, as you know, because you read my column. And 76.5% of Israelis as of June totally have no problem with the genocide. They're like A-okay with it, and they don't think that Palestinian the needs of the Palestinians and their misery should even be taken into consideration in military planning, right? So this is let's be clear here. Even what passes for the Israeli left, they're not demonstrating against the genocide. They're demonstrating because the hostages haven't come home.
Yeah.
And also they don't like Netanyahu and his corruption. But that's what this is about, right? So looking at it it's hard for me to see this from the standpoint of the Israelis, who basically have their heads up their asses while the whole rest of the world is appalled and disgusted with them, and they don't see it. But I do think, if from their point of view, if they're involved in an existential battle to expand Israel, try and get Gaza for themselves, which obviously all Israelis aren't stupid. They know that's what this is about. And that project is going to be deeply hampered by losing U.S. and international support. Yeah. Who else are you going to blame? I mean, you can't a la carte it, say, well, this is Ben-Gvir, but not Netanyahu. It's like, it's all of them. The government's got to go. I mean, it's not like they're not going to be replaced with liberals, but
no, there aren't any anymore in Israel.
No. If there's a ceasefire, does Bibi go to prison? Well, if Bibi is out of government,
if he's out of government,
Bibi goes to trial.
Yes.
And then probably he goes to prison, I think.
Yes. Yeah, and this is a good point. Oh, thank you, Candace Strike. Thank you very much. Where did I just see it? We're getting so many comments I can't keep up. Yeah, Hug Droid Mixteen. Don't think they can admit wrongdoing on anything. It's a mountain of war crimes. That's exactly right.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
And that's why Netanyahu can't risk not being prime minister.
Here's a big question for you. Back in the old days, people like Idi Amin would go into exile in places like Saudi Arabia.
That's right. I saw him in Jeddah in the vegetable market.
What?
I was like, oh my God, that's Idi Amin. And he was there with his wife, like,
was he shopping for ears?
Seriously, right? What a monster.
There's a famous story. I forget if it was Time or Newsweek, but one of them interviewed him, and on the back porch of his presidential palace. And he at one point was presented with a plate of human ears with tomato garnish, and said, like, this is a delicacy in our country. Would you like one?
Oh my God. I remember reading an article once saying that in a conversation with a reporter, he was talking about the saltiness of bushmeat, and he said monkeys are salty, leopards are very salty, but nothing is as salty as a human being.
Yeah, he was a famous cannibal. Did you ever
Yeah.
see that movie with the French brothers? It's in the Criterion Collection. It's just called Idi Amin Dada. It's one
Ooh,
of the
I
it's
have
one of the
Criterion.
most
I'll check it out.
amazing film. It's a documentary. So this is an amazing film, right? So basically, for 6 months, these two French brothers were given unfettered access to Idi Amin. They followed him everywhere. And this was right after the Entebbe mission by the Israelis, and
Where
oddly,
Netanyahu's brother was killed.
and it changed him apparently.
It did, yeah.
Idi Amin, like for the filmmakers, had his army recreate the Entebbe mission from,
What?
and they brings out helicopters and shit. You got to watch it. It's like it's the and
Oh,
also he swims. Is it the Zambezi? He's
Yeah.
swimming like next to crocodiles, and like every morning, and he like pushes them out of the way, like get out of the way, you fucking rascals. And but the most, to me, that it's completely, you can't take your eyes off it. But the best moment for me is there's a cabinet meeting, and you can hear the air conditioner like rolling, and he's going around the room, and it's kind of like got that sort of East German kind of decor, like, sort of that Lives of Others kind of vibe. And he's like, okay, so the Secretary of Minister of Transportation, Minister of Education, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. Defense, everything's looking good. And he's going around and he's like, transportation. And the guy starts quivering like a leaf. And he's like, the service still getting complaints about the bus service in the capital. Just, you have my number, right? My 4-digit number. And he tells it like 3224. I tell you, you have a problem, you call me morning, to and night. You get it. Have you ever called me even one time? You never call, and nothing ever gets better. And then the scene cuts, and there's the guy's body floating in the river. It says, the next day, Transportation Minister so-and-so was found floating in the Zambezi.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
it's unbelievable. But anyway,
Oh my God.
it's crazy. So, okay, well, so does Bibi Netanyahu? Can he fly to? Would the Saudis take him in as could they, as the prime minister of a Jewish state?
Never.
Okay,
No. Never.
so there's some decency. There are limits. There are rules.
You know what? I think that the reason why they wouldn't ever do it is because their own people would overthrow them.
Well,
if
yeah.
they did something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, he's more likely to end up, in the US. I was in Old Town Alexandria, Virginia one time. Now this is 20 years ago. And I saw Pervez Musharraf and his wife just window shopping up and down King Street. It's like, so this is where you ended up, you war criminal.
Oh, he's a I could go on about him, because I'm a commentator. I don't really break news.
Right.
The news that I broke ever was the Pervez Musharraf coup. So I was down the street in Islamabad at a cafe, just eating, and I just gotten down the Karakoram highway, taken like 3 or 4 weeks with my friend. And so we're like hanging out. We finally arrived in Islamabad, and there's gunfire down the street, and small arms fire. And so I asked the waiter. The waiters always know everything. I said, what's going on? He goes, oh, they are overthrowing the government. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, Omar Sharif, he is finished. Like he will be killed. I'm like, what? I'm like, right now? It's like, yeah, that's them now. So I got up with my camera and went and took a bunch of photos and talked to some soldiers. And indeed, like Omar Sharif's in the van, like while I'm talking outside. I'm like outside the van. They're taking him off to be tortured, right? They did torture him. And so Pervez Musharraf, and I knew, because when we came down the Karakoram highway, we saw Taliban soldiers all over the place. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and we're like, and they're like, oh, you're in Afghanistan. I'm like, this is the KKH. We're not in Afghanistan. We're in Pakistan. And the guy starts joking, and he goes, sometimes Afghanistan comes to you. And because Pervez Musharraf came to power as an alliance with the Taliban, and he allowed the Taliban to enter northern Pakistan to go as proxies to go fight the Indians, and basically say, we didn't attack you guys. We don't know anything about it. It was called the Third Kashmir War, with the Kargil conflict. You know all this, but this is for the audience.
Oh my God!
And it's like, yeah, fucking Pervez Musharraf. I mean, after 9/11, right? Pakistan was so responsible for what happened to us more than any other country. Did they get justice? No, they got a raise.
Nope. That was it. They got a raise. Yep.
Disgusting.
And like every exiled Pakistani leader, he's now in Dubai, which is exactly where what was her name went. Prime Minister. Oh, come on. We were just talking about her last week. Why am I having
which country?
Pakistan.
Oh, Bhutto.
Prime Minister Bhutto and her husband.
Yep.
Back and forth between Pakistan and Dubai, presidency and exile, crimes against humanity and all that stuff.
Lovely fellows all around, and ladies.
Yeah. She's dead. Musharraf's dead. They're all dead now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Of course, she took a bullet to the brain is what did her in.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Pakistanis are spicy.
Oh yeah, it's a tough. You don't
want to cross them.
No, it's a tough gig.
I mean, it's like, I every moment I was in Pakistan, I had the feeling that a riot could break out any second. Someone could just walk down the street and start screaming something in Urdu, and the next thing you know, people are out there with sticks and shit, and guns out. They're like, it's on, and you don't even know what's going on. All right. So, where's Hamid Karzai? Hamid Karzai is still in Kabul, living happily next to the Taliban. He's got balls of steel. But
his brother's got a restaurant in Baltimore. If anyone wants to go check it out, it's actually pretty good.
I do like Afghan food quite a bit. But not the Afghan food there for the most part, just because
the Afghan food in America is head and shoulders better than any Afghan food.
It's like Cuban food. Cuban food sucks in Cuba.
It's terrible in Cuba.
Yeah.
Like, how much zucchini can you eat?
Or boiled chicken.
Yeah, tell me about it.
And bad yellow rice. All right.
What's your take on Imran Khan? I actually like Imran Khan. I liked and respected him. His problem is that anytime he has a problem, whether it's riots in the streets or an ingrown toenail, he blames the United States.
I think we're gonna leave that there for the deprogramming for today. Just a reminder to everybody, in case you missed it, it would mean a lot to John and I, and in the most important way, which is to say financially, if you guys were to watch this same exact show the same exact way over on Rumble instead of YouTube. Obviously, if you can't for whatever reason, we love you on YouTube too, but we get paid a zillion times more over on Rumble than we do. It's pennies on YouTube. There's no comparison. So, if you go over to Rumble and just watch us exactly the same way, it'd be much appreciated. You don't have to remember this weird URL. Just go to Rumble and search for John or my name or the show, and it'll come right up. And so thank you very much. We're here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:00 Eastern time. We're going to be going in 2 weeks to a Monday through Friday schedule, 5 p.m. So hopefully you guys will stick around for that. We love this show and we love you guys. We have the best fans and the best watchers and viewers. So, and we're fans of you guys too. So it's a mutual admiration society. Anyway, John, always a pleasure. Hang in there. And
this was fun, as it always is.
It flies. Time flies.
It does.
All right. And
thanks, everybody.
By the way, Canada.
That's right. Kudos to the Canadians.
Hello, good afternoon, depending on where you live. We're assuming you're living somewhere in the afternoon, but if it's morning where you are, good morning. I'm Ted Rall. John Kiriakou is here too. We're the DeProgram show. Michelle Whitty's out this week. She'll be back next week, we hope and trust. Although these days, no one can trust or hope really in anything. Anyway, it's Thursday, April 10th, 2025. Thanks for joining us here as we try to deprogram you from all the propaganda and assorted BS that we're all subject to these days increasingly. There was breaking news even like 3 minutes ago, right before we came on, concerning Columbia University, which is just a stone's throw from where I'm speaking to you, John. I can walk on my hands and knees and get there. And it's where I graduated from. The federal government, appears to be entertaining the possibility of subjecting it to federal oversight, effectively seizing Columbia University, an Ivy League school. The details are not quite known yet, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting it. It's obviously something the administration is at least toying with. So
I'm gonna look at that piece right now. There are very few things that sound crazier to me than seizing a university because you don't like some of the political positions that some of the students have taken. That's really what it comes down to. Here it is. Exclusive. Trump administration wants to install federal oversight of Columbia University. In an unusual move, the government is aiming to legally bind the school to changes as they negotiate over federal funding. So what the Trump administration apparently is proposing is if you still want the, what was it, Ted, $400 million in federal funding or some amount like that?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Then there will be no freedom of speech, whether it's among students or faculty. That's what this is coming down to. Stunning. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. It's another story we're going to talk about. This lawyer who was interdicted at the Detroit airport.
At the Detroit airport. Yes.
To me, I think of America. We think we're a democracy, but all societies have a caste system.
Yes.
And the homeless are at the the untouchables at the bottom of the caste system. But attorneys are usually a protected class. Multi-billion-dollar endowed Ivy League universities are at the absolute apex of the protected classes. Let's talk about Columbia. To me, the grotesque irony here is, aside from the fact that there's still yet to be proven one single anti-Semitic incident that happened at that school, which is actually kind of shocking. You would just think, considering that it's about the Israel-Palestine conflict, that there probably would have been some asshole kid who would have said something anti-Semitic. It may have happened, but it's sort of like the returning veterans from the Vietnam War having been spit upon by hippies. Mm-hmm. Maybe it happened, but there's zero evidence that it ever happened.
Right.
And there's no evidence. So maybe, I'm not saying it didn't, but it's kind of like, there's no evidence that the Easter Bunny doesn't exist either. But the irony here is that the university has been so one-sided on the pro-Israel side and so mean to the pro-Palestinian side that it's like, that's what's so weird. It's like, so the university had these protests. It was definitely ground zero for the pro-Gaza protests, and it inspired the rest. There were this big encampment in the central quad. By all accounts, mostly peaceful. The university asserted that there was some damage to Hamilton Hall when some of the students broke in. That's a proud tradition at Columbia. Breaking into Hamilton Hall goes back to the divestiture protests that I was part of in the 80s, and also back to 1968. It's just sort of like what you do, and it's not that big a deal. $30,000 of damage. Basically, it came down to some broken doors and some chairs, and some few windows got broken. They shouldn't have done that, granted.
Sure.
And punishment, I think, probably, maybe some. But anyway, the university came down like a ton of bricks on the Palestinian protesters. Jewish Voice for Peace and other. Think about it, Jewish Voice for Peace and other pro-Palestinian voices. These groups were banned by the university administration. Students were expelled. They were suspended. Graduated students had their diplomas freshly printed revoked by the dozens. There were a lot of incidents of violence on the part of pro-Israeli students who attacked these. No, there was no sanction whatsoever against them. The university president at the time, Claudine Gay, who's I don't know, that was Harvard. I keep forgetting. This was Minouche. That's right, Minouche.
That's right. Yes, I remember.
She went up there to Capitol Hill, went to the McCarthyite hearing and she was asked to fire a specific professor for being too pro-Palestinian. She said, okay, and she did. Nevertheless, that wasn't enough for them. She got pushed out. But what's so baffling is, what do they want this university to do? Shoot these students? They called in the police not once, but twice on them to brutalize them and drag them out. They expelled them. They fired professors, not just one, several have been pushed out. Free speech has been obliterated. Basically, you can't speak about the Palestinian cause on the Columbia campus, or you're going to be in deep shit. They've even hired a new 30-person goon squad to supplement the normal campus security guards to crack down on pro-Palestinian protesters. This was one of the conditions of the Trump administration. It's kind of like, why are you punishing the university? The university is doing your bidding. That's the part that's so mysterious to me.
Ted, last night I went to this annual banquet party hosted by the Arab American Foundation, Arab American Heritage Foundation. It's in celebration of Arab American Heritage Month, which is the month of April. And every year they have this beautiful dinner and speakers, and then music and folk dancing. It's a wonderful event. So this year it was scheduled to be held in the auditorium at Amazon headquarters, Amazon 2, it's called, here in Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah, isn't that where that was originally supposed to be located in Queens, and then AOC said, no, thank you?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and doggone AOC, I wish it had stayed in Queens. So 48 hours before the event, Amazon sent a letter to the Arab American Heritage Foundation canceling the event. You can't come here. So when they called and said, what's up? We booked this a year ago. We paid for it. They said, nope, no discussion, no explanation. You can't come here. So in 48 hours, they had to find another venue for 600 people and then get all the word out that it's been moved. They ended up moving it to the banquet hall at the St. Peter and Paul Antiochian Orthodox Cathedral in Potomac, Maryland, which was a magnificent venue, but it's nowhere near a subway station. And so about 100 students from DC area universities who had bought tickets could not go. We had Rashida Tlaib. She came and gave a talk, and Andy Shalal, who's this beloved restaurateur here in the Washington area. He's got 8 restaurants called Bus Boys and Poets, which are progressive combination bookstores. Yeah, it's a wonderful venue, and Andy's just a wonderful human being. He spoke, and a couple of other people spoke, and there was a tribute to Kulthum, and then there was Syrian folk dancing, which was wonderful. But the point is, they were canceled and they were censored only because they're Arab, not for any other reason. Now, this organization has been around for 40 years, and it's made up of doctors and lawyers and engineers and bankers and all professional people, all wearing suits. They're all like, from 40 upward in terms of age. And they were just canceled only because they're Arabs. There were a couple of brief mentions of Gaza, but really the event, the night was about, the contributions to American culture that Arab Americans have made, and that we've got to stick together and work together. And I say we. I'm not an Arab, but I'm certainly a supporter. And it was like any other black tie or semi-black tie event that you might go to. There was nothing controversial about it in any way, but they were canceled just because they're Arabs. Now, that was last night. Today, Columbia University, we're going to see a lot more of this in the coming weeks and months as the Trump administration gains more solid footing and comes to realize that there's no significant pushback.
That last part is the part that I wanted to focus on, right? I mean, this is a story we've seen before. I mean, like you, I love history, and I'm a student of World War II. My mother grew up in Nazi-occupied France, and
wow.
Cowardice is we saw that back then, although not nearly as much as here. I think about when Hitler came to power, he still had to contend with the socialist and communist parties.
That's right.
They had armed wings. They marched, and they were militant. They had street battles with the Nazis in the streets. People would die. Obviously American politics doesn't do that. I'd say I would argue for the better, except maybe at times like this. But we don't do that. Where it's like, I was also reading about another law firm that just coughed up another $100 million in free, in pro bono work that Trump could pretty much cash in like a coupon for him or any of his friends who needs free legal work done. I mean, they basically just become wholly owned subsidiaries of the Trump administration. Was this built? Is this a structural problem in American politics that we're not built for resistance? I mean, is that sort of, we just don't have...
I think it is, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is. And then, when you've got, for example, protesters exercising their rights to free speech at Cop City outside of Atlanta being charged with, RICO charges and facing sentences of life without parole, you've got a problem. When you've got a couple of eco activists in Oklahoma City going up to the balcony of an oil company's headquarters and throwing glitter to protest, shale oil exploration, and then being charged with terrorism, which carries a life sentence. Yeah, we've got a serious structural problem in this country.
I mean, so yeah, well, that's the oppressive side. That's the oppression side, which is way over the top. Yeah. But then, okay, so last Saturday there were some beautiful rallies organized by some Democrats.
The most beautiful rallies that have ever been seen.
Gorgeous rallies. I mean, honestly, it's good for people to protest. It's good for people to get to know each other. Get some fresh air, get some, get out there and walk around, maybe get your 10,000 steps in.
Yeah.
But really, what good is it? I mean, there's, those same people today, people are just like, oh man, even people who are well informed, they're going to hear this story and they're going to be like, wow, that's weird. And then it'll be sort of like 1936 with the Nuremberg laws. Wow, Jews aren't allowed to go to the park anymore. That's weird. My God. Jews can't own radios anymore. Huh.
Yeah, and then they say, well, it doesn't affect me. So that's a they problem, not a me problem. Right. And next thing you know,
it's
all of society. Problem. That's right.
It's an everybody problem.
Sir.
I mean,
that's right.
I mean, I used to fantasize about these scenarios, and I think I always thought the only power that could ultimately bring a fascist U.S. to heel would be the EU through armed intervention. That's probably it.
But then you've got these elements of fascism within the EU as well. Look at Hungary and Poland and
France?
Is it Slovenia? France has an enormous far right.
Yeah, the problem is in France, the center left under Macron is acting like fascists by not allowing the free election of a possible fascist.
That's right.
So
that's right. You look back to at the 1930s and 40s United States, we had far right elements that were involved in politics. We had Huey Long, for example, or Father Coughlin. And you and I have talked about Father Coughlin in the past. And they were allowed to just sort of, go on the air and hang themselves with their own words.
Yeah.
There was no move by the Roosevelt White House or by the Supreme Court or the Justice Department to try to silence these people. Why now? Why do we try to silence alternative voices now, whether from the left or from the right?
Well, that's obviously that shows the insecurity of the powers of the ruling elites. They don't think they're worried, right? I mean, they weren't scared about. I was the most reprinted cartoonist in the New York Times all throughout the 90s. I know this because my editor, John Landman, he told me, and I said, "Oh, how do you know that?" And he said, "Oh, well, we did an internal audit and we counted all the paychecks in an Excel spreadsheet, and you had the most of them, one paycheck per cartoon." I was like, "Oh, that's nice, Like now, there's no way I can get into the New York Times. I mean,
Nah.
maybe if I'm arrested, I'll make it into the New York Times."
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But I mean, the spaces have shrunk. So, I mean, if I'm a trustee of Columbia University, I mean, a lot of those trustees are. I mean, they've had a conservative. I mean, people think Columbia University is like a hotbed of radicalism,
Right?
And
it's not.
The students are sort of, some of them, a quarter, but the administration, they're right wing, corporatist, a lot of them very Zionist. And they've been pressuring people. But if you're a trustee of this university, if you have the smallest IQ, you've got to see that this is an existential threat to your university. I mean, to the brand. Like if you consent to federal oversight, already college recruiters are saying that people who were accepted to Columbia University are choosing to go to like smaller name schools because they don't want to be attached to the brand. Not because they're worried about being viewed as anti-Semitic, but because they just think the place is falling apart. It's becoming chaotic. I mean, normally when the Department of Education subjects a school, like typically it's an inner city school that's in deep crisis, typically a high school or a junior high school.
Yeah, people graduate and they can't read, they can't do basic math. That's right.
Right. Yeah, it's a as Trump would say, it's a shithole school.
Yes.
So granted, I haven't set foot in a classroom there since 1991, but Columbia University is not a shithole school. It's one of the premier educational institutions in the world, a major research university that just added a whole brand new science campus very recently. They have to resist, yeah, but they won't. They'll probably say like, well, we want to cooperate. We don't like anti-Semitism. I mean, it's literally like they've declared war on like the Tooth Fairy or something. There's no anti-Semitism at these protests, and these protests are no more. There are no protests for there to be anti-Semitism that wasn't there, and now you're going to go. So what are you subjecting them to oversight for? Why?
Do you think that that's a question that a federal judge is going to ask in the coming days? It has to be.
Well, I mean, assuming that there's a plaintiff in the form of Columbia University's trustees, they have to fight this, right?
Yes.
And they may not. I'm not sure that they will.
Oh my God! Can you imagine the precedent that would set if they didn't fight it?
Well, that's
federal takeover.
That's one advantage of the Ivy League, right? Because the purpose of the Ivy League is they do talk, right? They have I mean, it's an actual organization.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's not like just sort of like a term. Like if it was like a term for like, elite schools, then say, Stanford would be in it, but it's not. And so
right. That's a good point.
So like, it's an organization. They cooperate on things like they try not to admit too many of the same kids. Like, oh, here at Cornell, we're going to admit John, but maybe UPenn, you don't admit him, like that. So they collude, and so they've got to be on the phone. they've these presidents have to be. The presidents don't have any power though, as we've discovered recently. They used to, but it's all the trustees and the donors who are running everything. So there's got to be a deep division there between sort of the money people and the academic oriented people. That's a what Marx called, right, a division in the ruling class. That's the crisis that we're seeing, and I don't know how it plays out because I don't know what.
I'm worried.
I'm very worried. Yeah. I could see them not resisting. I could definitely see them resisting lamely, like sort of filing, a request for an emergency injunction. But then I could see the judge saying, it's the Department of Education. They have the right to do this.
But I mean, this is so short-sighted. Don't you think that would then open the door for a president, Pete Buttigieg or whomever, to try to federalize Liberty University, let's say?
Absolutely.
Man, this is dangerous territory.
It's not good. And so I have to know, I would go like in Star Trek, when it's like, when Kirk is like, okay, you want to take over the ship? Fuck off. I'm self-destructing the ship. Yeah. What if Columbia University did the same? You want to take us over? Fine, we'll shut down. We'll just close the doors. We're out of business. Come in. Anyone want to buy some desks? We're out. And I think it would be so shocking it couldn't be ignored. I think that's actually the only proper answer.
Wow.
It's like we don't have federal control of universities in this country.
No, we don't. Ted, is this all about federal funds?
Well, it's about Columbia University didn't even get the $400 million back, even though they sucked up to the administration so badly. They all they're getting is a seat at the table, which apparently is not a good seat. The way it looks from here, it's looking like a seat with like bird droppings on it, way up high behind the Jumbotron with no view at all. It's a seat you probably don't even want. But yeah, it's about the $400 million. And that's confusing to me. Okay, so as an alum, I know a lot of alums, and a lot of them, like my ex-girlfriend when I was in college, she's rich as shit. She's the head of aviation finance at one of the 3 biggest mega banks in the world. Wow. She and her husband donate tens of millions of dollars to
Columbia. Oh my God.
And Barnard. Now, I know that if she got a call and they said, the Trumpies have fucked us, we're out $400 million. Are you good for $20 million? She and her husband would just write a check. And she's one of tens of thousands like that. What I'm trying to get at is they probably could get the $400 million and more back just by playing the victim. Even I've never donated to Columbia. I have my issues with them. I'm much more likely to donate money to my son's college because they've been very generous to him. And like I'm a single father. I've struggled. They were really understanding and cool, generous financial aid package. But still, if Columbia called me and said that, I'd be like, as underemployed as I am right now, I'll cut you a check. So I think they would have so much sympathy. So the fact that they're and do they need it really?
Right.
They have a $15 billion. I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Yeah, $15 billion endowment. Now they can't spend that like a piggy bank, granted, but they have it. They can borrow against it. There's all sorts of things they can do. They get a revolving line of credit. That $400 million wasn't going to all come in at once.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? They're not like that. They could hike tuition a little bit. There's things they could do. They could cut the budget, lay off some adjuncts, whatever. They could cut the fat. There is fat there. So why are they not? They're choosing not to. They're choosing to roll here, and this is because there's some of the trustees really believe this anti-Semitism garbage.
Mm-hmm. That's sad, actually. That's sad. People. It's so many people
is coming from inside the house. That's the problem here.
So many
supporters of Israel in this country have been successful at publicly equating support for Palestinian human rights as support for Hamas. It's stunning to me.
I wrote a piece for the Wall Street Journal, which they killed, but whatever, it's indicated, about this, the ADL, which is basically in the hands of this maniac pro-Israel. The ADL was a very respectable organization.
Oh yeah, it was.
And then this guy Jonathan Greenblatt took over. He's the CEO, and even within the ADL, there's been a lot of anger. He redefined all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. So if you look at the stat, there's this stat that he put out after October 7th, 2023, where he said, like maybe about 6 months later, there's been a 700% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. over the last year. Okay, that's, obviously that's catnip for editors. And it's a big story, and it's shocking if true. The problem is that starting on October 7th, he redefined anytime someone called in and said, oh, I saw a sign that said from the river to the sea.
Right.
That's an anti-Semitic incident. All of those have been counted that way. There's no discrete, and they were not counted like that previously. Well, so obviously so obviously you're going to get that spike. If I start counting blue jays as terrorists in spring, well, there's going to be a spike in the spring because there's more blue jays in the spring. That was just it was on purpose. Every media organization, stretched thin but always lazy to begin with, they're just like, they dutifully cut and pasted. Oh, the ADL, they're legit, and it's like, but it's not like these numbers are not real. I don't know if there's been an increase in anti-Semitism overall. I would suspect. Probably, but it's not been 700%. And, we don't know what it is because nobody's keeping reliable statistics. The FBI's hate crimes numbers take a few years to come out, so we don't really know. So that's much more reliable, but that's only about violence. That's not about like someone feeling sad because they see a bunch of people they don't like. So
it reminds me of when you're a little kid and you're like, Mom, he looked at me. That's what this is.
He hurt me.
Yeah.
It is like that. And look, I think I've read the arguments for why, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And look, we can and should have that debate, but they don't want that debate. What they want is the Zionist side wants to bully and get their side. They don't want to get buy-in. They don't want to convince anyone. They just want to, there's an argument to be made, and they should probably make it, but they're not. Or maybe they feel like they made it and they lost, but whatever. They're resorting to bullying. And oddly, Trump, with his personal history of, racism and housing and everything, is like trying to present himself as the hero of the Jewish people. It's all so bizarre.
It is. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. And, I'd like to transition just a little bit if we could. You can't criticize Israel for anything or you're labeled as being anti-Semitic. But then the Israelis attack these ambulance workers, EMTs. They have lied about this attack at literally every step of the way. And there's video of the attack. Right. And it's the Israeli press that has been breaking the story and the story's developments.
The Israeli press does yeoman's work. Haaretz does
amazing,
great work in a very insular society. Very brave.
So there are these ambulances driving down the road. Lights are on. They're marked with big red crosses on the.
There's video.
There's video, and the Israelis stop the ambulances, pull everybody out. It was 14 or 15 people, line them up, and execute them, just like the Germans used to do. As an aside, one of my closest friends in the world is also my cousin, Mark Kiriakou. Shout out to Mark. And Mark's dad died recently. He was in his early 90s, but he was shot by the Nazis and had terrible scar on his gut from when a Nazi soldier shot him. Mark is in the process right now of translating letters that his dad wrote during the period, and just to read about the Nazi occupation of Greece, it's sickening. It's sickening to me. Anyway, much of what
the brutality
these letters describe, the brutality, it's what's happening in Gaza today. You can't line ambulance workers up on the side of the road and execute them. That's what the Nazis did. And then not only did they execute them, but they then dug holes, put the bodies in the holes.
That's what Nazis
and buried the ambulances so nobody would know.
Yeah,
and word got out.
They were in a hurry, and I mean, it's kind of, I mean, it's really sad, but also kind of awesome that they didn't search the bodies, because that's how we have the video. One of the cell phones belonging to one of the workers was on the body, and I guess it was night, and they were probably in a hurry to cover things
cover up their genocidal war crime.
Yes, but that's where we know we have the Israelis claimed there were the vehicles weren't marked, that they had no emergency lights on, but this person, the victim, he was taping, he was videoing his the convoy moving through Gaza, and you can very clearly see everything is not the way the Israelis said, and that's the evidence that has proven. I mean, what do you think the Israelis were? Why'd they do it? I mean, you mentioned the Nazis, and I don't like to give credit to them, but I don't really. And I've read a lot of. I mean, I've read. If I had to carry all the books about Nazism I've read, I couldn't. It's like I don't remember them really targeting, health workers. Kind of. That's not really their. That wasn't really their thing.
That was not a thing for the Nazis. No, you're right.
So why? What are the Israelis? What are they trying to accomplish here? If they just didn't want them to respond, they could have just blocked the road and detained them and said, "Get the fuck out of here," or shot.
Yeah.
What was this about?
And to murder them in cold blood like that. And I'd like to know who sanctioned this. How high up does this go?
Right.
Was this a governmental decision? Was this a rogue military unit?
Right. Was this like what was his name in Cali?
Yeah. That's right.
The My Lai
massacre. Yeah. I don't know. It's clearly a war crime.
And the Israelis clearly don't want to they don't want to hold anyone accountable for it. I mean, so the conversation one would hope that would be occurring inside the IDF would be sort of like an argument, right? Like, would there at least be someone at the table, some general, hopefully, who would say, yeah, I know these are our guys, and they're fighting these horrible Arabs whom we hate, but still, I mean, this is like, we can't have this. We've got to court-martial them. And it's like, no, everyone, that'll discredit, someone else saying that'll discredit the entire war. The world will hate us even more. The Americans will get pissed. It'll be bad in the media. I mean, but I don't even know if they're having that kind of debate. I mean, you got to judge people by their actions, and their actions are that they're not even throwing even the little fish who usually get court-martialed in situations like this. Nothing's happening.
No, even the fall guy that you would expect. That's right.
The stupid grunt.
That's right. I just don't get this at all. But there's also no outrage from the American government. I'm not aware of any statement that has come from the government. We're seeing coverage in the Washington Post, the New York Times, and elsewhere. But we haven't heard Donald Trump, for example, condemn this war crime. Not a word. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
I don't get it either. What about and also I'm not really seeing the American media hold, during the Nixon years, whenever, Ron Ziegler was the press secretary for part of the Nixon administration. He was so famous for stonewalling that to Ziegler became a verb in the American Heritage Dictionary.
That's right.
I think it's been retired. But to Ziegler, someone was just basically to keep dodging and just not answering the question. But the reporters used to, like, let's say we were both in the White House press corps, and you asked a question that like Ziegler refused to answer, then I would ask the same question, even if I had a different question, because it's just we'd all watch each other's back. And then if like they didn't answer it when I asked it, then it would go to Michelle, and Michelle would ask it, and it would just keep going like that, right? That doesn't seem to have that same. There's no one really holding the feet, the White House feet to the fire. They could go in there and every single briefing just ask about this.
Yes,
but they don't. They don't.
Nobody will do that. Nobody.
Yeah.
Just awful, shocking.
So
and not shocking at the same time.
Well, yes, it's shocking that it's not shocking. What are we gonna? Is there help? I mean, we have the ICC, we have the UN, but basically, nothing will happen, right?
No, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
By the way, the audio is absolutely chilling. Where you can the cell phone, you can hear him at one point saying, "Dad, please help me. The Israelis have targeted us."
Oh my God!
And and then you hear the hail of bullets. They go on for 5 minutes on the audio tape, and then and finally the phone goes dead.
Oh my God!
So so in other words, the phone was probably in his pocket.
Yeah.
He hit record, or he just left it recording, and then while the whole thing unfolded, the Israelis, yeah. I mean, what can I even say? I mean,
there's got to be some kind of justice, and there likely won't be.
I know. I also and I can't even imagine that this is being widely reported in Israel, because liberal Israelis, they read Haaretz and they're already against the war. But there aren't, and I mean, that's probably nowadays. It used to be half and half. Nowadays, it's maybe 1 out of 4 Israelis is liberal, I would say. The other 3 out of 4, they're militant. They're so hardened, they just don't care.
No, they don't. They don't care. The last time I was in Israel, I asked an Israeli reporter that I was visiting about that. And he attributed that to the gigantic influx of migrants from Russia and Ukraine, that they were so conservative to the point of irrationality when they moved to Israel, and they moved in such numbers that they were essentially able to take over the electorate and then by extension take over the government. And that's amazing to me.
That's actually fascinating.
In part, that's why there's no viable Labor Party anymore. Socialism is dead in Israel. When I was in college, so many of my Jewish friends had spent a summer at a kibbutz, for example. It was like this rite of passage that so many people did.
Yeah.
Nobody even talks about kibbutzes anymore. It's all done. All done.
It's crazy. That's an interesting theory. Demographics is destiny, I think. We should talk a little bit about this attorney in Detroit.
Yeah, this is bad.
It's bad, yeah. So this guy, his name is Amir Makled. Yeah. He was traveling. He went to the Dominican Republic for a spring vacation with his wife and 2 daughters.
Yep.
7 years old. Family man, comes back from the DR. He's a local attorney there in Detroit. He has one somewhat high-profile case. It's this white college girl at University of Michigan at Ann Arbor who was part of the Gaza protests, and he's defending her against presumably whatever charges she's facing related to her role in the protests. He's pulled out of. He presents his passport. He's then told, "Oh, you're going to have to go with this special anti-terrorist task squad." They pull him into an interrogation room, and they hand him a piece of paper that says, "Oh, they say, we know you're a high-profile attorney." He's like, "No, I'm not. I'm a local attorney." It's like, "Well, we need to see your phone. We need to go into your phone and get everything." So at first he says he refuses. He says there's privileged information in there. I'm not giving you the phone. And then they hand him a piece of paper that says, oh, we have the right to take your phone, which I know that's, well, they say that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they basically do have that right. But and it's important for people who are watching this and wondering what they should do to know that if your phone is like password protected and like, let's say an iPhone, fairly recent vintage, pretty much they're not going to be able to get in there. So
Yes.
They can take it,
Right.
but they can't get into it.
And they can keep it
They can keep, well, I guess
Yeah.
they have to return it eventually.
eventually. I saw a report recently that they kept one guy's phone. He refused to open it up like biometrically, and they kept it for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'd be like, bye phone.
Yep.
I mean, these days with the tariffs, the new one's going to be $3,000.
Right.
But okay, fine. Maybe I'll get a flip phone. Probably be good for me.
Yep.
But it'd probably be the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you, ICE, or in this case, BCE, Border and
I'm going to
Customs.
get one of these unplugged phones that I mentioned in the last podcast. They're
Okay.
$1,000 or $900. They're being marketed by Eric Prince, whom I loathe, but that's okay because they've got this feature where if the feds demand that you turn over your phone, you could hit a button and it just zaps everything.
I love that.
I'm doing it.
So I guess the whole thing is like, if you get detained while you're being marched to the detention center, power down your phone.
Yep.
And then you have some power, because otherwise they can hold the phone up to your face and force you.
That's right.
Although
That's
you can
right.
always deactivate that. You can.
Yeah.
You don't have to have that on. People don't realize that.
That's
Like
right.
you can redo it later. It'll take probably
Yes.
be more accurate in case
Yeah.
you change the
Right. Right. Exactly.
So anyway, so it's good to be fair. Anyway, they take this guy in, they detain him for a couple of hours, and then finally he negotiates and says, okay, how about if you just look at my contacts? And they say, okay, but then they disappear with his phone. He signs on a legal piece of paper, okay, you have the right to look at my contact. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but they take off with the phone. They took everything. They drained it.
They did. Of course they did. Because the courts allowed them to. This has not yet gone to the Supreme Court, but there have been 2 separate circuit courts of appeals who have said they can take your phone or your laptop or both.
Mm-hmm.
So the final word isn't in, but as the law stands right now,
that could happen to you anywhere within 100 miles of a
border
with the U.S. Right?
That's right.
And that's like 80% of the country lives within that range, right? Because people live on coasts.
That's right.
So, you could be driving on Interstate 95 in the Northeast, pulled over in like New Haven, and be like, what the fuck is this? New Haven? It's like, are these Connecticut state troopers? No, this could be BC Border and Customs Enforcement.
That's right.
And they could do this to you. They could do that, and there have been some cases like that.
Yes,
where they've done these checkpoints. So I felt like the undertone when I saw the lawyer being interviewed was he kind of knew he'd been had. He had that sheepish tone.
I got the same impression.
Like, shit.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
I think he was so taken by surprise that he didn't have a minute to get his thoughts together.
That's right. They take advantage of that. And, but I think it's kind of like you have to be like, all right, I'm just not going to give it to you. You got to go. You have to go with the Kiriakou rule.
Yeah,
I'm represented by counsel, and I don't talk to cops. Yeah, that is
exactly right.
That's going to be my rule whenever I encounter those assholes.
They eventually give 90% of the time. They just like, fuck you, and then they walk away.
I'm sure. Yeah,
and you don't have to be a dick about it. You just say, look, with all due respect, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. And you just repeat it. It might make them a little bit angry, or they'll pretend to be confused. Like, what's this crazy position this person's taking? And then they just walk away.
Yeah.
Because they all think they're the good guys. But yeah, that's what I do. And it works.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay. So we're seeing a very rapid escalation here. Lawyers have always been a protected class in this country. The administration lied and said, we didn't target him. It was like random. That's clearly not true based on what they told him. They told him that he had been targeted. So that's not true. And so, but obviously, this is to send a message. My friends say, "Oh, you don't have to worry. They're just going. They're only interested in these Gaza protests and and the people related to them." And I'm like, okay, for now, but you can see the escalation, right? I mean, we're in the Martin Niemöller poem. I just don't know what verse we're at. But the question is not which verse I'm at. But I'm in the poem, and I'm not at the end of the poem. I'm closer to the, I'm between the end of the poem and where the poem is right now.
That's right.
So where do we, I mean, the question is what happens next? Basically, the administration is dipping their toe in to see how cold the water is. So far, it's been bath water. So they can keep doing this, and they will. I mean, they've already gotten major law firms to take the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So now what? I mean, what do you think their next targets are going to be? Journalists?
Probably, yeah. I would say definitely, actually, not even probably. Journalists and lawyers. If you can cow the lawyers, then you can cow anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how much journalism is corporate now. I mean, so few Americans read alternative media, so they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, and let's face it, the corporate journalists, it's not Jimmy Breslin anymore, right?
No, it's not.
These aren't hard-bitten, working class.
Jack Anderson, yeah.
Fuck you, I don't give a shit about you. They're not those people.
Nixon talked about assassinating Jack Anderson. Wow. That's how much he hated Jack Anderson's muckraking. But we don't have journalists like that anymore.
I should take pride. What was his name? Oh my God, Alan Keyes. Alan Keyes.
Oh, I remember Alan Keyes.
He went on
he was a nut.
And he said that I should be executed by the U.S. government.
Oh, Senator Kit Bond said that I should be hanged from a tree when I blew the whistle on his torture program. Yeah, I wear that as a badge of honor.
Well, it's all good times until until it's dawn.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. So I mean, So I guess the question is, do they go after? I mean, like going with the universities, they didn't go after fucking Reed College. They're going after
Columbia,
the big boys, Harvard, Columbia, Yale. With these law firms, they didn't go after
they went after Perkins Coie. Yeah, they went after the biggest law firms in the world.
Right. So I mean, it seems to me like if you kill the king, you own the castle. It's probably their philosophy here. So it seems like maybe you and I are in a little bit less danger than if you're, say, an op-ed writer at the New York Times.
I have to agree. Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, we're running a little bit short on time, but we've got to talk about talks day after tomorrow in Muscat, Oman, between the United States and Iran. Now, Donald Trump said that the talks were going to be direct face-to-face talks. The Iranians said that is not true. They're going to be indirect talks. The U.S. delegation will be in one room, the Iranian delegation will be in another room, and the Omanis are going to be shuttling between the two rooms. I mentioned a couple of days ago, I'm 100% sure that the Iranians are right on this. There won't be direct talks, but talks of any kind are good. Here's the problem. The problem is the Iranians have a demand, and the demand is that they be treated with respect. And Donald Trump doesn't
talk to anyone with respect.
I know, right? And Donald Trump doesn't treat anybody with respect. Yeah. He's going to go in there.
You're asking for something. You're asking for a product I don't have to sell. We're all out.
He's bombastic. He's threatening. He's bullying. And he said that if there is progress, then all's good. If there's not progress, we're going to bomb the shit out of the Iranians, or we may bomb the shit out of the Yemenis, the Houthis, because they're generally viewed as an Iranian cutout. Where do you think this is going?
Or why not bomb Hezbollah again?
For what that's worth, if there even is a Hezbollah that still exists for all intents and purposes. The reason I ask what you think is going to be accomplished is because we've not seen any indication in any media that there's an agenda.
Right.
So what are we going to just stare at each other?
That's a good question, right? It's sort of like it's like a date where there's no agenda. It's like it's like we're doing 6-minute dating. We'll see if we like the cut of each other's jib. Maybe we'll go home together. Maybe not. No, whatever. Maybe there is a secret agenda. Maybe it's just, or maybe it's to meet in order to feel each other out and just sort of see. I mean, look, I'm sure the Iranians are serious. They're serious people, and they're always, and their government's always serious.
And they don't agree to talks lightly.
Mm-hmm.
They held off the Biden administration seemingly forever because they were burned by Trump 1 in that he immediately withdrew from the JCPOA, and the Biden people weren't offering automatic reentry into the JCPOA.
I mean, the problem with Trump and his ADD presidency is that even if his heart's in the right place and he's like, I really want to normalize relations with Iran. I mean, he's dealing with Russia. He's trying to take over Columbia University. He's got so much on his plate. How does he focus? And this Iran thing, there's a lot of components, a lot of moving parts. And Iran is, as the ultimate country with a Byzantine governmental structure, with overlapping structures, several, like 4 to 5 discrete overlapping sort of all of them. And it's kind of hard. You can't just make a handshake deal like with the dictator of Turkmenistan. Like if he says it, it's done. It's not like that with the Iranians.
No.
So it's not a dictatorship at all.
It's not.
And
Hillary Clinton once famously called it not a theocracy, but a military dictatorship, that the IRGC, the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, controls every aspect of the Iranian government and economy. And that is not true.
Not even a little bit true.
Not even a little bit.
Right.
It's a democracy, whether we like it or not.
It's disturbing that I always like to say there's more political cartoonists working at newspapers in Tehran in their very vibrant press than in the entire United States of America. So, my personal canary in the coal mine. So it disturbs me that she was ever Secretary of State, but I can say that about so many of them recently. I'd like something good to come out of it. I mean, should we read anything into, is it related, the fact that Russia and the United States were able to have a prisoner swap recently? I mean, and that apparently the talk is that the U.S. State Department and their Russian counterparts are, in the foreign ministry, are trying to normalize relations with Russia. I'm not really sure normalization is really the right word, because we never severed diplomatic relations. And normally when you normalize, you de-sever them. But this would be like, I guess, about getting rid of sanctions and that kind of. I think I need.
Hey, okay. Sorry, my computer went down just on its own. I don't know what the heck happened.
That can happen. Okay, let me. So it's really funny. There's like, you're in the little square now. Let's see if I can fix this. All right, that's because I think you're on the phone.
Yeah, so. I'm on a phone.
All right, there's nothing much I can do. So you're skinny.
Sorry about that.
It's like, remember on TV when they used to show the 70 millimeter movies and they were squished and everyone was like, really?
Right. I do.
So anyway, all right. So I guess you probably didn't hear what I was saying, but should we read? I mean, is there reason for optimism for the U.S.-Iran talks in the fact that Russia and the U.S. are apparently trying to normalize relations? These talks that resulted in the recent prisoner swaps, basically, and normalize relations. I don't think is the right word, because we'd never severed them, but
the Iranians did, though.
But I'm talking
about Russia.
Russians.
Yeah. You're right. Improving.
I literally biked by the U.S. consulate today before the show, and it's
the Russian embassy here in Washington is up and running every single day.
Yeah, there's some weird protesters out in front. I didn't even know what they were. I zipped by. But anyway, I guess the question is, if they're if the Trump administration's posture is basically like, generally speaking, we're open for business. Marco Rubio, we'll send little Marco over to talk to you guys or his people. Mm-hmm. I mean, that seems to be where they're at, right?
Yeah.
For the time,
I think it is. And I have to
talk to anyone but Columbia University.
Yeah, that's right.
I have to think that Steve Wyckoff is not stupid.
No.
That these talks, U.S.-Russia talks and U.S.-Iran talks are not exclusive of one another. That there has to be a bigger idea behind it. And so
And what is that idea?
That we really can normalize relations with countries that have been deemed to be enemy countries, even if that normalization is solely related to trade. You know, we can end the war between Russia and Ukraine. We can lower the temperature in U.S.-Iran relations, and everybody ends up being happy or semi-happy and maybe making some money. And remember, I said this day before yesterday, but I'll say it again.
It's all about money.
And Donald Trump is obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize.
Mm-hmm.
The North Korea thing didn't work out for him. You notice we're not even pretending to try to talk to the North Koreans, despite the love letters from 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if this is about Donald Trump's legacy.
Yeah, because if it's just like with North Korea, there'd be something for him to win Nobel-wise if
Right.
there were a crisis, but there isn't.
Yes, there isn't. No.
So yeah, it's not just about like making things good again. It's got to be about fixing a war. I would think that the Russian thing would be low-hanging fruit for him.
Yeah, that's an easy one. I agree. You just beat up on Zelensky until he finally agrees. He finally agrees to give up territory in exchange for peace.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Peace in our time.
Yeah, I think that's it. But Iran, I mean, this could turn into something big if Donald Trump is actually serious about pursuing some sort of normalization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, the Iran thing is long overdue. The whole thing is stupid. There's a lot of money to be made with, but apparently at the same time, our relationship with China is obviously shit.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Definitely.
The Chinese are really pissed.
Yeah.
This isn't posturing for them anymore.
No, definitely not.
And, I think they feel picked on. I mean, I think from their point of view,
singled out.
They haven't been militarily expansionist. They have been playing by all the rules. They've converted over to capitalism, just the way we always said we wanted them to. We're probably regretting that now. We outsourced. They did what we wanted. We're like, please take our dirty industries, which we don't want anymore. We're deindustrializing. You take them. We're going to outsource them. They were like, okay. We did everything that was out. And it's like, they did everything that was asked of them. They made some money in the process. And now that their economy's a little weak, we're beating up on them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly right.
We're kicking them when they're down. And they're not liking it. I wouldn't either.
No, I wouldn't either. But, I wonder, too, if the Chinese have calculated that they can handle this kind of conflict longer than we can.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the Treasury Department.
They only need to wait 3 years.
Yeah, right. They would have to wait.
I don't think President Vance would continue this policy.
I don't either. I don't think anybody would.
No.
125%, 140% tariffs. Come on, man.
It's
they could absolutely cripple our economy if they wanted to. They're the second or third largest holder of government bonds, treasury bonds.
Yeah, and let's face it, we have the trifecta of financial misery right now. Never have I seen, I used to work on Wall Street. Never have I seen stock market go down at the same time as treasury bonds and notes.
You're exactly right.
At the same time as the dollar collapsed.
Yes.
Those last two are where you go when equities go tits up.
That's right. That's exactly right.
So and what's that about? It's because everyone thinks that we're run by a madman, and so they're running away screaming. The euro is doing surprisingly well, despite all of their problems over there.
The Greek prime minister made a statement yesterday that Donald Trump seized on. The prime minister, Kiriakos Mitsotakis, he's a conservative. He's been prime minister for a long time, since 2019. And he's in his second term right now. But he told Kathimerini, which is the New York Times partner newspaper in Athens, that this situation with the tariffs, this is not the crisis that many people think it is. This was Donald Trump's demand that everybody sit down, literally everybody in the world sit down and negotiate better trade deals. He said, look, Donald Trump is right. There has been a trade imbalance. If I were the American president, I wouldn't want these imbalances, in favor of China or in favor of South Korea or in favor of Japan, for example, or Germany. I would want something that was fairer to my people. And Trump said, well, I know him. He's a very wise man, and he's right. And so the Greeks are kind of perplexed, like, well, what do we make of this? Donald Trump just complimented the prime minister. We're not sure we like that. but I think he's probably right.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting thing, right? It's sort of like, I don't know if you had this feeling when you first took economics, probably like me in high school the first time, forcibly. Definitely one of my favorite subjects. So boring. And I was a very avid student. But like when the idea of the trade deficit, I was like, what is it? Like, why is it a concern? I understand why.
Why are we worried about this?
I understand why national debt is a problem, but why do you care? I mean, it's like I have a trade deficit in my favor with the New York Times. They buy my things sometimes. I never, I don't pay that much for the paper. Are they being screwed? I don't really think so. That's not really. Or, Lesotho, whose name I mispronounced, and I know you pronounce correctly.
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Only because I knew a woman from Lesotho. That's the only reason I know how to say it.
You knew the woman from Lesotho.
Yeah, the one woman.
So Lesotho is like, okay, so it's not like the U.S. suffered from the fact that we bought probably handicrafts primarily from there.
I heard it was raw textiles.
Textiles, right?
Yeah.
So we're buying a lot of textiles, raw material, but that's all. I mean, they don't have the money to buy stuff from us, so we can't sell them Lexuses or whatever. Not that those are. So, like, I mean, how does that harm us? So it's sort of like, I mean, a trade imbalance, I guess, writ large. If you're always have a trade, you don't produce anything. Then your GDP ultimately is going to drop, and then it'll be a problem. But sort of country by country, it doesn't really matter, right? Is that basically right?
Right. Yeah, right. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't.
I don't even know if they should have ever talked about it. It's one of those metrics that it's sort of like, it's sort of like the cholesterol numbers that they made too much of. It's like, actually, cholesterol's not for most people really a big deal. You can just eat some eggs if you can afford them. It doesn't really matter.
Right. Exactly.
So probably we should have just been told, like, don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, it's no big deal.
So we're going to be watching all these stories. We'll see. This is our last show for this week. We'll do one. We'll be back next week with a couple of shows, I'm sure. We're going to be doing. We're going to see what happened in Muscat over the weekend with the Iranians.
Yep.
That's a process. That's going to be.
It sure is.
It's going to be. It'll take some time. The Russians might be a little faster, maybe.
I suspect they will be. Yes.
And I mean, when can we start seeing? I guess the next step will be sanctions coming down, right?
Fingers crossed. Trump has twice spoken about reducing or eliminating sanctions, but he always ties it to progress, at least with regard to a ceasefire. So the proposal's out there. It's on the table. Right.
And I guess I don't know if anyone's telling Putin, like, I'm sure he has smart advisors. That are, but I think he has smarter advisors than Trump does, telling him, like, the American president's getting impatient and you have an opportunity here with him that you might not have in the future. If I were the Russians, I'd jump on this.
Yeah.
You know.
Agreed.
So And Trump is battling the neocons in his own party,
Mhm.
so he is. I do give him credit for that. And then we'll see what happens with this the Columbia University thing that just started at the beginning of the show. And I mean, I'm so ashamed. I'm class of '91, roar lion roar. Fuck those guys.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
Wow. All right.
I hope they don't buckle.
Yeah. I think the only way out is the poison pill.
Yeah.
Like, we'll close.
Mhm.
It's like, you can't do that. Watch us. I
Yeah.
mean, and a school can close and reopen.
Sure.
Antioch College in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, just Yellow Springs, just east of Dayton, they closed and reopened. And
Wow.
you can.
Mhm.
I mean,
Okay, good. That's a strategy then.
There would be an outcry, massive. Maybe just like, well, we're going to graduate our kids May 15th. That's graduation day. If you don't have your diploma yet, you might want to transfer somewhere else. We're closing our doors. I mean, the political. I mean, can you imagine Mayor Adams here in New York? It would be like, what? I mean, New York, Columbia University is the second largest landowner in New York City. I mean, it's a massive contributor to the economy. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. All right.
Good luck to them.
With that, I guess we will consider everyone to have been sufficiently deprogrammed for now. But
thanks for joining us, everybody.
So much that you have to be deprogrammed for. You have to come back. Thanks everyone for checking us out. Follow us on the socials and all that. Please subscribe. Please share. Please promote it. We're independent. We're trying to make this work financially. Maybe we'll have a big backer in the future, but for the time being, we really need your help, or we can't do it forever. So, thanks everyone.
Indeed. Thank you.
Bye.